couldn't have asked for a better ending for the round 3, but now the round 4 is going to be even more intense. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS, where I'm going to be your hosting, Caster Necro, John, alongside on my panel is going to be my good friend, Johnny. And Johnny, considering the best part about this round is that no one's going to be eliminated, everyone's going to be in a good shoes. What are your thoughts on that?
Exactly. I mean, your panel comes with special set of rules, right? And as you mentioned, first time in BGIS, we won't be saying goodbye to anyone at the end of the week.
Exactly. And not just that, the top 16 teams will have a direct shot at the semifinals. Even that's one of the best parts. Yeah. And now, considering, as we mentioned, no one's going to be eliminated, that means the leftover teams are going to go down to the lower brackets, which will be a tough journey, of course, considering even inside the round 3 in the overall table, even the 16 teams who are not able to make it inside the top 4, they have been already down there in the lower bracket, so only a couple of more teams are going to be joining them in the future lights. Johnny, considering round 4 is over here, a lot of the teams now are going to be the known names. And a couple of them, we've already seen them in the past, and that just means that the competition is going to be even more fierce.
Yeah, competition is definitely going to be fierce, because especially something we noticed in round 3 was the Undergods stepping up in a very nice manner. I mean, we have a lot of surprising entries in this round 4 in particular. I mean, talk about one of my favorite teams have made it. Troublemakers. I've been talking about them for so long. And luckily for them, I mean, they are a part of round 4. But, I mean, it's an exciting journey ahead. As you have been mentioning and we have been talking about it, the format for the BGIS starting all the way from in-game qualifiers was extremely cutthroat. But for the first time, teams have a lifeline. Now that also sort of gives you two pathways. Either you take the easy way, the way of the champs as we like to call it, be in the top 4, move straight to the round 4, or you will have to go through the lower bracket where it's again a tougher spot. You don't know if you'll make it through or not. Only you decide your fate.
That is true, but you know what? What are these all the teams fighting for? It's for the big shot, the big numbers on the screen. 2 crore rupees on the line, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to the prize pool. And speaking about the champion teams, they're going to get 75 lakhs in their hands. Now, big numbers on the board, Johnny. This can also be a factor that will add on the pressure. We have been speaking about this since the start of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we have been talking about this quite a lot, and we are inching ever so slightly close to that top 16 as well. So imagine this. I mean, you made it all the way to the round 4. I mean, you've fought your way through the in-game qualifiers, be it through the in-game qualifiers or through the grind. It has been a long journey nonetheless. And if you fail now, it's going to hurt so bad. I mean, you're so close, and teams will give it everything that they have to make sure that they reach to the grand finals. And at least, I mean, even if you finish on the 16th position in the grand finals, you get a lakh.
That is true. And speaking of that, not just that, even the special prizes that are down there. The MVP of the BGIs, that's going to be like a personal moolah that will be given out to the players. One of the best things that you can ask for as a player, of course. But then speaking about the players too, Johnny, a lot of these undergod names have been shining through quite nicely.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of them have been. As we talked about Troublemakers, they are not the only ones. We have seen newer faces. CK is a very deadly team to go up against. I mean, they have proven that they have what it takes to take on the Tier 1 teams, as everyone has been calling them. But let's see. I mean, it's a new round. Even the Tier 1 teams are going to step up the competition, give the Undergods a taste of what is waiting for them on the next side.
Exactly. But you know what? This is how the tournament has been functioning throughout the entire time. As we know, we kick things off from the crown itself. The eligibility criteria for the in-game qualifiers, 2 was Platinum 5 and at least minimum of level 25, from which round 1 was concluded where 2,048 teams were seen in there.
Yeah, I mean, but now I think the competition has been cut down to quite a lot. I mean, as we talked about it, you also mentioned that there are 16 teams waiting in the lower bracket, but along with them, these 64 teams that are here, we'll have to see which teams eventually make it to the the semi-finals, in fact, where only 32 teams will be there. And of course, in the grand finals, we talked about it, there will be just final 16 teams. But this was how we started off with the grind, and after that, after the grind, we sort of cut down that 256 teams to the final 64, which got divided into round 3 and round 2 and round 3 of BGIS. And then in-game qualifiers, 2,048 teams made it through. I don't know how many teams registered for in-game qualifiers. Like, I assume more than like thousands upon thousands upon thousands of teams.
Oh, probably hundreds of thousands if I'm not wrong, because BGMI is one of the most like fan favorite games out there. A lot of people like to play that. But as I mentioned, inside the round 1, only 384, which is top 3 from each group, were able to move on forward. And then from the overall standings, only top 96 were able to move on forward to the round 3. In total of 480 teams, and then the bottom 32 teams from the grind join inside the round 2. In total, that's like 512. And if you think about it, 2,048 down to 512, that's like a quarter of the teams just straight up chunked down.
And it wasn't even a quarter if we are being fair, because 32 teams were already added to round 2 from BGIS the grind, so only 480 teams made it across. And then from those 512 teams, only 224 got to move forward to round 3. Look at that. I mean, again, as we mentioned, I mean, this is just to showcase everyone, all of our viewers, how cutthroat the this competition has been so far, and what this lifeline, this one aspect that this week no one goes home, means to these teams, means to these players.
That is true. That's quite understandable. Then top teams from the grind as well, as I mentioned, which was the top 32, they moved in forward inside the round 3. And then from the round 3, top 4 from each group, which is 64 in total. Yeah. They're now over here inside the round 4. And then from the overall standings, which is from ranked 65th to 80th, they got moved down to lower brackets, which blows, of course, but hey, it is what it is.
Especially for you, right? Your favorite team is in the lower bracket right now.
One of the favorite teams, of course, Gen XFM. It's one of those teams that was doing quite phenomenal.
You blame Salty
in the round 3. Maybe I will, considering he's sort of like that curse that goes around. Whichever team he picks, they just don't do that good anymore. They just stop doing good.
But even give a lot of blessings to the teams in the lower bracket. I mean, they're going to be just waiting and watching the matches of round 4 to see which teams will join them and how they need to prepare. I think that is the one advantage that they have, that they can just watch round 4, see how it goes, watch the strategies for teams playing in round 4, and then, of course, the teams that make it to the lower bracket from here, the 16 teams will be prepared for them. They'll be prepared for the competition, and it's just going to be about how much effort you have put in that preparation. Can you come up with countermeasures? Can you figure out what's the easiest way for you to secure a spot in that semifinal?
That is true, but Johnny, as I mentioned, now considering the competition's down even low, there's not a lot of teams left over, man.
Yeah.
And considering even for the leftover teams who are not going to be able to make it inside the semifinals, they've got a chance inside the lower brackets. But then even from the lower brackets inside the semifinals, only top 16 teams are going to move forward. Now, that's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, it is a lot of pressure to deal with, but that is how life is, right? You have pressure in certain situations, and if you deal with it, you get to succeed. If you fail under pressure, if you succumb to it, then you will get left behind. And again, a massive opportunity for everyone. We've discussed about the prize money. We've discussed about what is at stake. I mean, the biggest trophy that is there for the undergods to lift.
That is true, but speaking about the points distribution, I mean, we have been taking a look at this graphic all the time inside this entire tournament. But once again, just to let you guys know, the first spot will be getting 15 points in total. The second spot will be getting 12 points. Third one getting 10. And of course, it's going to keep on descending downwards, in which that one single special thing really stands out, which is each finish equals 1 point.
Yeah, that has been so important in so many cases. I mean, but there have also been teams that have sort of gone on to prove that if you are consistently in the top 4, the top 5, making it to the final zones, basically stage 5, stage 6 of the game, you will succeed no matter what. And that consistency is what everyone needs to aim forward. But talk about consistency, ladies and gentlemen, we are consistent as well. 6 matches a day. We have 6 matches today.
Exactly. And today, at least 6 matches is there, but 2 groups will be playing 3 games each, and for which Group B will be kicking things off on Vikendi. Not really one of the best maps to kick things off with, considering the initial phase of the game is going to be so slow.
Yeah.
But usually we have been seeing this, right? Since the round 3, it's been sort of like the meta. Day 2 is sort of like the day to bounce back for all the teams that are on the latter half of the board, and usually day 2 is supposed to be the most aggressive day 2.
Yeah, but I'm also happy that we get the slowest map out first, so the rest of the day we can enjoy a lot of action on the other map, especially ending the day on that map of Sanhok is going to be like extremely exciting. But apart from that, I think, as you mentioned, the aspect, like as we talk about building momentum, building consistency, just warming yourself up, usually teams prefer to do that on those Erangels, and they've been used to doing that on Erangel for years and years at this point. But now, starting a day on Vikendi, it'll be quite interesting to see how this particular group sort of adapts to this new situation in front of them.
That is true. Speaking about the adaptation now too, Johnny, a lot of these teams will understand the fact that adaptability has to be the way to go. Yeah. A lot of teams failing to adapt, now they've moved down to lower brackets, and a lot of teams have been eliminated too, which is quite unfortunate. It's understandable. And some of the known names were not able to make it. Now, it's understandable. As we said, even a couple of matches are still going on in the offline phases, which is, of course, going on in the backlines. But as I mentioned, this is a chance for the big shot. If you manage to position yourself in the top 16, that's it. That's direct slot inside the semifinals. You need to understand that.
Plus, along with that, I mean, a direct shot in the semifinals, a direct slot in the semifinals, as you mentioned. Along with that, if you send one of these big teams to the lower bracket, there is a high probability that they might be going home as well. eliminate the competition early if you can. I mean, don't leave it for the finals. In fact, like, yeah, we'll face all the big names in the finals. Why do you have to do that? Make it easy for yourself. Send them to the lower bracket as quickly as possible so that you can have an easier time and an easier shot at that 75 lakh rupee for the first place.
That is true. It's understandable. But as we move on forward towards the matchup, a lot of the known teams are going to be here. And pretty much almost every single team we have covered on the screen, other than if you take a look at Team Fly Esports, Team Invincible, MICI Esports, these teams have sort of moved in forward from the offline matches, which is understandable. For me, it's going to be my first time taking a look at those. I'm pretty sure it's going to be the same one as well for you.
Yeah, for sure. There are a few new names that we are excited to witness, but along with that, I mean, it will be quite interesting to see how they in fact perform, because as you mentioned, I mean, we have seen them before in the offline matches, but along with them, there are a lot of big names stepping in. I mean, especially Rivalry. Rivalry is that one team that I want to see what have they prepped. Because over the last few days, I mean, it has been quite interesting, their performances as well. And I want to see how they fare up against the rest of the lobby.
And not just that, even WSB, I've heard that they've got the most amount of points accumulated inside the BGIS so far. So they're currently holding a record.
WSB is a very interesting name, considering, I mean, the name is quite well known, but the players are, I would say, still a little fresh to the scene, but they have been performing phenomenally.
I mean, look, these new players in general, they've just got such a big caliber. We understand they've got so many polished mechanical skills. They've been looking pretty good. Even Spy Esports is another one of those names that you can be looking forward to. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The match one of this round 4 begins in front of us as the plane flat path starts all the way from the quarry towards Stalber. And considering this plane flat path is quite okay-ish, teams are not going to have that much of a big struggle. Yeah, if you do want to move down south, though, towards military base, then the struggle will be clearly seen. Speaking about WSB, they like to go towards Pachinki, and I highly doubt there's going to be anyone challenging them.
I mean, you never know. We have seen these undergods take up that challenge and sort of live up to all the hype as well of the first fights in those major cities. But let's see. I mean, WSB, they are a deadly team. Don't get me wrong. I mean, they're one of the most deadliest teams in this particular lobby. But there are going to be those moments where we're going to see them fail as well. And those moments are going to be set up by the undergods, just because WSB might not necessarily know what the undergods are thinking and how they like to play the game in its entirety. But let's see. I mean, this is an interesting flight path, as you mentioned, leaning heavily towards the northern part of the map, specifically towards the northwest. And if we talk about the eastern positions like Lipovka, Milta Power, Milta City will be a little bit off limits. So teams are going to have to drop out in the open and from there build up to the later stages of the game.
It's pretty understandable. And speaking about a couple of more teams, CK all the way down south towards Fair here. It's one of those teams that my eyes are going to be locked on. They have been quite promising in the previous few groups, and let's see what CK's got packed up for us. Speaking about Team Soul 2, dropping towards Gatka, no changes over there. As I mentioned, WSB, I highly doubt anyone's going to be looking forward to challenge them. Even they're looking quite safe inside Pachinki. It's understandable, too, when you're going to be one of those teams that is holding a record inside the entire BGIS for, I think it was 139 points in total that WSB accumulated in the offline games.
I think
that is definitely a remarkable occasion that these guys have created for themselves.
Yeah, and setting records in position like that is fun, but you know what's even more fun? Doing that on broadcast. Now they have actually gotten an opportunity. Again, the setup is same. They played 6 matches back then, they're playing 6 matches. The only difference is now everyone can see them set up those numbers. And we are also going to enjoy if a performance like that is there in front of us. But look at this, the first fight of the game.
Oh, Spy Esports, they've got no clue that there's one foe just lying around them. Finally spots him out. The men actually want to be a little bit more cheeky there. Wanted to steal their vehicle, Johnny.
His teammates left him there.
Yeah, they did.
So, a few moments ago, we did see the players from the side of Invincible also in the similar position towards that Aston Martin showroom that's there, just south of Gatka. But for some reason, they just left one of their lads back, and Spy Esports took that opportunity quite nicely. They were not too far away from that particular drop spot, and luckily for Spy Esports, they found those weapons. They went for the push, secured that opening knock, but
oh, wow.
Oh my goodness, what is happening in this game? Infamous hackers now under heavy fire.
Wow, I mean, that's not one of the ways you should be going down for that, that's for sure. Infamous, they're looking quite lost inside this game. There's still one more man on the other side of this bridge. Let's see how well he's going to be able to survive inside this game. It's definitely going to be a tough outing for this team, that's for sure. But I like that knockout that came into play with the Uzi. He did not even have an extended mag.
This is worse, man. First you finish someone off and then stealing their vehicle. That's horrible.
I mean, it's a free vehicle.
Quite rude.
Why would you not take it?
It's not free. Someone gave their life for it.
It's understandable,
They
but
literally paid for that vehicle with their blood.
that's how you yoink it. And that's what the man's done.
But look, I mean, round 4 is off to an amazing start. We start the game, and within the first few minutes, 2 players, Necro, as you mentioned, got yoinked.
Yeah, and that too, the same team, but by different teams.
Yeah.
This just blows. Infamous, I mean, not the ideal start these guys would have definitely hoped for, but one thing is for sure, the future planning needs to be a little bit more better. Maybe in the upcoming game of Erangels, be it Miramar, Vikendi, Sanhok, whatever you guys are playing, just have a set drop location, understand, analyze, and know where teams like to drop.
I think the problem wasn't of having a set drop location. I think the problem came from the fact that their drop was a little too far away from the flight path, and that is why having alternates is better. There are a lot of these teams that have 2 different drop spots on extremities of the map, so that in case the flight path is not towards one drop, they can head towards another. And look at this. So he had the opportunity to just run to that car and drive away. He actually peeked them first from the left-hand side of that Aston Martin logo, and then he sort of started running towards that vehicle.
So now I'm just starting to calculate all the possibilities. What if he just didn't move? Maybe he could have went undetected.
He could have, yeah. I mean,
or what if he would have just prone behind that couch that was in the front?
But we can't really blame him, right? I mean, did not even have any weapons to work with, not even a
Yeah.
pistol, nothing.
Why did he drop there in the first place, though? That's my question.
Probably for that Aston Martin.
Yeah. Greed sometime can drag you down to hell. And it's one of the most important learnings that you learn in school.
Also, that was just a joke. Dropping for the Aston Martin.
I mean, I would drop if it's in real life. Why not?
Yeah, you would drop IRL for a car when you know there are 2 people coming with weapons to finish you off.
I'll just run away with it.
Can't do that next.
It's Aston Martin, my friend. I can just
What do you
keep my
think?
foot on the pedal.
Who are
and
you?
I'll just go super
Vin
aggressive.
Diesel?
Yeah, man. Because I've got the family. But speaking about that, Team Soul in front of us. Now, once again, already off to early rotation. I like that, being hyperactive inside the game. That's definitely going to help them. But another team being quite proactive, and that is in the name of CK. I like the rotation that they're trying to make. A little bit safe, it's understandable, because the foes are, of course, going to be surrounding by a lot of the rounds.
Yeah, but we are seeing these 2 individuals from the side of CK on our screens. The problem is the other 2 teammates, as you guys can see on the map, are quite close to the players of, I believe, now that is Team Invincible, right across the other side of the hill, and there might be a little bit of a mid-rotation fight between these 2 squads, and it will be quite interesting to see what is CK up to in this particular round. Because previous rounds that we witnessed them play on broadcast as well, they were so good in their matches. I mean, quite consistent as well, performing like one of the top-tier teams in their lobby.
And maybe they can make a name for themselves even better inside the round 4.
Yeah, and one more interesting thing was the fact that they are... Well, they make their name feel a little bit ironic because CK was consistent in terms of placements. They always take fight late game.
That is true. They've got some polished gameplay,
Yeah.
I'd like to say. And because of that polished nature, they know exactly when to take a fight. It's about differentiating it between the good fights and the bad fights, right? And CK, they can do it pretty nicely. Yeah, it's understandable. When we saw them last time, they were not really able to get a lot of chicken dinners, but in the final game, that's where they sort of clutched up.
Yeah. I mean, CK has been like a phenomenal team in the qualification round, but now it's not about qualification. Now it's about proving that you are one of the best teams in BGIS and you have what it takes to directly move to the semifinals. We did see the players of BR Vintage on our screens. Another interesting team to see them move forward towards round 2, because BR Vintage kind of had a slow start in their particular lobbies, but still eventually did move up the ranks due to consistent performance. But talk about consistency, we'll have to see MICI Esports. What will they bring to the table? Because, again, our first time watching them on broadcast.
Yeah, MICI Esports, as I mentioned.
We call
One of
them
those
MICI.
teams. Yeah.
What does it mean?
I don't know.
MICI.
Yeah.
What?
I mean, that's what it pronounces, right? MICI, M-I-C-I. Or maybe you can just call them MICI, I guess.
Mickey.
M-I-K-E-Y should be Mickey. But yeah.
We'll get in touch with them, figure out what the name is.
We'll just call them MICI for now.
Yeah.
But TWM, we've got them in front of us too. And one of those teams that we've seen in the past.
Yeah.
If you remember, Johnny, the team of Nade officials. This was one of those teams that we saw such a long time ago.
Yep, yep.
And after that, this is the first time or the second time that we're seeing these guys on broadcast.
I mean, so we'll have a little bit of a comparison when we actually see them at the end of the... if we see them in the late stages of the game, we can sort of draw conclusions of how much they've improved. Because the last time as well, this time at least they have that first finish to work with in the early stage of the match. Last time it was all just about protecting their numbers, making sure, trying to get all 4 players to those end zones.
Yeah,
and
desperation.
Yeah, they were going for those desperate plays, but also I think Nade Official is one of those teams that does well under extreme pressure. I mean, if they are pinned in the corner, that is when they are the most lethal. If they have a lot of freedom to work with, they make a lot of mistakes because paradox of choices. If you have too many choices in life, it will put you in a position where you will get confused eventually.
MetalWings in front of us. Name definitely sounds pretty cool, Johnny. Will they be able to spread their wings on this map of Erangel? That's the question. MetalWings, for now, just moving around. As we all know, still the early stage of the game, not really a lot happening around the board. Team Soul 2 sort of taking a couple of shots, but WSP engaging in a fight against the players of CK. This can definitely be quite an entertaining moment.
It is going to be quite exciting. This is just happening towards the left of Ruins, and WSP, they have quite a nice opening to work with, but Arman, he needs to be a little bit careful, goes for a peek across the ridge, and CK, they punish. Although, numbers right now in the favor of WSB for the next few moments. Oh, that nade looks good.
Oh, the man moved away in the nick of time, so that's why he's going to be surviving, at least for now. Scream's one of the star players for WSP. Scream and Zeref, this duo is known for a lot of the good things that they've done in the past. And once again, these guys need to pull off a miraculous play, but CK in the front's not going to be just like your regular enemy. Even this team's quite good. They have been proving themselves time and time in the past as well. But a good start at the start really does sort of give a good impression once again, and CK desperately needs that. They've lost out on the man number. WSB, they've got the advantage.
Well, but the God of Mischief on the other side. I want to see what Loki will be up to from the side of CK, but look at this. Tony knocked out. WSB, they realize they have a massive opportunity to go for a squad wipe.
Oh, they went for the flank, and Zeref, he finds another knockout. Now WSB on the verge of eliminating the entirety of CK. Last man to go in the name of Loki, and even he falls down. CK, they've been eliminated, extinguished from this entire game. A team that we had so many expectations from, Johnny, especially you. They've been eliminated quite early inside the game.
Not off to a start that I wanted from CK, and of course what CK wanted from themselves, but unfortunately for them, that was a position from where there was no coming back. They were pinned out in the open. There was not a lot of cover to work with. The only proper cover was in control of King. And as soon as he went down, Loki could do nothing to protect his team, to protect his numbers, apart from literal miracle over there. But, I mean, kudos to WSB. I mean, living up to the expectations, that first fight, absolutely flawless. They recovered quite nicely. Because if you remember, I mean, Raiden, I believe, was the man who was knocked out in the backlines, and there was a revive being given to him, but while all of that was happening, Zeref and Arman handled the pressure so nicely for the entirety of their team. They were able to sort of deter the players of CK from either going for revives or going for a counter push, try and be a little bit more aggressive. So CK was pinned down because of that, and WSB, they made sure that they just put additional pressure on the players of CK, forcing them into making a little bit more mistakes. But now, I mean, we do have another northern shift of the zone, and this is going to make sure that the game is going to get extremely intense in the next few moments.
Oh,
a lot of teams are just clustered towards that southern side.
This is a unique circle. We haven't really seen a circle just form on top of the Georgia Bull Apartments, and I hope there's another hard shift on the left side.
I mean, towards the north is going to be exciting. Just a little west of shooting range, because there's that massive hill, and I want to see if anyone actually goes for that hill control. I mean, we do see the players, one particular team heading for that. It's Night Owls heading for that hill control, and that might actually prove like a good decision for them. Here they are. No, they come back down to the low ground for the solid cover that is available.
Night Owls was over there, of course, but now another team gets picked up. Invincible, not so invincible after all. Nade officials, they're here to wipe them out and devour them off the game, and that's what they do. 2 players at least taken out of the game for that team. Invincible now down to a 2-man squad. The firepower's being cut down to 50%. Nade officials, this team's looking quite elimination hungry.
Yeah, Nade official, I mean, now is their opportunity to step up. It's stage 3 of the game. They don't really have to do much, and plus they don't really have a lot of other options left. They started from the military island. They are the last team to hit every single zone, every single stage as soon as it forms, and in fact they are playing from the blue, still playing from the blue right now. If they delay their rotations any further, then the next team they will come up against, or in fact have a potential of colliding against, is going to be WSB, and you do not want that in the early stages. But switching focus, we have Team No Ones on our screens, and if you look at the radar, they have Night Owls down on the low ground, and I think Team No One's also realizes that there's someone quite close to them.
Team No Ones just going for that informational play. Just trying to gather as many information as possible. And right now, once again, another team that is still in the name of Team Invincible. At least they're getting a couple of scraps from here and there. So that's going to help them in the overall point structure decent much.
Yeah.
Oh, one of the men almost going to be knocked out. Glocky throws down in the nick of time. Once again, it's the players of WSB just wreaking havoc inside the lobby. They're wrecking ball, looking to just eliminate every single player, every single team that stands in their way.
Yeah, but Invincible, I think their time in the game is coming to an end soon, because from this position, you can't really go anywhere. Look at the radar. WSB has them surrounded at this point, and in that small little shack, the only thing that they can do is just smoke around them, build a wall of smoke, deterring the players from WSB from lining any utility, lining up their shots, and then just hope that there's a third party on WSB that pushes them away or finishes them off, so that Invincible have a little breathing room available, but even that's not going to be the case. Glocky runs out in the open and becomes a casualty to a nade from the side of WSB Raiden.
Yeah, WSB, all they needed was that initial knockout, and as they get the confirmation, once again, the push is going to happen. The nade's pulled out in his hits, wanting to go for the perfect cook, and eventually the man just steps out of the compound, and he gets taken out. The shack is not going to be the cover anymore, WSB. This team's just flushing out a team that stands in their pathway. They're sort of like the cleanup crew that we're looking for.
They are the cleanup crew indeed of this game, and look at the cleanup. It's working out quite nicely for them. It's paying dividends, higher than they expected. 6 finishes secured in the early stage of the match, and it's just stage 4. The only problem is all of these fights that WSB is taking is also slowing their rotations, and every single zone they'll be forced to fight out on the edge, which, specifically considering it's the 4th stage of the game, is not going to be advisable, but even that is not going to happen, as WSB, as they decide to move out from that shack, they get stabbed in the back by the players of MICI.
That is true. WSB Scream, he gets knocked out, Johnny. This is not the ideal way WSB wanted to end things, and Scream too, he's one of the star players for the team. And now MICI off to a decent start against the players of WSB. At least they've got him pinned down for now. Wall of death starting to close in. Even the teams that are in the front lines, they need to start moving in too. WSB down to a 3-man squad, and the 2 players cruising in at Aston Martin together.
Oh, this is quite smart though. Since MICI saw WSB run up that hill, they aren't going to expect them stabbing them in the back instead. And WSB, they have kind of outsmarted the opposition, but they still need to convert the fights. And that is going to be a little bit challenging, considering now there's a new team standing in their way in the form of Rivalry. The orange dots you see on the radar are the lads from Rivalry Esports. MICI though, from one tough situation into the other, they find themselves just rotating quite close to the players of Nade.
I like the fact that a lot of teams are just going for the edge camps, including the players of WSB. They're just hugging the blue. And now over here, the players of Nade Official just being the guardian angels of the white lines. And Nade Officials, Gunmaster, he knows that there's still a guy in the back lines. MICI Officials, not really in the spot they want to be in. And somewhere else on the map too, Spy Esports getting engaged in a fight. Redemption Crew's going to be on the receiving lines though, but as soon as I say that, Zap gets taken out of the game. Not really the way Spy wanted to kick things off inside this fight, but now they need to readjust once again. Adaptation has to be the way to go. In Spy Esports, they need to adapt quickly on the fly. Somewhere else on the map, they're also taking shots against the players of MICI and Spy Esports. They might just be eliminated over here.
Yeah, Spy is in a very tough position. It's the players from WSB who have actually managed to find their way inside the zone. And you see them on the radar again, the blue dots on that lower ground. And WSB, because of that, do have a massive advantage in that particular situation. But again, MICI against Rivalry, kind of an awkward moment over there. But what just happened over here? What is MetalWings up to? They have, well, do they have all 4 players left? Yeah, they do.
They do. They're looking quite healthy inside the game, at least for now. Rivalry chiming inside a fight. A really good knockout that came into play from their side. MICI too, just trying to bounce back once again in this fight. As usual, shotguns for the close. That will give the most amount of advantage, but even the Wall of Death starting to move in from the back line. Smooth it needs to close his distance to the edge lines, but from the front, it's the players of Nade Official just raining down death and destruction. And anyone who tried to cross on in inside the safe lines, they got eliminated quite easily. But look at the circle. It's just favoring one team that's inside the circle, and that too, that's in the name of Team Soul.
That is a brilliant read from Team Soul, because Team Soul went towards that western side so long ago. Hector, you see him, like Hector was picked off on the southern edge, just a little bit east of that Georgia Pole, northern Georgia Pole city. And Team Soul, just to avoid all of that conflict, just decided to rotate wide from the southern side along the main road of the city and move towards that western road that takes you towards Zarki. And they have been holding that position for so long, but now they will have to take those fights. Positional gameplay in this map is done. It's all about those gun battles now.
Remember, Johnny, as I said, the circle probably will be shifting on the left side. And that's what happened. If you remember. Yeah, on top of the chargeable apartments, remember? I said this. And that's what has exactly happened. Seoul now is in the prime spot. And they have been outside the action for a really long time, but now it's their time to chime inside. This is where the superheroes, they kick in a little bit late, as usual. And right now, Nade Officials, this team's been raining havoc. They've been causing a lot of trouble for a lot of the teams inside the game. But once again, for Team Noans, they're in a decent spot, but the problem is the back lines. It looks quite exposed. The only cover they've got from the back is the smokes.
And that is definitely not going to be enough in a situation like that, especially when you are forced to push out in the open. Smokes can become like a smoke signal for the opposition and give them an idea of where they need to take the shots, where they need to line up the utility. And that actually might happen to a lot of these teams that are going to take these fights in the open fields just a little bit north of that northern Georgia city. But look at the feed, and you see Nade Official just nading the opposition out of nowhere. Night Owls on our screens. I think a lot of pressure on Night Owls, because now they will have to gatekeep the teams moving in from the eastern side towards the west. And one of the first teams in their crosshairs are going to be the players of BR Vintage. But Draco, as I mentioned, needs to be extremely careful, because you see WSB behind that hill. And if WSB takes control of that hilltop, then they will have the opportunity to build up pressure on every single team downstairs and, of course, the teams up front.
Nade Officials, as usual, I mean, they're just trying to be in that prime spot, and they've already got their hands on that one right next to Team Soul. Don't exactly know how safe of a spot that's going to be, but if that works out for you, if that rocks your boat, you might as well try to go for it. Another team in front of us, BR Vintage, one of those teams that has been playing quite a lot in the positional aspect of the game. The man of the front lines, he gets knocked out. A lot of nades just being tossed in from the front. And now that team's starting to make some moves against the players of BR Vintage. Night Owls, they're definitely trying to wrap around. A lot of information is being accumulated by these guys. But BR Vintage, they're just pinned down behind this entire vehicle. Nade comes into play, shuts down the first man of the front lines, and now the rest of the players of Night Owls, they're starting to make some moves against the opponents. And the last man too falls down, just like that. BR Vintage out of the contention.
What a beautiful, clean squad wipe from the side of Team Night Owls. I mean, a brilliant strat coming into play. First, the amount of utility that was committed in order to pick off the players of BR Vintage was absolutely phenomenal. And then the fact that Draco went for a buggy bait strategy, just pulling all the attention of all the individuals left from the side of BR Vintage upon himself and his buggy, took it to the high ground, allowing his teammates to close in, lob a few more nades, get a few more openings, and then just gunning down the last two surviving players. But talk about getting gunned down, and Nade Official, well, they have been gunning down the entirety of competition. 10 eliminations on Nade Official. WSB, look at them. 10 eliminations on them. Sorry, Nade Officials had 11. My
Johnny,
apologies, yeah.
now Team Soul, they need to be a little bit more proactive inside the game. The circle's moved away from them. And that means they will need to step out in the open on top of the streets. And this is where the informational play that they have accumulated over the time will come into play too. And the team that's right in the front that can be guarding them from the edge has to be Nade officials. They've got so much advantage. A chance to eliminate the big dogs inside the lobby. And Team Fly Esports in front of us. Sagar's vehicle's almost on fire. It's smoking. And also has a couple of more shots will be caught onto that vehicle. Maybe he can be eliminated from the game, but no, he barely survives. WSP still there, raining down their wrath.
I mean, WSB, they are putting up wonderful performances so far in this match, but now they're stuck in a corner. Not really a lot of room to them work with, plus they have attracted a lot of attention upon themselves with all the fights that they've been taking. And look at this, now Crossfire has been set up to pick off the players of WSB. You have Night Owls on one side, there's Team Fly Esports on the other. WSB are losing out on their players. Armin has already been dropped, Raiden is going to go down as well, and I think that is going to be the end for WSB in this matchup. They can't really move on any further from here on out. So we will have the top 6 in the few short moments. Team Soul is going to be there, Nade Official is there, Redemption Crew, they have Toothless Noob, who has been quite phenomenal with his survival instincts so far in this entire tournament, not just this game. So I expect Redemption Crew to get a few more points from this match. But Team Soul, look at this, 0 eliminations to their name. And to be fair, they have made their strategy pretty clear everywhere on social media that we want to go for consistent performances, not finishes, and that is what they're here to do again. If you remember in the previous round, I mean, we saw them finish top 5 every single match that they played.
It's understandable, but considering they've got no elimination points to back themselves up, they're playing a little bit too safe, and that means you might as well be overthinking a lot of the scenarios. Before now, the team in the front, Night Owls, wow, they have been extinguished into thin air. Out and over, they've been absorbed. Still, 2 players are alive in the back lines. They can be a little bit of glimmer of hope for that team.
Yeah, there is still hope, and that hope can quickly fade away though. And it has, in fact, because now the remaining 2 players from the side of Night Owls are outside the zone. The zone took a sudden shift, and it just completely betrayed them. Nade Official as well in an uncomfortable position, but hey, at least they have the numbers to work with. But Fly Esports, they have the highest chance of winning this game at this point. The zone is in their control. All the teams are outside of this. Plus, Fly Esports have all 4 players left.
Yeah, not just that. They've, as you mentioned, in the most advantageous position too. Nade Officials, even they're starting to get picked off left, right, and center from the back lines. It's another man of Redemption Crew. And even the Wall of Death now starting to move in. There's no way he can survive from that damage. And soon enough, he will be claimed by the blue zone. Unless if he's got a decent amount of first aids wrapped up on top of him, then maybe he's got a chance. But still, Pro, he's got him pinned down in this crosshair. That's as he steps out, he will be eliminated. But no, that return knockout was such a big one from RC. And this can also play a massive spoiler in the shoes of Nade Officials. Unless they're able to get the fallen man back up on his feet quickly enough. But even the Wall of Death has to be a point of concern, which is moving in slowly and steadily.
I forgot to take...
Oh my god,
I was just going to say this, Necro. I forgot to take one thing into account, that Fly Esports and Nade have been taking so many fights that their position is compromised, but no one knows that Team Soul is still present in this game with 2 players remaining. And now that aspect, the ability to protect your information, protect your numbers, comes into play. But still, Team Soul, they've made it to the top 2. It's a 2v4. Can they win this final fight?
Top 2 teams alive. Omega trying to pull off some shenanigans inside the map. He's shifted away from that player, Akshat. The last 2 players alive from Team Soul. A 2v4 scenario. Looks quite tough to convert, but definitely not impossible. Considering Team Soul, they have been aiming for that consistency. They have been aiming for the positioning points, but on the opposite side, it's Team Fly. They've managed to get 7 finishes so far, but Team Soul, they've only got 4. This can be a big difference maker in this final few moments of the game. Oh, shots taken inside the smoke, some blind ones too, but eventually the last man spots him out. Omega able to find that opening. Now this is where the situation's converted down to a 2v3. Fly Esports, they can lose this one out if they do not play this one as cautious as possible. Akshat 2 starting to move in from the sidelines. This man's definitely got a chance to get another man knocked out. Team Soul, they might just convert this 2v4 into a victory. The man in the back lines has pulled out a TBS. It might just be a little bit too tough to convert this knockout for him, but Akshat, as he's now going to start to close on in that distance, one more shot, finds down another knockout. One more to go. The last man and surviving the last glimmer of hope. The table's been turned, the table's been flipped. Akshat, he might just have a chance to close in, and that's what he does. Team Soul, they convert this 2v4 into a victory. Even though they had the disadvantage, they still strike down the foes like it was not even a problem.
Whoa. I mean, we thought it was a 2v4, but apparently a 1v4 was enough to end that game. Akshat took on all 4 of them all alone. Omega, I was wondering what he was doing. I mean, basically maybe supplying information or trying to find a few throwables to work with, but it did not even matter. Akshat just turned into Thanos, ran towards the entirety of the Avengers and destroyed them from the first part of Avengers, of course.
I mean, finding that initial opening, Omega, he did a great job. But then that wraparound from Akshat too, keeping his position anonymous, finding that great flank angle, taking down another guy from Team Fly.
Oof, I mean, did not expect this ending. I was expecting Fly Esports to finish off with the chicken dinner, but hey, I mean, experience does come in handy in certain positions, right?
Exactly. As you mentioned, experience does come in handy, and it is supposed to be one of the most experienced teams out there. Yeah, not a lot of eliminations wrapped up from Team Soul, but as you mentioned, trying to go for the consistency, and they have got a great start for themselves. But ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, considering the previous game was quite awesome and also quite entertaining, as you guys all know, the upcoming future lines will be quite nice too, but it's time for us to push to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी। एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं। यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग समझे कि नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है।
वो क्या मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, फन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है। क्या समझे?
वेला वेला चिकन लेला।
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली।
सर, सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर, तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसे ही वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों, आगे बढ़ो, चकने!
खत्म कर दो!
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to round 4 of BGIS 2023. Game number 1 was off to fantastic start with Team Soul clutching out that 2v4 fight in the end for the amazing chicken dinner. But now what will happen in game number 2, I'm sorry. We're going to discuss with my new man on the desk, Salty. Did you enjoy the action of the first game? Was all the fights that we witnessed up to your expectations?
Were you like sarcastic in your way of saying that? Did I enjoy? Because this was probably the most entertaining game, the most entertaining final circles, which couldn't have come to a better closing, to be honest. That 2v4 sort of shifted onto a completely 1v4, to be honest. That performance is something for the highlight reels.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite impressive with how the win was sort of secured by Team Soul, but you also have to give props to the other teams. I mean, Nade official playing phenomenally well, and of course, Fly Esports finishing on that second position was quite exciting to witness, because Fly Esports, I mean, we saw them take a passive stance in the game in the early stages, but towards the end, they did put up decent eliminations on the board. But I think we'll have a look at the highlights now and witness all of the action, because we talked about Nade official. They were there part of the early fights. We remember the second finish of the game was secured by them on that military bridge, and from there they went on to finish in the top 3.
Exactly, and not just the top 3. I believe that Nade official were probably the one who almost destroyed like what 1/5 of the lobby or something like that. So a lot of eliminations on their cards, but this particular fight just displayed WSB and their brute force and their brute strength, to be honest, because the way they pushed up, in spite of the fact that they were the first ones to actually get hit by Team CK in that situation, but still having that mental strength, absolutely incredible.
I mean, moments like this sort of display what experience does to a team. I mean, it will, of course, bring in better decision-making from a lot of these big names. WSB as well, because we saw them in those tough positions again and again and again and again, due to the fact that they were always playing along with the edge of the blue zone, and they would never be in an advantageous situation in any fights. From the moment, as you mentioned, we saw them take the first fight against CK, to the moment we saw them take that last fight where they were surrounded by Fly Esports and the players from Night Owl. And still WSB put up a lot of eliminations on the board. I believe they got eliminated inside of the top 6 bracket, which was quite exciting to witness there on inside this match. But along with them, Night Owls. Now, since we talked about them, also another team we have to talk about. I mean, taking control of that, just a small compound north of that northern Giorgio city, and playing from there for so long, taking a passive stance. And they realized when they actually need to fight and when they need to just stay in the corner and protect their numbers.
Exactly, and it's not going to be easy, you know, especially when the circle was just playing so much spoiled sport for every single one of these teams. We probably saw like what 2 or 3 hardships in like the late game stage of the map itself, and Night Owls consistently just managing to push inside the circle, brush past the competition, enter the top 5. It's going to be incredible to see. But then, of course, Redemption True, another team that we've seen a lot, to be honest. This is just unfortunate, to be honest. One player surviving could not really enter the circle, but great performance from them, just surviving and, you know, grabbing those placement points for themselves.
Yeah, it was quite impressive, but I mean, towards the end, alright, it wasn't a 1v4 completely. It was a 1v3 from Akshat. I mean, if you want to talk about it, technically it was a 2v4 fight at the end of the day.
Yeah.
2 players from Team Soul. It was just Omega and Akshat left against the entirety of Fly Esports on the other side. And it was Team Soul who cleansed out that win. Omega started things off, securing the first knock for his team, which was quite important because that pulled all the attention of Fly Esports towards him. And Team Soul, they were moving in a 2-man wide split. Akshat, since he had a little bit of freedom to work with, secured the second knock, equalized the numbers, and then just went berserk, ran towards Fly Esports. I mean, kind of a disrespectful move, but hey, I mean, they have the experience, they have the firepower to work with, and if you can sort of prove that you have what it takes, then why not do it? Also, I think with the kind of blunders we witnessed from Team Soul in the previous round, it was important for them to secure at least this win of the day.
To be honest, I think that particular fight just came straight out of the boardroom, to be honest. I think it was pre-planned that Omega was going to get that first finish for himself, the first knock, in fact, and pull all the attention, because the way Akshat, he neutralized the numbers and then he pushed up with the DBS, gets a final finish without even a sliver of HP, to be honest. And in this situation as well, it's sort of unfair to say that the rebel of the match is not him, but look at impact price, right? Zeref from WSB every single time, especially in that fight against CK. 5 finishes, I'm pretty sure like 3 or 4 of them have been absolutely impactful.
I mean, they were quite impactful. I mean, because I believe the team in its entirety had 10 eliminations, and yes, it was 10 eliminations, and Zeref contribution on almost half of that sort of showcases why even during that fight we were talking about him and Scream from their team in particular. But it wasn't just them. I mean, let's focus on the newer names that we have been seeing for the first time. Nade Official.
Yep.
This is the second time we are seeing Nade Official, and they have, I mean, improved so much. I mean, earlier on we talked about the Nade Official were one of those slower teams. Their positional gameplay was very strong, but now they've worked on those fighting aspect of the game as well, specifically in the later stages, because the earlier fights were kind of forced upon them. They were being gatekept and they had no option. Either they took the fight or just took damage from the blue, one or the other. They took the fight and came out on top. But now they're taking fight in the late game quite phenomenally. Look at that. 10 position points, 12 eliminations for Nade Official, 22 points secured, and then we have Team Soul, who were there, I believe, 7th stage of the game. We saw them with 0 eliminations to their name.
Exactly, and this is, I think, just like you mentioned in the social media as well, Team Soul has sort of claimed that they were going to go in for consistent performances, and to try and predict the circle was sort of the first base, which they hit perfectly. But of course, it's not just Team Soul and Nade Official. You've got Team Fly Esports as well, who also packed that second spot, 7 finishes, not too shabby. WSB going in aggressive right from the get-go, I think. The position points is the only aspect where they kind of lacked a bit, but with the kind of firepower that they're bringing onto the table, I'm pretty sure, like in the maps of Miramar and Sanhok, this team is going to absolutely wreak havoc.
But I'm quite happy seeing the Undergod step up as well, because look at the top 5. We have 3 Undergod teams playing so beautifully inside of the match, and all of them not really shying away from the fight. Nade Official 12 eliminations, Team Fly 7, and Night Owls with those 7 eliminations to their name. So beautiful to watch these teams step up and improve. But I'm pretty sure the other teams are also waiting for their opportunity, and maybe the next map they'll be looking forward to bring the same numbers on the board, sort of try and neutralize the difference in the overall rankings as quickly as possible. Because again, a reminder, top 4 directly move to the semis, all the rest, they move to the lower bracket.
Exactly, and to be honest, like you guys discussed in the first segment as well, I'm pretty sure like the lower brackets is not really a kind of position where you would want to go, because it's like the trenches of hell, to be honest. Nobody knows what goes on in there. One bad game, you might just be out of the competition, and it's too much pressure.
Plus
it's too much pressure on your shoulders.
25% probability of you making it through, because out of
25%, have you done the math?
Not really, but I'll do it later on. But still, I mean, I assume it's going to be close to it, because only 16 teams will be moving forward to out of the 64. Exactly, that is 25%, I believe. Yes, it is 25%. But I mean, so this maths is also not correct. I mean, 25% is basically if everyone is equally balanced, everyone performs at the same level, then it's a 25% chance of you making it through. But that is not the case in life, right? Some people are better at certain things than others, and I think that is the same for the teams as well. So odds are going to change, but I'll do the numbers later. I'll get in touch with the professor himself to crunch the numbers later. But for now, let's focus on game number 2. Miramar is about to happen. What are your thoughts? I mean, we do see certain teams adapting to that positional playstyle. Do you think they will do well on Miramar?
To be honest, there is going to be one team that I think will pick up their game from the map of Erangel, and that's going to be CK Esports. Now, CK Esports, one of the best teams, one of the most consistent teams from the earlier rounds. I feel like their performance on the map of Erangel, it wasn't really the best. The first team to get eliminated, to be honest. And on the map of Miramar, they'll have a lot of expectations. They'll have a lot of expectations on themselves. First of all, they will need to fight off the initial jitters, which did happen in this game. Try and survive the initial jitters and then try and play for the positions that they usually do. In the final circles, they're brutal, but they have to enter the final circles first for that.
You know what has happened just now? I was just going to ask you your thoughts about CK, but since you have already answered that question, what are your thoughts on BR Vintage? I mean, we saw BR Vintage in the previous round. They were quite phenomenal. I mean, not phenomenal, not anything off the charts, but they were still quite good. I mean, the first game, not really to their liking, I assume.
Exactly, not necessarily to their liking as well. And on the map of Miramar, I think stakes are going to be easing up a little bit for them, because they have that positional sort of play style. They like to survive, don't really engage, don't really like to grab a lot of attention towards them. BR Vintage might just be able to play the edge game, but to be honest, I'm not really sure if they will actually, just go berserk. I think BR Vintage, it's too early to call though, but I think BR Vintage, they have to sort of elevate their playstyle to a more aggressive sort if they want to qualify to the semifinals directly.
I mean, we always just assume what the team is going to do just because whatever numbers we see on the overall ranking. Because at the end of the day, the only two things that can dictate how a team plays, first of all, is going to be the zone itself. Second, where the flight path is compared to their normal drop location. If the flight path is a little too far away, then a team might opt for a slower approach to the game. in the initial stages. But if the flight path is a little too far away from the natural drop, but the circle is right on top of their heads, then just adapt, improvise, overcome. I mean, find a decent entry position on the map, look for loot and play from there. Because why would you head out of the play zone when you don't necessarily need to do it? And especially on a map like Miramar that is so massive, you have those off-drop options available, those few little shacks in the middle of nowhere that you can loot. And if you're lucky enough, you'll find good loot in those positions as well.
And if you're unlucky, you'll just find another team in your off-drop. We've seen this happen quite a lot, Johnny. On the map of Miramar specifically, you try and go for that vehicle and 3 teams or 3 players are just dropping alongside with you.
Let's take the name of the place. Ruins. Ruins has been completely ruined on this map in the recent days. I mean, earlier on, there was no one going to Ruins. Now, since the previous round, there are like 2-3 teams dropping towards Ruins. Teams are being forced to go off Ruins towards Trailer Park for some reason. I mean, we did see one team heading towards Oasis as well in the previous round, so you never know what's going to happen in this game.
You can't really blame them because the circle on the map of Miramar has just been so annoying at times, to be honest, because majority of the focus has been towards the west. Sometimes it has gone extreme north as well. So we've seen every single bit of things. But talking about this map itself, once again, the flight path is pretty interesting. You start off things from Minas del Sur and the flight path goes towards Impala. It's a sort of an action replay that we have sort of witnessed in the preview matches, to be honest. And if I remember correctly, Johnny, the circle did end up somewhere near the El Pozo and the Crater Fields region. So we'll have to find out. But initially, no skirmishes as of now. There is a cluster that is towards the south of the Los Leones city, but that's it. I think Los Leones, it's a pretty big city. You expect that population.
It is a big city. You expect the population, but again, I mean, you know how they say in those Western movies, there's not enough room in this town for the two of us. That is always going to be the case in Los Leones. And with the cluster, with the rainbow that has formed, I think 3 teams have taken that Los Leones drop. I mean, there's Nade official, there's the players of MICI, and Rivalry is also going to head towards that eastern edge of Los Leones city. So it's going to be quite interesting now. And with 3 teams in Los Leones, we have a circle that is a southern circle leaning slightly, ever so slightly towards that southwestern side. Center is going to be the city of Chumacera, but also, ladies and gentlemen, there's like around 25% water in this.
25% water. I'm pretty sure when there's like a massive stress on the shorelines, it is going to come further down the south. That, of course, is based on the statistics. What else is based on statistics is the fact that there are 4 teams in this vicinity. 4 teams in this vicinity, and one of them is going to be Nade official.
And Nade official, I mean, after the phenomenal run in the previous map, I think they're going to be looking forward to being consistent in this game. They will look forward to securing, well, somewhere finishing in the top 3, top 4. Let's give them top 4. That should be the goal. And if you finish in the top 4 in this game as well, it will allow you to, well, be at the top of the leaderboard at the end of the day. But CK, what has happened to them? I mean, one of the teams that landed towards Los Leones, and as we mentioned, there is not room for everyone in this town. And CK, they're going to be punished by Night Owls. Night Owls also another phenomenal team from the previous match. And this time looking equally consistent. But hey, a lot of top performers are in the city of Los Leones, Salty. So, I mean, one of them is bound to go down.
It's sort of become the capital of Miramar at this point, to be honest. And Night Owls, they're really being aggressive. And to be honest, I don't know why you and Necro were actually flaming me in the pre-game segment. It seems like that curse has actually come onto me. I was expecting CK to perform, but this time 2 players being taken down, not really ideal.
So now you even think about a team, they go down. That is what you're so powerful, Salty. Please don't do anything to me.
For sure, I think that is going to happen off broadcast. But then we can't really afford to lose a commentator at this point. So yeah, I'll have to be a little cautious about it.
That's quite selfish, man.
I'll have to think of the broadcast, no?
Yeah, but still, I mean, not harming someone just because you need them is like a very selfish reason.
No, Johnny, you're a very good friend. I'm not going to do anything to you.
Now I don't trust you.
But for sure, WSB, they don't trust this region as well because they were like, alright guys, you guys fight it among yourself. We are just going to get the hell out of here.
I mean, WSB, them abandoning that position is actually going to work out quite phenomenally. They've chosen to head east towards Impala, and that city was empty. But talk about being empty, I think these compounds are going to be empty from the presence of CK. Night Owl is just going to make sure that all of these houses are transferred to their name before they charge towards this building, finish off the last 2 remaining players from the side of CK, and take control of this position. Look at Roxy, just lining up that nade. He knows there's like a couple of windows he can throw it through. Goes for the top floor and connects it on Dexter right to his feet. That's going to be a brilliant knock secured by the players of Night Owls, and we know what happens after the knock. It's run towards the opposition for the finish. And Night Owls, they waste no time committing for this push.
Night Owls, they are so sure of their positions. I mean, this is brutal, to be honest. You just have to feel to be CK Esports right now. 4 players charging in. They're trying to throw you off your compounds, and everybody, every single one is just chiming in to double teaming you out. This is incredible stuff from Night Owls, to be honest, Johnny.
Yeah, and it's not just this game. Previous game as well, Night Owls was the first team to get kicked off. Sorry, CK was the first team to get kicked off back to the lobby. And even in this matchup, they're the first team to be finished. So quite a brutal start to the day. But you know what? We're forgetting about the other teams in the city of Los Leones. There wasn't just CK and Night Owls. There were 4 different teams. In fact, I believe there were 5 teams, because Rivalry was also there in the city of Los Leones. Rivalry have sort of abandoned the city. They've moved to the southern hills of Los Leones, and that was a brilliant call from a team which has, well, quite a lot of experience under their belt. But I love what the Undergods are doing, man. I mean, I love the courage that these teams are showcasing. They're not backing away for the fight. They see anyone, they're like, all right, this is it. This is the one that gets us the win. We're going to take this fight.
This is the best strategy, to be honest. You try and, reduce the complexity of the situation. You see an opposition, you try and charge against them. And CK Esports, they're broken apart bit by bit. First, of course, their best player. I wouldn't really call him the best player, but the most impactful player. Loki was taken down. And once that player was cut off, majority of the firepower was down and out.
I mean, why not just call him the best player? I mean, if you want to, you can do it.
I mean, recent days of performance has sort of not been that up to the mark. So just not call him the best player, the most impactful player, because he has had that impact in the past. But for CK to be taken down bit by bit, that sort of hurts quite a bit. You know?
It does hurt quite a lot. And I wonder what's going to happen to Night Owls, though, because now their position is revealed, and MICI and Nade officials actually have an opportunity of gatekeeping the entire building, picking them off like a sort of a non-coordinated crossfire setup, if you will, is going to be there in order to block them. Might be a possibility, but not really any incentive for all 3 teams to take a fight against each other. Since the city is inside the zone, I think they can just stay in their respective compounds and just protect their numbers from every single direction. And that seems to be the game plan for all of these 3 teams. But we switch focus to the winners of the previous match, ladies and gentlemen. Team Stroll, they were there on our screens, and they have already, in fact, moved towards the city of Chumacera. They have quite a decent cover to work with. So again, assuming they won't be fighting for the next, 20 minutes.
They have a squad pretty close to them, and that's going to be Team TWM Gaming. But, we were talking about this entire city of Los Leones, and I wouldn't be surprised if Night Owls take an exit from this city as well. Completely, we've seen WSB doing that as well, but WSB, in doing so, they go out of the circle. They are now looting from the periphery of the map, but they are also in the mix of things. Multiple teams are trying to scope up against them. So for Night Owl, they'll have to try and go towards the northern rotation, because there's absolutely no habitation over there. But speaking of this region, MICI and Nade official, it's sort of like invisible peace really at this point. They know that they are present. They've seen the parachutes dropping, but nobody's taking any sort of action.
Look at the radar. I mean, at this point, you might as just well put your ear on the corner of the wall and listen to what the other guy is saying.
Yeah.
I mean, quite close to each other, the players of MICI and the lads from Nade official. But I wonder which one of these 2 sides will be the ones engaging and starting the fights, in fact. Because at this point, from what we have seen from all of these undergod teams, 1 knock is enough for them to commit to a push. And no one usually inside of the game expects that, because of which a lot of these teams are getting caught off guard. In fact, they keep waiting. All right, they're going to try for the second knock. They're going to try for the second knock. No. That's not what we are doing here. That's not what we are here to do. They secure 1. They just push all 4 players committing entirely.
That's what I like. That's what I like, to be honest, because all the experienced teams, like I said, they complicate the situation, but these underdog teams, they're like a bull right now. I see red color and I run and I chase.
So, but the problem with a strategy like this is it won't work against the experienced teams, because experienced teams do not commit to a revive until they are sure they have the numbers advantage against the opposition, and that is a very important aspect of the game. Previously, CK as well, I think CK was just put under a lot of pressure in a short amount of time, and they weren't really able to deal with it, so they were just like picked off so easily. But even at this point, I mean, all of these teams also realize, like, if you have one of your players getting taken out, you watch where the opposition is, get the trade first. If you can, look for the advantage. If you can't, then you try and see if your player can get to a position from a revive from where a safe revive will be possible.
Yeah.
Because going for a revive means now you have two players who are unable to fight. One is the player that's already knocked out. The second lad is the man who is actually giving the revive. The other two players in a 2v3, what are they gonna do? They are already down numbers, and if it's a 2v4, you don't even have a trade. Then you basically messed up. The other team has a free opportunity to go for a push and basically pick off whoever they please.
And now that you've actually taken up this topic, I have seen multiple teams, multiple top tier teams practice 2v4 and 4v3 situations specifically, right? They are well accustomed in specific positions, to be honest, how to bring back situations under their control once again, in spite of actually having a player knocked out. But
you know something no one practices?
What?
Set piece pushes. Like how to push specific compounds inside of the game.
I think they do actually. I think
few of them.
Few of the teams, they actually practice set piece pushes where they land in a couple of nades. They know exactly where to land the nades as soon as they get information. They know, they practice vehicle slams as well. They practice slow and steady pushes.
I know of 4 or 5 teams that do that.
And it's so important, to be honest. Just like in football, set pieces are extremely important because
it's like practicing a free kick. That was like a perfect analogy. Free kick, corner, whatever you want to call it. I mean, it is like that because, I mean, certain patterns in the game do tend to repeat themselves.
No, I think it's more of a corner kick than a free kick because majority of the free kick you see, it's like a one-man thing. It just you have to line up the shot properly. A corner kick is more of a team sport.
Salty, not everyone is a Cristiano Ronaldo, or Messi, or a David Beckham. Not everyone can score direct free kicks from long distances. Usually, people are going to be lining up for their forwards in the distance. That is a much safer and consistent play. And always consistency, I mean, gets you points. But coming back to the game from the game of football, in fact, coming back to BGMI now, the shift of the circle, not too drastic. I mean, this doesn't really change anything. Teams are already inside the zone. There are like 3 teams outside the circle, WSB, Fly Esports, and towards the top there are going to be the players from the side of MetalWings. But on our screens, we have the players of WSB. Gatekeeping, in fact, another squad, and this is Team No Ones, who will, well, they will miss out on their Greek hero Hercules.
Yeah, for sure. But WSB, what are they going to do with this, of course? Are they going to try and chime in for the rest of the players? Because they've definitely spotted them on their maneuvering course, of course. One player is knocked out. He's way behind, so there's no chance that there is going to be a revive. WSB, I wouldn't be surprised if they actually go in for those finishes because this opens up very valuable real estate at the corner of the map or the corner of the zone itself. But on the other side, toward the city of Los Angeles, it seems like fight has broken out, and MICI and Team Night Owls, they are battling against each other, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a forced fight, and, well, this one was expected by the players of Night Owls. MICI trying to move in on their position, and Night Owls were just sitting on that edge. They have the opening, but they have also lost out on Cleo, and Kunal in the distance is the last player surviving, I believe, from the side of MICI. Roxy making a run for the opposition, is looking to finish him off all by himself. But you know what I have to say about isolated 1v1s. 50-50 odds, never take the fight. Always fight when you have the advantage. And even though technically Night Owls have the advantage, if Kunal picks off Roxy, then his entire team will just blast him on that team chat. Like, why did you go for it? Let us bring our own player back. We will have a 1v4. That's much easier to win.
That for sure is like much easier, but to be honest, Night Owls, they sort of heard you, right? They were like, alright, fine, we are just gonna revive and then, finally we'll go in for Kunal, to be honest. But Night Owls, they don't really care, do they? And we've seen them get a knockout and then just completely push blindsided. So this team, they just want to take those fights. They're so aggressive at this point.
Yeah, like that pink pan that was there on Cleo. And also this bike that Kunal is on is basically... He's going to have to turn into the Ghost Rider in this game, be invincible. No one can send him to the depths of hell if he wants any points for his team, because it's still 15 teams surviving. And I believe MICI, they have no finishes to their name. So if they get taken out right now, that's a nil on the leaderboard.
And to be honest, that was MICI's fight to take. They were the ones who were charging onto that particular compound. And just like we said, set piece practices, you have to practice. If not on the map of Erangel, on the map of Miramar, these pushes are extremely difficult. And especially with the buildings which are like multi-storied, you'd never really know how to actually coordinate that particular push. Who lands up that nade? Who climbs the stairs? So if you have those things calculated, maybe things like MICI wouldn't really happen to you. But For Night Owls, of course, they're going to find that easy entry inside that circle. Look at that entire northern region, the northern real estate. It's completely empty. And I'm pretty sure they wouldn't even want to be there because the southern territory is full of ridges, full of cover. I think even they will want to try and push further down south.
I mean, the southern region has a massive cluster of teams, as you guys can see on the radar as well. And there will be a lot of fights breaking out due to that in that particular position of the map. But towards the northern side, the Chumasera Hills, a very tough spot to take control of. And there are already like 4 or 5 teams present in those positions. So I wonder how those teams in the later stage will be looking forward to the end stages of the game. But so far, I mean, ladies and gentlemen, on our screens, we do see the players from the side of BR Vintage. And Jin is just emptying out clips after clips on the players of Team No Ones. He hasn't really caught anyone off guard. So that is what Team No One has going for them. But how far can this team go? They've already lost 1 player, an earlier casualty to the players of WSB. And they can't afford any more inside of the game.
They for sure can't afford, but look at this. Team Redemption Crew can't afford to lose any bodies in this fight as well as Team Invincible. They want to infiltrate. They want to try and chime in. They've got the man advantage as well, and I love the fact that Invincible, they've also left a player back out in the open who's going to provide them so much information. And Redemption Crew, of course, they have been cut by 50%, so there's not really much that they can do. They'll have to pull up a soul out of that, out of the bag.
We all remember the kind of big numbers Baymax was able to put on the leaderboard to get his team here, to get his team this far inside of this tournament. But can he do it again? Oh man, just a pixel on the other side of the wall. And Reaper was done. That nade was too close for comfort. He's still trying to deter the additional pressure from the opposing side. But Spider now lining up. Another nade is looking to... Oh, yeah, lined it up too much over there, buddy. You know there's a counter running as soon as you pull the pin.
This is such a massive opening for Redemption Crew as well, right?
Yeah.
Now the numbers are sort of even up. There is 1 player in the backlines, which means this effectively is a 2-2.
That nade, he didn't sort of toss it properly. It landed. Oh,
that was
a
a smoke grenade.
I was wondering, alright, they don't really have any throwables to work with the players from Redemption Crew. But I do agree with you. That one opening that has been given to them by the players from the side of Invincibles was big. But now it's also gone away. Spider is back on his feet.
Yeah, he for sure is back on his feet holding his gun as well. Now he's looking for revenge. He wants to sort of reclaim that embarrassing situation which happened. And that is one of the reasons why he's leading the charge right now. And Baymax, I just hope that he's prepared to actually face them. It's going to be an absolute gun battle, Johnny.
Yeah, it is going to be a massive gun battle indoors as well. And we all know, I mean, there's this massive mean, no full auto in the building. Well, in this building, everything goes. And one thing that is definitely going to go on the other side are going to be the players of Redemption Crew, because Invincibles, they wipe them out as soon as Redemption Crew decide to put up a fight. But now Invincible Crew, do they have enough time to reset? Because out of nowhere, BR Vintage show up and they have the high ground advantage in this situation.
This is such a lovely rotation from BR Vintage. They were completely on the other end of the blue zone right now, just before the circle had popped out. And now, even after this hardship, they've spotted this empty space. They've spotted a compound, to be honest, as well. And a fight which is going inside, which they can third party. Not only will they get those finish points on board, but they'll also get that valuable piece of real estate, which majority of these teams will be scrambling for, because there is not really a lot on this part of the map right now. So for BR Vintage, it's an extremely good situation.
Yeah, for them it was a good situation, but look at this, Nade official, not really a position they want to be in, as they are trying their very best to gatekeep the players of WSB. Shots fired from Crimson, only a few connected, but now your position has been compromised in WSB. You're going to look to find an opening against these individuals as well. Or maybe not, they just take their vehicles inside the circle and they will be trying to gatekeep the zone. Arman, will he make it through? I think he almost did. But no, that monster truck, it blows up and Arman is going to be down on his knees. An easy finish for Nade official to secure 3 on the board already.
Yeah, this is what late rotation does to you, Johnny. This is one of the reasons why I've been constantly telling you, try and get your Bucky and follow up. Because I'm usually the one who does close, quick rotations. But, well, age has gotten up to you, so that's why you...
Yeah, you're very quick in rotating, aren't you?
Inside the game, man.
Yeah, I'm also talking about inside the game. What are you talking about?
I don't know. Look at this. MetalWings.
So you just abandon your team. That is what it's called. What you do.
Nah. I don't flip sides, man. Just like Amijot, he's still trying to get back his friend over there who's knocked out. A lot of nades, a lot of smoke grenades have actually been thrown towards him. But I'm not really sure if he's going to survive. The split is really massive and that just backfired.
I mean, it can backfire upon them, but I mean, there's also an option to recover as well. But look at this. This zone is just going all over the place. So compared to the previous zone, we had a massive northwestern shift, and now we have an eastern hard shift again. But some things never change, and one of those is Team Soul again having a brilliant read on where the zone is going to be. They're smack in the center of the circle, and also a massive high ground advantage to work with. It's very difficult for Team Soul to actually lose this game.
And this time they've actually not lost of Hector as well, so they've got that added firepower. And we know Hector in those final situations, this man is crucial. Be it with the heal battles or be it with landing up those nades from the back line, this man has got a golden arm.
But it does. He has been a very key player for the team in the recent few days. I mean, talk about the survival instincts coming into play, especially on the map of Sanhok. Quite critical, and especially when a team is pinned down in a corner, you need that one man who does not really care what his numbers are on the board, can patiently sit in a position and just put on first aid. Because Team Soul, in the recent days, their objective has not been about finishes, their objective has been about points in general. Talk about points, MetalWings. Wow. It looks like their points from this game are almost done, but no, Amy Jod has a lot to do about it. Actually clutches that 1v2.
Wow!
This man had no support whatsoever. I'm not even sure how he got that first knock. It was basically those bullets from the UMP straight, cracked the skull open from the opposition. But look at this team Rivalry as well. They have gotten riled up. WSB, one by one, they are falling.
Yeah, and this is a fight of the top dogs of the team. But talk about top dogs, and from the top, the nades are going to be lobbed. Zeref is going to be the last man left standing for the side of WSB. And Nade official living up to their name, just nading the opposition out of existence. 4 knocks have been secured. Yeah, that's not a nade gunmaster. That's a pan. Goes for the Molotov instead. But now Nade official, they need to realize that it's not WSB. The reason WSB stopped was someone was there to stop them. The players from the side of Rivalry. And they will have to readjust their focus. Otherwise, Rivalry will have a free climb up this hill. And Nade official can be picked apart. But taking these two fights is basically a 4v6 that Nade official is trying to pull off. Not an easy position to be in. But with the high ground advantage and the widespread across the top of that hill, can they make this work? If they do, it's going to be so impressive.
It will be impressive, to be honest, but the strategy is simple. You don't let them climb. You are on the right end of the circle. They're the ones who are in the open grounds right now. Beautiful spray down. WSB just absolutely not having information where Murnox was, and an easy spray down it was. And I believe that if this nade lands as well, WSB will be cleaned up, and there you go.
The nade doesn't even blow up. The smoke dissipates, and WSB, it feels like, just completely forgot about the team on the high ground. But Nade official, they haven't forgotten about the players of Rivalry, still hiding in that dip. Murnox with a nade, it's going to line up on the opposition, and while he does that, his teammates actually are finding the opening on the opposition. Rivalry pinned out in the middle of nowhere. Nowhere left to run, nowhere left to hide. Last player left, Phoenix hiding behind that. Buggy, but remember what I said, nowhere left to hide. And Nade official from 4 to 10 in a matter of seconds. Their speedometer is, it's actually broken.
Yeah, absolutely. The gearbox is broken as well. This team, they are like a rocket right now. And of course, last time they actually missed out on that big chicken. This time they have such a huge advantage. They will have to cross that hill, of course, to try and get inside the circle. But if they do so, they'll find majority of that southern hemisphere of the circle completely open. But how beautifully this fight was coordinated. I mean, initially they had to take down the weaker links, of course, WSB. First of all, you try and scavenge for those finish points. And then when that is done, you take down a 4v4 battle against Rivalry as well. And I love the fact that they closed in and not just tried to keep on nading from the high ground territory. Beautifully done by Nade, but this time the job is not done yet.
Even though we see team counter sitting there towards the top left-hand corner, sitting on 5, I mean, this game has already been cut down to the top 4 contenders. Either it's going to be Nade official, Spy. I think Spy Esports are going to be kicked out soon. The first opening is found by Nade official. Crimson backing off right in the nick of time. The jukes were just phenomenal. Left, right, and center, and his teammate Gunmaster shows up at the right nick of time. It's Bunny's turn now to be a bunny who's going to be hunted in the middle of nowhere, and Spy Esports being forced into the exit. It felt like they just showed up to give their points to the players of Nade.
It's a walk in the park for Team Nade official at this point. But speaking of walk in the park, Team Soul, they're already in their park right at the smack center of the circle, and right now they are defending their compounds against Team TWM. Beautiful nade coming in from Loster, which gets down the MVP for Team Soul from the last game.
Well, the MVP is going to be down on his knees, but there's still the rest of his team standing, and that can actually be a problem for the players of TWM. But let's see how this fight is going to go. It's a 4v3 for the next few moments. Hector was spotted out. And Ninja is actually going to line up that Molotov pretty nicely, forcing Hector to run indoors. And there's another Molotov waiting for him over there. So Hector is going to be finished off. Neo's position is compromised and Team Soul is pinned between these two Undergod teams. TWM from one side, Nade Official from the back. Team Soul nowhere left to go, and Omega, he's the last man left standing for his team. If he pulls off this 1v8, it's going to be an incredible moment. But hey, that is so unrealistic to say that even I knew that's not going to happen. But ladies and gentlemen, we have the top two from this matchup, Nade Official and TWM, and it's a complete 4v4 between these two sides.
It's so fair. One has the high ground advantage, one has compounds to work with, and nobody has a circle to be honest. Absolutely nobody. It's so fair, Johnny.
Yeah.
Both of them have to try and move, and look at this, Nade Official. They're already on the move, and that just does two things at once. Not only sets up a flank, but also gives them the advantage in terms of repositioning. Now the ball is in the court of Team TWM. How do you try and compete against this team? Get through, get that early knock, but I don't think they've spotted him. This time, Ninja is gonna get taken down, and TWM, their numbers are not stacked up anymore.
They knew where Pro was, but I think they assumed he would have rotated with his entire team, but Pro just stayed back on that flank, and TWM, they got punished for just assuming that Nade Official would just overcommit for the circle. I think TWM's plan was to wait for Nade Official to run inside the zone, and since the zone is on a low ground, quite exposed, then TWM would have taken that 4v4 with a lot of utility being lobbed towards the opposition. But now, all of a sudden, Nade Official, look at them. The numbers have been equalized. It's a 3v3 fight, but still this flank from Pro is the thing that's deterring the players of TWM for committing for that zone. But it's not even going to matter. Destiny pops his head for a few short seconds, and it was his destiny to take all of that damage. And as soon as the buggy is spotted on the other side of the ridge, Pro is ready with the shotgun.
Wow. Absolutely. I mean, this is the one guy who can sort of change the entire fight. Just like you said, his entire positioning itself is just deterring the fact that TWM can actually try and get inside the circle, and they have to deal with him extremely quickly, because in 50 seconds, the entire blue zone is gonna shrink. And I love the fact that they dedicated an entire person to try and get him, but it seems like the circle is not in his favor. This time, this man gets taken down, completely shifts the favor in TWM's favor.
Yeah, now it's a 2v3 situation. TWM, they have the advantage. Crimson behind this UAS, which has taken a lot of damage, and there is no escape from TWM. This, ladies and gentlemen, pretty much secures the win for TWM Gaming. A 1v3 Gunmaster. No matter how much he has mastered these weapons, it's going to be nearly impossible to walk away from this fight and secure the win for his team. And there it is, TWM, they wrap things up quite nicely, quite easily. The chicken dinner being in the back.
Absolutely, and especially when there's like an M249 as well as a shotgun just blank firing at you inside the smoke, there's no way that you're gonna survive, no matter how small you are, no matter how small your hitboxes are. It's just never really gonna work.
Well, it's not gonna matter. M249, you just press the trigger and just control the recoil to the best of your ability, and as long as you have ammo, not even in the back, in the magazine, as long as you have
an extended magazine.
Yeah, exactly. Doesn't even matter. The normal mag has so much clips, man. I mean, you just pin down the opposition for like a good 3 seconds. If you're going for burst, it can be longer than that. So again, I mean, not allowing that man to even just go for a peek was enough to just pick off the players of Nade Official, but nothing taken away from Nade Official. That was a brilliant game from their side.
Absolutely. I mean, getting so many finishes on board, I'm pretty sure that on the overall standings as well, they are quite atop, and building up that buffer as well. Team Soul had the opportunity to try and close up the distance, but just like you said, they were like one big Goliath smacked in between two Davids, and they just completely pressed him.
Yeah, but now what we have to see is what the impact is going to be on the overall rankings. I mean, both for Team Soul and for the lads from the side of Nade Official. And all of that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to happen after this very short break.
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी। एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं। यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग समझेंगे नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है.
वो क्या मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, फन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा.
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है. क्या समझे? इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली.
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसे ही वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार.
ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को. आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ. गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर.
अब तुम्हारी बारी.
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो, चकने
खत्म कर दो.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to round 4 of the BGIS, and this has been such a good start, Necro. We have a small change in the panel, but I'm pretty sure there is no change in terms of the intensity. Speaking of change, I'm pretty sure there is a pretty big change in RTV. An Indian faction is getting added to it. Just go out there, check out the game, because I'm pretty sure you are gonna like it. But, Necro, bring our conversation back to the game itself. This was such a good domination. Nade official from them, they were aggressive right off the get-go. But which team did you enjoy? Did you enjoy Team TWM or Nade officials?
Genuinely, I would say Nade officials. Aggression is the way to go, and that's how I like it. Nade officials is now just personifying a lot of the perfect moves that I had wanted to look inside these Undergod teams, and Nade officials out of nowhere. If you remember the last time we saw this team, back in the grind, right? This team wasn't as good. And I like the improvement that we're seeing inside Nade officials. I just hope that every single team looks at this team and sort of start adapting some new things as well.
Exactly. And in speaking of adapting new things, I feel like that positioning of Pro, I mean, in the final circle, the way we witnessed he was taking the fight, I almost felt like Nade official, they have this winner chicken dinner is secured in their bag. But ladies and gentlemen, there is one team that I am sort of disappointed with, and that's going to be CK.
Yeah, I mean, you were the one who was rooting for that team, so what do you expect? CK just getting eliminated
Why
off the bat, that too by Nade Owls. And genuinely, you know, jokes apart, Nade Owls is one of those teams that has been looking quite promising. Even in the previous game of Erangel, they had quite a good performance, and even now they kick things off on a fantastic note. Another big factor that can be added inside the entire game, that was the plane fly path completely down south, catching every single team off guard.
Exactly. I mean, they could not potentially go to their drop locations, but the circle also was sort of like a southern circle. But double-clicking on that conversation, Night Owls is a team, they are really good at taking these drop clashes. This is something which we have deciphered from the first two games. They are really aggressive right up front. But then what happens is they just don't tend to enter the final circles. We never see them participate in those end game moments.
I mean, look, if you have managed to get a lot of elimination points in the early few stages, completely okay. But if you've not really got a lot of elimination points, then you need to be somewhere in the final few moments. As we all know, consistency is going to be the way to go. Even if you manage to secure, what, like 10 points per game, you're still going to get 60 points in total at the end of the day, and that's a lot of points.
Exactly, but speaking of points, to be honest, WSB had the opportunity of just coming back into the game, coming back into the overall standings. But once again, all those hopes were sort of drained down by Nade official. They came in from top and wiped out 2 streams in a matter of a flash.
Not just that, Team Soul once again was in a really good spot. I do not understand what's going on with these guys, but one thing is for sure, these guys are now being the zone magnets. They're just attracting the zone right on top of them every single time. They're just one of those teams that is having a solid cover to play with. But once again, Team Soul, inside this game at least, they sort of missed out on that chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of missed out on that chicken. And also, it was sort of taken away from them, especially with the kind of aggression from 2 ends. You never really know, right? They had the compound to actually control, but from one end, it was Team TWM. From the other end, it was Nade official. It was basically an immovable rock versus an unstoppable force. And then the force just breaks through.
That is true, but then if we move on forward to the conversation, has to be TWM.
Yep.
A team that was quite not just there inside the entire fray, inside the first game of Erangel, but then in the second game, just came out of nowhere. And that too, we for a second thought that now they had a disadvantage in that final fight, but then they just flipped the odds against the players and Nade officials, and somehow they win that 3v4, even though they had a big disadvantage.
To be honest, I think Team TWM, they were on the receiving end. They were the viewers. They were the ones who were viewing that particular fight from the backseat. Majority of its duration, it was Team Nade officials who were doing all the cards. They were the first ones to rotate inside the circle. Pro was the first one to take the shots. They were doing everything right, but all of a sudden, the circle just takes down Pro. And as soon as this flank gets taken down, the entire situation gets converted towards TWM. I don't know, all of a sudden, they just start hitting their shots and get the chicken dinner. So it was brilliantly done. It felt like the chicken dinner was almost written in their stars. But is a top 4 written in their stars? That's definitely the question right now.
Look, man, soon enough, we might be looking forward to the overall standings. Usually on day 1, we do take a look at the overall standings after the second game, so maybe we'll be moving on forward to the overall standings soon enough. But speaking about the consistent performance, Nade officials is one of those, Team Soul's one of those, TWM now for that chicken dinner, even they're going to be propelling themselves somewhere in the first half of the board. And considering only top 16, they move on forward inside the semifinals, this is going to be quite a tough one to tell.
See, it's just the first day, to be honest, and we know day 2 shenanigans. We know how teams just actually react on day 2. They just are absolutely energized with all the caffeine in the world and just start popping heads out of nowhere. So day 2 shenanigans will be there, but at least for day 1, I am looking at consistent performances, and the only team that has actually done that has to be Nade officials in terms of aggression. Team Soul, for sure, just like you mentioned, they were the zone magnets. They predicted the center of the circle in both these occasions, maybe on Sanhok as well, but they are still looking for that one big chicken dinner. I mean, of course, they had that on the map of Erangel, but I'm talking about like a big chicken dinner, like with a lot of finishes.
I don't think so. You need to have a big chicken dinner when you're going to be consistent, right? Why do you need to have a big chicken dinner? Anyways, you're having really consistent performance, and at the end of the day, the overall tally is going to be massive whatsoever. So it's understandable. The upcoming game is going to be the map of Sanhok, and maybe Nade officials might just be even more aggressive than ever before. But speaking about the aggression, once again, we're going to move on forward towards the MVP of that previous game. It's going to be Ninze from the side of TWM Gaming, and which will be giving him 5 elimination points and the finish contribution of 33.3.
Exactly. I mean, that just brings the entire total to like, what, 15 finishes. 15 finishes, as well as the chicken dinner team TWM absolutely wrecking havoc. But you know, the problem is, Nade officials, 2 times they've been stripped off that big chicken. I think the 3rd time might just be the charm for them.
Look, man, you never know. Maybe Nade officials, they can once again move on forward with an aggressive note, but it's the map of Sanhok. You know, there's going to be so many unexpected things. It's understandable. Aggressive teams does have an advantage, but all it takes is that one single bad move on the map of Sanhok. One single bad misstep, and maybe you can be eliminated off the bat. Yeah, one single snake. And speaking about the snakes, I mean, you were speaking about Nade officials. Once again, these 2 guys over there, Gunmaster and Pro, but then even Spy Esports, that one single guy, Bunny. Speaking about Spy Esports, another set of new players that have been looking quite promising in the offline games.
For sure, right? I mean, Spy Esports, I don't really understand how their fights sort of panned out. They came inside, I believe it's not the top 5, then inside the top 4, somewhere around that region, right? And they came in with decent amount of finishes. I mean, look at this. The Bunny has 4 finishes. He's got a finish contribution of 50, which means their overall finish points will be 8. For Spy Esports, this was decent. 4th position as well as 16 total points. pretty decent to be honest. But the fact that they just gave away their finishes to Nade official in that particular fight, they put up no fight whatsoever, and that's just disheartening.
Listen, one thing is for sure. If CK want to have a good night's sleep, they need to pop off in the upcoming game. That's for sure, because so far the performance has been quite bad for them. They need a big step up right now. Same thing goes with the teams like Redemption Crew, Team Fly Esports. They had a decent performance in that previous game of Erangel, so I'm not really going to be commenting a lot on that stuff. But one thing is for sure, these teams definitely need to step things up. Even Rivalry Esports, I've heard a lot of things about this team, but so far the performance isn't there.
Exactly, and speaking of performance, I mean, these are the teams that have actually performed. They're right at the very top. Nade official, absolutely ruthless. Look at the difference in terms of the finishes. They have got 26 finishes, meanwhile Team Soul, they've only got 8. But then consistency is what Team Soul is aiming at, because of which they have 33 points, completely tied up with TWM Gaming 33 points as well.
Wait, hold on. I was trying to search for a couple of more teams that are not there on the first half of the board, and WSB, luckily enough, they've made it on the first half of the board, and all the props goes to that first game of Erangel, where they were able to accumulate a decent amount of elimination points. And so far, they've only got 12 points in their hands. VR Vintage, one of those teams that is known to make some last moment comebacks. Maybe this game 3 can be their game, or maybe the day 2 can be their day.
I mean, day 2 for sure has to be one team, and that's going to be CK Esports. Let's just start right from the very bottom. Look at this, right? That's not a curse, that's a blessing, to be honest. That's a prayer towards them, to be honest. 0 finishes, 0 total points as well to start things off. Not really the ideal. Then you've got Infamous with just 1 point. And then at the very top, you've got Redemption Crew as well. So the difference is not really massive.
Yeah.
But then it's just been disappointing performances all through.
That is true. I mean, speak of CK having a clean record, that's what they're showcasing so far in the overall standings. Pretty clean, that's for sure. But then Infamous Hackers, one of those teams that I was looking forward to, because this name was sounded quite stylish to me. So I thought maybe these guys definitely do have a couple of more things underneath their sleeves. Even Invincible was another one of those teams that I thought could maybe perform in the future lines. But unfortunately, that wasn't really the case. But as you mentioned, CK, maybe day 2 can be theirs. Understandable. I know day 2 has been the day of comebacks, but considering now you're hoping for that thing, I highly doubt it's going to be theirs.
Hey, I mean, Necro, first of all, if you actually check the history books, you know, Genix FM, they were second last at the start of, day 2, and their game came, and they just absolutely popped up. They still qualified. They're in the lower bracket. So I am, I'm not that much of a curse, to be honest.
I mean, look. If you wouldn't have went with Genix FM, they wouldn't have been on the second half of the board in the first time. They wouldn't have been on the second last place. Maybe they would have been on the second place in the overall standings. But that's the thing. You should just stop rooting for teams because you're just an unlucky aura for them, man. But you know what? Jokes apart. Let's move on forward towards the matchup of the game of Sanhok. Once again, these teams will be duking it out to find out who will be the one to secure that first spot in the overall standings. Right now, a solid spot is being held by the players of Nade officials.
Yeah. Exactly, and to be honest, Nade official might just be also going in aggressive. That's how their playstyle sort of revolves. They will be going aggressive in this one as well. And I'm pretty sure they will sort of get a lot of points about it, but I just have a feeling that they wouldn't really be getting their chicken dinner in spite of it being their third attempt at it. I think it's going to be either between WSB Gaming or maybe Redemption Crew, because I'm expecting a little bit of upsets. I'm expecting these teams who have sort of not really performed actually make a big punch upstairs.
That is true. Speaking about making that big punch, I even want to see, as you mentioned, even teams like WSB. We know they've got so much caliber. We know they've got so much potential. Even BR Vintage is one of those teams. But as I mentioned, with BR Vintage, it's sort of like they're known to make that last moment comebacks. Maybe day 2 will be there. But I really want to see WSB at least somewhere in that top 4.
Exactly, and it's not just these known teams, you know, it's not just been WSB or Team Soul, to be honest. The new names who actually came up, their performance was pretty good. Night Owls, as a matter of fact, in the 4th spot, they've got 22 points to work with. I'm pretty sure this team is looking for one more consistent placement, because I feel the strategy on day 1 is simple. Try and finish somewhere in the top 4 if you can. Try and settle your position over there. Try and fixate your position inside the top 4. If you cannot do that, try and be at least on the first page, because that gives you enough opportunity to come back on the second day.
Hey, but you know what? Soon enough, the upcoming map of Sanhok is going to be starting, and I want your predictions, my friend. Which team do you think is going to win, or which team do you think is going to lose? Because pretty much the team that you think is going to win will lose.
See, pretty much at this desk, I'm being flamed left, right, and center. But all right, let's just... If you ask me one team, I'm going to go with WSB Gaming this time.
Oh no, this is not
This
a
reaction
good
was not
sign.
fair, Necro. This
Oh
reaction
no,
was
this is not a good sign. Look, I wanted WSB to sort of have a good climb at the end of the day, but now that you went with them, I'm not having a good feeling about that team. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. For Group A, this is going to be their last game, at least for today, as the plane flat path starts all the way from Hatin towards down south Bantai. And this plane flat path, once again, it's the map of Sanhok. The plane flat path isn't really going to matter, but I am looking forward to a couple of drop collisions.
Yeah, drop collisions sort of should be there, to be honest. And what are the regions? What are the possible regions they can be there? Boot Camp as well as Paradise Resort. Maybe Camp Alpha, as a matter of fact. I'm pretty sure like Camp Bravo is just completely out of the picture. Majority of the teams, or rather just one or two teams, might just try and hover towards the Camp Bravo region. But so far, every single team has taken their drops already, and not a lot of teams in that northwestern island.
Yeah, I mean, that's for sure. Dude, look at WSB. They've dropped inside boot camp, and luckily for them, no one's around them. Painan has been sort of like that hot center inside the map of Sanhok so far. Even inside Painan, there's no one. Spy Esports dropping towards the entirety of Paradise Resort. Even they're looking quite safe. The majority of the big spots are not taken by teams.
Majority of the big spots are not taken by teams, and I am expecting a lot of these teams to go towards the periphery of the map, because that has been sort of the trend of how things move. They try and pushing forward, but the circle, of course, has been pretty interesting. Look at this. The smack center is towards the Delta region. Now, that just brings in so much interest, though so much curiosity. But, of course, at Cow, at the very north of this map itself, we have two teams who have dropped in, Night Owls, as well as, I believe, it's Redemption Crew.
Yeah.
Both of them have a good chance of making it inside the top 8.
I mean, look, for Redemption Crew, they desperately need points. Or whatever they can get their hands on, they desperately need that. If they manage to wipe out the entirety of Night Owls, this can be a really good start for them. Let's speak about all this stuff that's going on the screen. Right now, the players of Night Owls are definitely in a big advantageous spot, considering they've got the entirety of Cal for themselves. And just the players of Redemption Crew, they're sort of in the outskirts, but they've managed to get a couple of starting guns.
Guns are there for sure. I mean, look at this. Toothless Noob, he's got the UMP, he's got the DBS as well. And look at this. Shriz, I think his position has been left unmarked, and the way Night Owls are approaching them, pretty sure the first knock might be there, as if Shriz's position is not known, then this might not just be good news for Night Owls.
Redemption Crew now trying to be the sneaky assassins. The DBS is in the hand of the opponent. And 3OZ moved out and from the way at the last nick of time, and still Dream, he could have had a chance to catch that man away. But unfortunately did not go for the commitment completely, but still it's not going to matter. Roxy finds that opening with a beautiful place nade, and Cleo now is going to be the man to moving forward. Cleo does spot out a couple of players from the opposition, that's for sure. Redemption Crew loses out another player. Reaper OG gets knocked out. This is not the start the players of Redemption Crew wanted to have. Now the situation's balled down to a 2v3. And this is where 3OZ, even he gets finished off from the game. Redemption Crew, this situation is getting dire for them as the time keeps on passing by, and now Roxy needs to face his opponent, who's even got his hands on DBS.
It's just Toothless Noob as well as Baymax, to be honest. Night Owls, they know every single position. And of course, with the DBS, they have to double team. Otherwise, there is no stopping them. Dream, of course, has been knocked out. Beautiful stuff from Night Owls. They have brought down the numbers to a 2v3 right now, and this might be their first opportunity where they can actually try and chime in.
Ooh, the utilities repositioning, even that's on the play. The utilities being traded off from both the sides. Molotov was tossed in. Now the floor's lava on the upper floor inside that house. RC looking to turn the tables inside this fight.
Wow!
And what a perfect nade that was. Perfectly cooked. Roxy goes down once again. Redemption Crew, they're here to flip the table. They're here to flip the odds. They're here to turn the fate around against the players of the opponents, but this is where the return knockout comes into play. Nicely done. The players of Night Owls, once again, they stand a fighting chance against the players of Redemption Crew. A 1-on-3 scenario. Night Owl looking to try their best to fight back inside this entire scenario, but the MP45 is of course going to do a lot of damage, but that's it. In the end, it's going to be Cleo to put the full stop to that fairy tale.
I mean, Night Owls, it was the advantage of the DBS right there. The choke point which was created in that staircase, that sort of just gave everything away. The first knock meant everything. I mean, Redemption Crew did try to put up a fight, you know, the nade was there, the floor was lava, and it was beautifully set up for them. It was 2v2. But, I mean, look at this. It's not third party, it's a completely different fight. It's a completely different fight. TWM versus Team Invincibles.
Oh, it is. somewhere else. Sort of like the house layout just caught me off guard, but yeah, this fight's happening inside Sami, and that too all the way down south. It's not an ideal place that you expect the fight to be in. Fight going on inside Sami. Team Invincible too. These guys are on a run already.
Yeah.
Even though the opponents did not find the opening, Team Invincible not looking too confident inside this situation. I like the positioning that's came into play from the side of TWM. They've got the high ground. They've got so much more information to play around with. TWM slowly and steadily starting to inch on in closer against the opponents. Team Invincible, they definitely need to be a little bit more cautious. And 9Z, this man's just providing so much information. He knows exactly where the players of Invincible are.
Does he though? I mean, he has been denied information from Team Invincibles. Team Invincibles are not moving. It seems like 9Z and his position has sort of been discovered. And if he gets taken down from the backlines, I'm pretty sure Team TWM and their initial cavalry, it's going to falter. But I love the fact that they are proactive. They're trying to move up. But then the other team, Team Invincible, they're sort of falling back. And they have the exit strategy. They are on the right end of Sami. It means that they will be able to come back. But certain shots have been taken. And I believe Super was the one who was on the receiving end. Spider.
Yeah, he was. He softened up a little bit. TWM, a team that's got the momentum rolling in their sleeves. Looking forward to seal the deal against the opponents and also have a great start inside this entire fight. But speak about having a fantastic start. It's the players of Invincible who've managed to find the first knockout. And the man who was on the top of the hill, he's been knocked out too. For TWM to get that resurrection back onto the fallen comrade, it's going to be next to impossible. They will need to go for a big climb on top of that mountain. It sounds like quite a lot of wasted time, to be honest, because at that point in time, Team Invincible will get another lifeline, and maybe they can't try to wrap around the prey. Even better, the man's managed to sort of wrap around, and he can probably try and move on forward and get the resurrection onto the fallen player. Team Invincible, they've got a chance to flip the tables once again.
Numbers are definitely stacked up against Team TWM right now. The fact that they actually go in for that resurrection means the instant infantry is now extremely weak. And even another player from Team Invincible try and fall back. It seems like this is a proper disengagement. The vehicle, of course, gets them that high turf, and now they are being pincered. Sam, as well as the player who was knocked out, Ninja, both of them will be pinned down from that high hill. This is something which I love.
I like the thinking from the side of Team Invincible. They knew that the opponents, they've got the high ground control. If we want to win this fight, even we need to go for the high ground control, and that's what they've done. Two players in the back lines going for that high ground. And TWM, even now, they're sort of pinned inside this entire fight, but somewhere else on the map, there's another fight going on. Team No One's making a push up against the players of Spy Esports. And Hercules, he made the push inside the house, but he gets knocked out, unfortunately. A little bit of overcommitment from that guy. This is where Team No One's, they will need a bounce back in this one. Spy Esports, as they've lost out on Hero a while ago, and even now the floor's lava, the Molotovs tossed in inside the house. Utilities not being placed to perfection. Zap, he's sort of in that panic situation. Smoke's gonna bloom, that's gonna give the players a little bit more cover to go for the resurrection, and Bunny, he finds that res onto the fallen player, and apparently Team No One's, they've been eliminated from the game.
Yeah, they have been, and we didn't even actually catch it. Just doesn't really make sense, but Spy Esports, brilliantly done. I think it was a third party.
Oh, it was a third party, yeah. It's someone from the
Zap has
backlines.
got 3 finishes to his name, and then somebody from the backlines, might be WSB, might be someone else, did not catch the finish feed over there. But for the other team, it's not really the good race.
It's Infamous Hackers from the back. They're on top of the boot camp hill, if you can look at that.
I mean,
I think so they might just be the one.
I think great spot to actually third party. Majority of the teams go to that boot camp hill to try, and I think it is Blaze 13. I think he was the one who actually found the last remaining survivor. And the nade.
No, it was the nade from Zap that he tossed. Oh, such a confusing fight, such a scrappy fight in the first place, but hey, at the end of the day, Spy Esports was the one to come out on top, so that's all that matters. So Zap, he's managed to get 3 elimination points accumulated so far. Still, where did that one initial point go, though?
I still think it's going to go to Infamous Hackers.
Yeah.
I mean, considering the fact that they was in such a great position. But now, look at this, right? WSB, of course, at the smack center, they've got bootcamp control. I think Infamous Hackers, they're not going to leave this hill, at least till the ending stages. They're going to wait out a couple of circuits. But where do Team Spy go? Because this is the sort of a region where multiple teams will try and converge. Look at that entire cluster which has been formed. Nade Officials is there, you've got CK as well, you've got Rivalry, and with so many teams trying to push up against you, I think it's going to be safe for them to try and go somewhere else. Look at Team Soul's position. They are quite safe right now, and they will try and make their last-ditch move only when the circle shifts. I think majority of the teams who are in that cluster, who are involved in that cluster, if you've got an exit strategy, just try and get out of it because this is not safe.
The circle's maintaining that anonymous aura
Oh yeah,
between
for
the
sure.
3 islands. We still don't exactly know. Is it going to be shifting down south? Or is it going to be shifting on the right side completely towards that main island? But still, it's just having that anonymous aura. And right now, towards the boot camp side, there's just so many teams accumulated. It's like a big splash of colors. CK is one of those two, right against the players of Rivalry. This will be an interesting fight to look at. Salty, what do you think? Who will win this fight?
Oh, this is the fight of the top dogs. Rivalry Esports versus CK. But Rivalry have got the advantage of the compounds. They are well split up. This might just give them the advantage. CK
Yeah.
Esports will have to look for that first opening. They need to find their groove back. And I'm not really sure how that's going to happen, especially with every single time Loki just being picked off right at the get-go.
As you mentioned, CK needs to find that first opening, and then instantly Loki goes down. Salty, this is a little bit tough scenario, even for you, my friend. CK, they might just lose out on this if they're not able to find that return knockout against the players of Rivalry, because one thing is for sure, Rivalry will start to feel a little bit more confident as the eliminations keep on hitting the deck. Now Loki, it's a little bit too tough for this man to get the resurrection back upon the feet, but as soon as I said that, Tony, he managed to find that initial opening against the players of Rivalry.
Yeah, that was not actually Rivalry, that was
It was
Fly.
someone else. Yeah,
it was Fly, right? There is a third party involved in this situation. Just one random player out of nowhere, and CK they get that first finish for themselves. But the fact that Loki was taken out, it's sort of contradictory to their success against Rivalry Esports. They still need that Nade
Oh
to
my
land
God!
up. It was close. Yeah, it was close.
That one could have been way too close, but so far, one thing is for sure, this game of Sanhok's been quite trippy. It's quite confusing. So many random things just happening out of nowhere.
That's what Sanhok is, just absolutely random, out of nowhere. You just have a snake pop up, and you just have to deal with it. I'm pretty sure we have the extra vision. The players don't, and for them, it's basically a horror movie to be at this point.
Yeah, it's just so many scrappy things going on all across the board, but King's position is spotted.
Yeah.
And he's also being pinned down by Phoenix. Rivalry Esports, they really do want to take this fight because they know they've got the advantage whatsoever, but they can try to send at least one guy on a flank if they do want to and try to take this man down. As long as King's surviving in this closer vicinity, he can be a really big threat. Here we go, look at the replay.
Oh.
This is how the man got eliminated or knocked out from that game. He was just trying to go for a scout,
Yeah.
but unfortunately that scout was not executed to perfection.
Now that makes actually a lot of sense. I mean, we initially did not get to see the vehicle, of course. We just saw that random player out in the middle of nowhere being knocked out. So, but this time around, we have another fight at the top of a hill. It is BR Vintage up against MetalWings. And it seems like BR Vintage, they have no clue where MetalWings are. They are moving without information at this point.
MetalWings, though, they've got a little bit of knowing, a little bit of sense of the opponents. And that's by BR Vintage. They want to creep and crawl their way up on top of this hill. But even they're playing this one quite cautiously, quite safe. Not just desperately going for that pounce on top of that hill just yet. Instead, trying to go for as much as information as they can and then maybe start to leap up a little bit more in the front.
They're right at the edge of the circle. And they don't really want to take the risk of actually pushing forward because they pretty much know that the central part of the circle has sort of been occupied. That part should be completely dense, especially in circles like these where teams start to huddle up near that boot camp area. But of course, they need information about MetalWings. That is for sure. Nobody actually in this team, of course, knows the fact that 2 players from MetalWings are close up in that situation. And as soon as I say that, look at this. They now need to make that big rotation towards the circle. The circle shifting away from the mainland just causes so many problems for all the teams who are on the mainland, Necro.
Indeed it does. Team Soul 2 towards Ruins. Considering they're over there in that spot, let's see how Team Soul can try to move around because this team's been the zone magnet so far inside the game.
Yeah, right. What did they have for breakfast? I'm not really sure, Necro.
Yeah, me too. They've got some good predictions, that's for sure. And right now, too, it seems like Team Soul can be in one of the most prime spots if they do want to. But look at this man, how he got incinerated to death. cruel death left there.
Yeah, that's something which I would do to you, but of course later on after the broadcast. This time though, Dexter gets finished off, and MetalWings, once again, their anonymous presence inside the lobby is just causing so much problems. CK wanted to leapfrog them, but this team just finds the finish in the middle of nowhere.
MetalWings, with the high ground that they've got, definitely looking forward to convert a couple of more elimination points. But once again, the problem for them is that they need to move forward inside the circle in the safe zone. One thing is for sure, CK, they've not had a good start at all. Today's day has been quite bad for them. Are they even going to have a shot to move inside the semifinals? I highly doubt. Maybe they're going to be moving down to the lower brackets. They've got 0 points so far, Salty.
I mean, I hate your stare at this point, Necro. I hate the way you look at me when you say CK. And that's unfair. I'm not even playing. What are you doing?
Look at the rotation the players of BR Vintage are taking. Such a late game rotation, all the way from down south. Direct a safe rotation inside this entire late game circle.
Yeah.
Playing this one quite brilliantly. And one thing is for sure, that BR Vintage is going to go for the mid strat. That's for sure.
Exactly. It just comes from the knowledge of the fact that majority of the teams were already huddled up in that boot camp region. They knew that the shortest way to actually trespass inside the circle would be to try and cross the bridge, which was just south of them. And now, of course, they have that free entry inside. Team TWM Gaming as well. They find a player out in the open, just in the crossfire. And, of course, they had the DBS to just shut him out. They will be able to gatekeep so many teams right now. The circle is just underneath, and they've got Fly Esports approaching them. This is good stuff for them.
It indeed is. TWM Gaming, a really good spray that came out from this guy. Destiny wipes out that solo man who was out in the open, and now even the players of MetalWings, they're starting to get picked off. Team Invincible is going to be the one to sort of take those shots against them. Nade official so far. For them, this game's been quite peaceful compared to all the other games that we've witnessed.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, this was peaceful to them at this point, but this time around, this is not going to be the case, to be honest, because look at their positioning. They barely have any control over the mainland. They're the only ones who are inside that circle. They'll have to come across, of course, and with so many teams trying to do the same thing, I'm pretty sure Nade official, they will open their triggers and they will open fire at this point. This has to be one of the most deadly islands inside of the circle right now. And if Nade official play their cards right, they will rack up multiple finishes from this position.
Speak about wrapping up multiple finishes. Spy Esports right now on that high ground. They've definitely wrapped up a lot of positions, that's for sure, of a lot of the other teams. That information that they've managed to get, that vital intel that they've got, it can definitely pan out quite nice. I like the control that Team Soul's got. Even the players of Infamous Hackers, they've got a really good spot inside the circle. That's the only team that's got the solid cover to play with. Team Soul, though, out in the open, they've got so much land cover to play with, or so much land area to play with. At this point in time, I'm not even sure if that's a good spot to hold.
We're forgetting about another team inside the circle, Necro, and that's going to be MICI Esports, right? They have such a good spot themselves as well. They've got the compounds to work with. No other team to actually try and trouble them. If the circle does cover a little bit of that island, I'm pretty sure they will survive for long. But look at this, Infamous Hackers. They were being charged down by Team Spy without any information, and they were punished.
Yeah, Spy Esports. This is what you get for not gathering information, straight up just moving forward. I thought they had the high ground, so they could have wrapped up a lot of information, but apparently no. They just stepped inside an unknown territory without even trying to go for a complete confirmation if it's empty or not. And that's where the players of Infamous Hackers just come out on top. Now even the last guy from the side of Spy Esports is getting charged on, pounced on. Another team wanted to take advantage of that solo guys left inside that compound, but then they just got completely dealt with. Team Invincible, that greed that they had to get those elimination points, it just dragged them down to hell.
That was so funny, to be honest. Invincible, they knew that there was just one player inside that compound, but little did they know that it's lines of sight everywhere. It's just water bodies left, right, and center. Even WSB Gaming, they come in with greed, but they come in with more information that they can actually. Invincibles are still in the picture, and they'll have to clear them first.
Seraph doing the same mistake that the opponents were making over and over again. WSB Seraph just stepped inside the unknown territory once again, and Hero, he gets a free elimination points. This game of Sanhok's been so weird so far. A lot of the mistakes are being made from so many of these teams, just going for those rookie mistakes, and eventually Hero gets dealt with because the amount of nades that were put in by the players of WSB, they get them that confirmation. Now still WSB, as they've got one of the best spots they can ask for inside the circle. They'll probably try to go for a couple of more pokes over here and there.
I mean, of course, that only comes with position, and it seems like they still have got that position. That mainland control is still there. But WSB Gaming, will they finally commit to that southern island? That is the question. Will they finally try and swim out? That will be the question. But look at this right now. Night Owls once again in good position, and they are trying to charge. Beautiful spray down at the smoke, and now they've got the first opening, Necro.
These are the type of plays that we witnessed from a team like Night Owls, and once again, just repeating all the plays from that previous game. Night Owl looking forward to eliminate the opponent just like that. The jump shot with the DBS softens up the player in the front. Night Owl looking to wipe out the entire team in the front lines. This 3v4 execution comes to perfect play, and Infamous Hackers on the verge of getting eliminated, and they almost do. One more man to go. The last guy will try to keep his position anonymous, will try to keep himself quiet, but for how long? That's my question. Eventually, he will be scouted, he will be found and dealt with.
Night Owl for sure. 8 finishes already for this team, and they are doing so good. But once again, the circle just shifts away from them, and this time they will not have the opportunity to try and enter inside. It's just Team Soul and all their empire. WSB, of course, just trying to survive in the middle of nowhere. Rivalry is just still trying to fight it out against them.
What's going on, Team Soul? How are they always able to know the circle? Oh, this team's just unlocked a sixth sense at this point. That third eye that we talk about. Mid-brain activation. That's what Team Soul's done. They can see the future.
Yeah, they can see the future, for sure. I think they've just taken up Doctor Strange and their powers. They just know every single outcome inside the timeline, of course. But speaking of outcomes, I'm not really sure if Rivalry survive in any of those, because it's just Phoenix, and he's still trying to squander for finishes. He has to go in for the revives.
TWM2. This cannot be a threat that we can't just ignore. And speak about the threat being dealt with. I mean, WSB just neutralizing that threat that was there in the front line. Scream! Throws out in the open, and once again, the opponents, they get a chance to strike him down. Night Owls, they're just waiting for those opportunities. They're just desperate for those opportunities to get these elimination points wrapped up, and that's what we've been witnessing so far inside the game. WSB now, unfortunately, down to that last glimmer of hope alive. But for how long he's going to be alive, that's my question, too. MetalWing slowly and steadily starting to close on up to that circle as the players of TWM from the back lines are also starting to move in forward. And Sam's, now TWM probably do have the opportunity to be the cleanup crew inside the game.
Potentially, I mean, they've got the high ground territory as well. They've got the manpower. But the fact that Night Owl just come in with so much firefight, this is just absolutely incredible. There is Cleo on 6 finishes. They've got an overall of 11 finishes right now. They are scouting players out in the open, and they are taking them down. This is absolutely disastrous for the others.
Night Owls, they've managed to get 12 finish points so far. This team's been having a nuclear game. And all they're looking forward to do is also get their hands on that chicken dinner that can give them a little bit of more extra bit of points. As the next circle shift comes into play, once again, Team Soul, they find themselves in the edge. As they have been looking quite in an advantageous spot. TWM2, they're on the edge lines. At this point in time, late game circles, this is what I say. Try to be on the edges. Do not try to close into the center, because you might as well be the center of attractions. And right now, the players of Night Owls, they've managed to find a fantastic opening against the foes in the name of TWM.
Yeah, for sure. And they don't mind being the center of attraction. They don't mind being the ones who actually take all the trigger towards themselves. But a brilliant nade comes in from Team Soul. Another one, actually. This is good stuff. But now it's a 1v1, and Hector has all the HP advantage. The shotgun slapped, and Necro. This was it.
Hector, a chance to wrap around. This man's what's supposed to be that sneaky assassin, and he comes out on top of that mission successful. And now Hector is also getting shot at a little bit from the third party, but it's completely okay. He's got a solid cover to play with. Once again, Hector looking forward to make a big flank angle against the opponent, but unfortunately, he gets spotted out by the entirety of PR Vintage. Flash, within a flash, he eliminates Hector from the game, and now Team Soul down to a 3-man squad.
And now it does not even matter, because he's got 11 first aid kits to actually work with. BR Vintage, they played this out game in such great fashion. They came in from the edge of nowhere to make this late rotation inside the circle, and now he finds 2 finishes to work with. Flash is just being absolutely incredible.
BR Vintage doing some big brain moves inside the game, and Team Soul out of nowhere within a flash. They've been eliminated from the game. Even Flash gets eliminated. BR Vintage, a man that could have been that heal battler for them. He's been eliminated quite early from the game, and now BR Vintage, a little bit of return fire upon themselves from TWM. TWM so far inside the game, they have been pulling off some quite calculated moves, but now these upcoming circle, they've already got a man who's in there.
The final 3 teams, Necro. Not the final 3. In fact, there are some outliers outside the circle as well. But the final 3 teams inside the circle, all of them being underdog, this is something which I love. This is absolutely great stuff. And TWM maintaining that consistency once again with that nade itself. The entirety of BR Vintage will get wiped off. And that was not from TWM. That was from Team Noah.
TWM looking forward to get this back-to-back chicken dinner secured. Lobster, he spots out the man out in the open, and now he's also got the advantage. A 2v1 scenario. The players in the front, they stand no chance, and now Night Owls, they're almost about to fall down, and that's what happens. WSB, this last guy from Far Fray, he eliminates that last guy from Night Owls, and also helps the players of TWM secure that chicken dinner. TWM, a really fantastic way to play that game. We saw some big brain moves, but that game of Sanhok was one of the most confusing games that I've seen.
That was topsy-turvy, to be honest. And in the final circle, in the final moment, WSB, from a completely different island, that was just absolutely crazy, to be honest.
I mean, still a couple of teams just going for that mid strat over here and there, that's for sure. I mean, still one more guy going for the mid strat. It's actually from MICI. Surya going for that mid strat. He's got 6 more first aids left over, but as soon as the upcoming circle shift comes into play, he's not going to be able to out-survive the damage.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, right? MICI Esports, this was something which was expected, right? A lot of the teams trying to go in for the heal battles on the map of Sanhok, that just took everyone off guard. Surya not just took the first team off guard, they took us off guard as well. We thought it was over.
I mean, I knew that there was someone outside. The only reason why I said the game was over is because TWM then pretty much sealed the deal. That's it. They're going to be the winners.
I mean, I knew only WSB was outside. We had no clue that MICI was still in the picture. I mean,
teams were alive.
Exactly right. Yeah. The team counter was saying something, and then we could just see these 2 teams. MICI, they were so far off. I mean, it didn't even strike us.
I mean, this just proves my point. This game of Sanhok's been one of the most weird games that we've witnessed, one of the most unorthodox games that we've witnessed. Yeah, I do understand the map of Sanhok is supposed to be quite unorthodox, but this was just a weird game.
Yeah, for sure, man. But of
course, in a good way.
Yeah, I mean, I love weird games, to be honest. And this map in itself is one of the reasons why I just absolutely love this map as well. But look at this, right? It does not change the result in any way. TWM Gaming, once again, a brilliant chicken dinner for this team. And, I mean, I was feeling that there is going to be somebody else, possibly Night Owls, who would just snatch it away. But their composure in the final circles, this is something to actually fight for.
Genuinely, Night Owls, this team's been looking quite promising. I am telling you right now, these guys might just be the upcoming new big dogs. The way these guys have been playing, they've got quite a refined movement. The positioning that they've been showcasing so far, I'm just loving all of that stuff. And then once again, you cannot really ignore the fact that TWM, they've got a back-to-back chicken dinners for themselves. But then even Team Seoul, once again, a consistent finish. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, to be honest, at this point, like I said during the cast, I'm not really sure what they had for breakfast. How can you predict 3 back-to-back circles, which has been so absurd, going left, right, and center, but still Team Seoul at the center of it all? I think it's not prediction. I think it's just quick maneuvers and the way they react to every single circle. Might have just done a lot of work behind the scenes, and this is one of the reasons why, you know, I don't really want to kind of contribute the entire success to just purely luck. I believe that a lot of hard work has actually gone behind into it as well, in trying to understand how the circle actually works and trying to understand which final circle will pop off after looking at the first circle itself. So
I mean, speaking about the refined movements, that's what Team Seoul's been pulling off. Even Night Owls, they've been pulling off the same thing. TWM in the past 2 games, that's what they've been doing.
Exactly. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we have to find out what does this map of Sanhok actually does to the overall standings on the other side of this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, let me introduce you to me. एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं. यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है. स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं. अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं. क्या शाने लोग समझे कि नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है,
धूमधाम है। वो क्या मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, फन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है। क्या समझे?
वेला वेला शिकन लेला।
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
साथियों आगे बढ़ो, चकने
खत्म कर दो।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that beautiful break. And considering Johnny, we're back once again inside that entire trippy game of Sanhok that just happened a while ago. To be honest, so many of these unorthodox movements just happened. CK once again getting eliminated with 0 points. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, at the start of the day when we have our morning discussions about what we are going to expect from the teams, everyone, not just us, I mean, everyone, including the Hindi desk, was so confident about CK performing today, but that hasn't really been the case. I mean, just like teams are catching CK off guard, this run of theirs today has caught all of us off guard, and I can't even say it's just unlucky of them at this point. I mean, they're losing team fights every single match, and that is not the CK that we saw in the previous rounds.
It is understandable. Even WSB, I genuinely thought they can't breach inside the top 4 or at least top 3, but even WSB is not going to be seen in there. Spy Esports, the same thing for that team as well. Even Spy Esports is not going to be seen in there.
But hey, WSB at least have been kind of sort of consistent. I mean, the first game, I think they were there in the top 5 or the top 6 by the end of it with 8 eliminations. Game number 2 as well, they made it in the similar positions. Eliminations were a little bit on the lower side. And even in this game, they were there in the top 3.
Hey, but look, in the highlights, this is how things really kicked off inside that previous game. Redemption Crew, and there was a fight between the players of Night Owls. So generally, for a moment, that Redemption Crew can stand a chance to flip the odds, but then once again, Night Owls, they just found another opening, and that's where they got the big advantage. It was 1v3 in the end, and once again, Redemption Crew could not even stand a chance.
And with just 3 players, Night Owls were able to rack up 17 eliminations inside of the game. I have never seen that before. It was just phenomenal with how Night Owls are playing.
Okay, it's all of that in one side, and then that one guy from Team Fly Esports on the other side. He was trying to scout out the surroundings, but then he moved so close to the opponents that he just straight up almost drove into them, and then he just got DBS to the face, and he got eliminated from the game.
Hey man, it happens from time to time. I mean, usually to the scout, always it's going to happen, because that is the one player who's supposed to be the isolated lad from every single team. And it's not just him. We see other players making a similar mistake wherein they are the first one charging towards the opponent, thinking that they are going to be the ones coming out on top, but no, they end up running into a trap.
But so far, Johnny, Night Owls, they have been like a burning torch of consistency.
Oh, yeah. True.
From the first
True.
game to the third game, this team's been doing phenomenal. Even TWM, they sort of woke up from the second game, right? Back-to-back chicken dinners that they've managed to secure. They've been looking good.
3 teams that have been consistent today. WSB, Night Owls, and TWM, as you mentioned, because of that back-to-back chicken.
Back-to-back chicken, that's going to propel them maybe on the first spot because Nade officials in that previous game, they were quite deactivated.
Will it though? I mean, Night Owls have had high elimination numbers every single game from the first till the last.
It's understandable, but Nade officials was the one on the first half of the board. Or on the first spot of the...
Why are we running numbers in
overall
our head?
standings.
We're going to have the overall rankings today, Necro. It's just day 1.
Yeah, but it's fun to crunch it down, right, though? Like,
We
just make
can't
some
do it.
assumptions, play with the audience minds, too. Just
We
sort of
have
mess
to
around
give up,
with them.
Necro, sometimes. I mean, unlike CK, we need to realize that this is not our strong suit. We have to give up.
That is true. I mean, Mats is something that I was quite not good at, and that's why I did not really get a lot of points, and even in Mats. But speaking about points, about points, these guys are definitely getting a lot of points. Look, dude, my HP in Mats wasn't too good.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun that you call your HP your aptitude for maths HP and your marks in your exam points now. Yeah, that's a good way to present your results at home, though, right?
Yeah, that is true. I mean, that's like a true gamer way to sort of present yourself. And as soon as the people hear all of those terms, they know that you're a certified gamer.
You know, if someone actually tries this at home and if your parents actually blast you for calling your marks points, you know you can get in touch with Necro.
Hey, listen, dude.
Let him know how it goes.
Listen, at the end of the day, even though those are points, right? The teachers are giving you points on based of your performance,
True.
just like how we're doing in here too. But jokes apart, though, Johnny, even I call my phone battery HP.
Really?
I say I've got 69 HP left over in my phone, so I feel like that's a good way to sort of put it out there. But you
It's
know
going
what?
to be confusing to a lot of people.
No, it's not. It's not. People do understand at the end of the day. But you know what? Getting back once again inside that discussion, even BR Vintage, that late game rotation that we saw from them, it was quite brilliant, but unfortunately did not work out the way they wanted to.
I'm so glad you bring it up. I mean, because BR Vintage, after the fiasco of Sanhok, they completely skipped my mind. But BR Vintage also has been quite decent throughout the day. First game did not really go their way with how they were hoping, but second game they recovered quite nicely in terms of elimination numbers. I mean, in this game, it almost worked out. The game almost worked out quite nicely. They secured almost a lot of points, making it to the top 3. But unfortunately, we know every single time it's not going to be that easy, right?
It indeed is not going to be that easy.
Unless you're Team Soul, apparently.
That is true. These guys have been cracking the code. It's sort of like they're like the Neo in the Matrix.
Yeah.
They know exactly where the circle's going to end. They know exactly how the future lines are going to look like. These guys have been the zone magnets. And I hope that even in the future lines, Soul's going to be this consistent as they have been so far inside today's day.
I think that is something that we can expect, and I think this team will deliver as well. Because that is something we saw them practice in the previous round, round 3, if you remember. Every single game, one thing that was consistent was Soul being in the top 5.
Yeah.
And they were just focusing on surviving and making sure that they're there in the top 5. And once they were there in the top 5, or in fact it was the 6th or the 7th zone of the game, that is when the aggressive stance comes in from their side. And I think that practice, all of that in round 3 is finally paying off quite nicely for this team, because now the elimination numbers, we know their firepower is good. They know how to bring in those numbers up during the late game stages, but survival is something they've mastered at this point, and I think we are going to see them in the top 4 at the end of the day as well.
Hey, but you know what? It's time to move on forward and take a look at the MVP of that previous game. It has to be someone from Night Owls, right? This team was just going bonkers inside the entire game, so it has to be someone from Night Owls. But speaking about the survival game from Team Soul, right? It's so tough to play the survival game when you don't even know your opponents properly.
Wait, I mean, alright, we'll come back to that conversation, but we talked about Night Owls. We talked about this team. We talked about how brilliant they were, but Leo, 12 eliminations.
Single-handedly?
Single-handedly, all alone by himself. Team was at 17, if I'm not wrong, by the end of the game. This is incredible.
This is just crazy. Leo, and that too, he's got 66.6% of finished contribution. This guy was single-handedly just manhandling teams and carrying his team on the back. Man, he's had a shoulder day yesterday, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you would know you work out quite a lot, but talk about working out. I mean, WSB had their work cut out in this game, but Armin, 3 eliminations secured, plus the survival points that were secured by the team, are going to make sure that WSB is there in quite a wonderful position in the overall rankings as well. Plus, TWM, we have to talk about TWM. We can't take the spotlight away from them. Back-to-back chicken dinners. It's a brilliant way to start off round 4.
TWM, I mean, as you mentioned, back-to-back chicken dinners, they're probably going to be somewhere in the top 2. Has to be. There's no way they're not going to find themselves in the top 2. After that previous game, TWM, they've managed to secure 22 points, but still they're toppled over by the players of Night Owls with 18 finishes in total, Johnny, and the position points of 8. That's going to give them 26 in total.
Yeah, top 4 finish for Night Owls, 18 eliminations, 26 points in total. I think this will put Night Owls on the first position based on the kind of day they have had so far. But now also along with who will be second, who will be third, who will be fourth, another conversation that we need to have is what the difference will be, because Night Owls is the only consistent team so far. I think TWM will be there, but I think they're going to be like 10 or maybe 15 points shy of Night Owls.
Johnny, I genuinely think Team Seoul now, they need to step their foot on the gas pedal tomorrow. Yeah. They need to get a couple of more elimination points. Playing that survival game on day 2 is next to impossible. You know this.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be next to impossible. I'm pretty sure they will step things up tomorrow. But I think instead of tomorrow, let's talk about now. Let's have a look at where the teams are.
Yeah, it's time for the icebreaker, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to take a look at the overall standings. This is where we'll find out which teams have found themselves in the top 4. Team Seoul, they barely make it. They're right above the players of WASP, and there's not a lot of points separating these two.
My apologies. I mean, my apologies to TWM and also Nade Official. Nade Official have been quite phenomenal. Not a single win to their name, but still, look at that. 29 eliminations, 23 position points, a total tally of 52. Nade Official wasn't even a part of our conversation, Necro.
Johnny, not just that. Night Owls, they've got the most amount of elimination. 33 finishes so far. And they're just on the 3rd spot, even 0 chicken dinner secured.
Yeah.
That just speaks so much. That just speaks volumes about this team's caliber. But as we do move on forward to the second page, Team Fly Esports, a team that started the day off on a fantastic note. Now they've been suppressed.
Yeah, the first game they were there in the top 4, but now things not working out. But surprising results on the second page have to be Rivalry Esports, because of course a big name in the BGMI community in India, Redemption Crew. We had massive expectation from Redemption Crew, specifically if we talk about individual players. Baymax from this team was one of those players who was quite incredible during the previous round, but unfortunately the performance is not the same in this round 4. And of course, the biggest of them all has to be CK on that 16th spot.
With 0 points. That too.
3 games.
0 points in 3 games. That's a big hammer.
Is that a new record?
Yeah, probably has to be, yeah. Probably.
Yeah, least amount of points in 3 matches.
Now, okay, look, I understand it's all jokes and fun, but how is CK going to make that comeback tomorrow? You've only got 3 more games left in your hands. That means you will at least need the best performance so far inside the game in all the 3 games to even have a bounce back, even have a shot at the top 4.
They're going to have to do something like Night Owls did today, but even better, because Night Owls, if I remember, I think they took a 7th or a 6th place exit in the first game, but still I think they had like 7 or 8 eliminations in that match as well. Apart from that, I think the only way I see CK bringing themselves into the top 4 is just win every single game today. But I think there's another thing we failed to take into account, Necro. I mean, the teams that are not in the top 4 do not get eliminated. They head to the lower bracket. Do you think what is happening right now is a few teams taking things a little too lightly just because have that lower bracket safety cushion available?
I mean, look, teams underneath the top 4, as you mentioned, will be moving down forward to the lower brackets. And considering you are not even going to be eliminated anyways from this tournament, CK might as well just give up now. There would be like, it's okay. Listen, Johnny. It's too tough to make a bounce back once again inside the top 4. Look at the difference. It's next to impossible to cover that. Tomorrow, even the teams in the top 4, they will try to be a little bit more consistent. Now imagine if you're CK. You close on up so close and you shy away from 2 or 3 points inside to just making it inside the top 4. That's going to hurt you so much. So you might as well just sit back and relax.
Every single time Tom Cruise goes out on a mission, they say it's impossible. We know at the end of the movies he says.
That's a movie, though.
Yeah, CK,
it's not
they
real.
need to make this their movie.
No, listen, it's a movie. It's not going to come true, Johnny. We all know.
Like, have that background music running in the back to motivate the team.
Maybe these guys can play it while they're just sitting in their houses and sort of just to motivate them, get that inner demon out inside the games. But no, genuinely, I think so. CK should realize the fact that it's completely okay. Now we've lost the chance to move inside the top 4 anyways. It's better to just sit back, relax, and not really take a lot of pressure and start preparing for the lower brackets.
But man, I hate this because we know now, like, when CK heads to the lower bracket, we're going to see something different from them. They're going to like outperform a lot of the competition.
Are they gonna? Because this is a big dip in the performance so far that we've seen. Maybe the
that
same
is
thing will
also
be
true.
repeated inside the lower brackets. You never know. It's understandable. A lot of the teams have showcased us a lot of promises, but you remember this. Usually when it's the performance day, when it's the day to perform, these teams do not tend to perform.
Yeah, that is quite confusing and a little bit frustrating as well, because again, I mean, we had massive expectations from them, from Redemption Crew, from Rivalry, in fact, as well. I mean, Rivalry is a big name. We know it's quite easy to expect big things from them, but even them are underperforming today like this is extremely surprising. But that was a previous group, Nick. I think it's time to have a conversation about the group that is about to jump into this map of Vikendi. We did see the teams a few moments ago.
That is true. Exactly. Quite a lot of known teams, right? Team X Spark, Blind Esports now is going to be joining us. Even Autobots Esports, one of these undergod teams that has showcased such a great potential. Another big name has to be Velocity Gaming and then Blood Rose Esports. But speaking about the upcoming game of Vikendi, here we go. The plane flat pats in front of us, starting all the way from Hot Springs towards Vihar. Now, the plane flat pat's down south, but once again, the first two stages, no moves will be there from the circle whatsoever. Even stage 3, it's not going to be that drastic.
On Vikendi, you do not really have to worry about the flight path or even the zone itself, because on Vikendi, I think the zone forms after 90 seconds of the flight path starting, the plane hitting the starting point of the flight path. It's a 90-second difference, so a minute and a half. By the time the plane reaches the end of the flight path, you will have the circle in front of us and you will be able to figure out exactly how you want to play this map out. And I think that is something that the teams will always focus on. Look at this, the flight path. It dissects the first zone right in the middle. A lot of the teams have an opportunity now to adapt their drop onto the smaller compounds, move into the center, and as you mentioned, since the circle does not move, just hold, play for position.
They don't even need to adapt, Johnny. It's the map of Vikendi. Why do you need to adapt? You can't. It's completely fine. Even if you're going to drop all the way on the opposite side of the drop location, the first two stages, there's going to be barely any moves inside the circle. And we know, one thing is for sure, Johnny, that now the podcast hours started to dial in. How you feeling?
I mean, I'm feeling super excited. I mean, we have a lot to discuss from the previous group, and in this game as well, we can sort of draw comparisons as to how difficult or easier of a time teams are having in this group.
Speak about having a difficult time. Inside this group, it's tough to say which team's going to have a difficult time, because even over here, there's going to be quite a lot of teams that are joining us for the first times or who have moved in from the offline games. Grind One Esports, a new team that we haven't seen so far inside the games. But, Johnny, we completely slipped out on one name. Gladiator Esports. This team's been having the wind in their sails.
Another one that has the wind in their sails. Blind Esports. We are seeing Blind and Gladiator for the first time in broadcast, and I think those are the two names that almost, not just us, I mean even the viewers who have been following the BGMI scene for even the last few months, in fact, are going to be focused on these two particular teams. But let's see how these two teams are going to perform in this game. So far today has, I mean, as far as the first group is considered, today has not been kind to the big names.
Today has been just weird.
Yeah.
Today's day has been weird.
Yeah, but Salty likes weird games, apparently.
Yeah, that's
just
what he
heard
said.
from him in the previous game, yeah.
That's what he said. I mean, he is a weird person in general, so
why
it's
do you call him a
understandable.
weird person?
I mean, it's not a bad thing to be weird, right? Weird just means being unique, but over here, this guy's name is Mr. Spray, and he sprays down almost the entire squad in the front, but at the end of the day, they at least try to bounce back. This was so anxiety-inducing moment, but at the end of the day, at least this last guy from this team sort of managed to hold things back once again, but Autobots, now they're going to start to close in. Mr. Spray, he was almost on the verge of eliminating this entire team within a flash, but now Autobots, they just roll out of those recalls, and out of nowhere, 2 pumps from that shotgun, and they shut down the entirety of the opponent team. What just happened? One of the quickest squad wipes that we've seen so far.
I mean, exactly one of the quickest squad wipes ever that we've witnessed inside of this map of Vikendi and Road to Glory. Well, no glory for this team. Autobot Esports made sure, and first of all, Autobots is a good team. I mean, we have seen big performances from this name in the past. They have been absolutely incredible. And a man called Mr. Spray is the one you're trying to push. He was for sure going to spray them down, and the vehicle just lined up. Everything worked out perfectly. He took down 2 knocks from that fight, and then he went down. And this was the easiest cleanup job in the history of BGMI for any team. Skrills shows up with his teammate tanks a lot of that damage, and then Skrills with the DBS just steps up, takes 2 pumps as you mentioned, and he's done.
Speak about having one of the most cleanest rotations, and then you just get cleaned yourself. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I don't actually.
Oh, man. So basically, every single team aims to have a clean rotation inside the circles.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, you can also call this one a clean rotation because they got cleaned off.
Oh, yeah. That way it does work out.
Yeah.
2 ways to look at a thing.
But speak about bringing positivity on every single thing. Blood Rose Esports is not really that positive of a team. They like to kick things off with an aggressive nature, and once again, they've done that.
Yeah, system just got hanged over there.
Yeah.
And now it's going to be naded by the players of Blood Rose Esports. As you mentioned, I mean, this group, it's very difficult to predict who's going to perform, who's going to go down. Every single name you look at feels like, oh, they're going to play so well. And this group is stacked with aggressive teams, not even ones who are good at rotating or like good at positional play. Look at this. 4 troublemakers now making a lot of trouble for Blood Rose Esports. A trade has been brought into play, so now it's a 3v3 fight. But there's a third party. We saw this man on the outer side from the side of 4 troublemakers take a lot of damage from the rear.
Johnny, 2 teams with the same name, almost the same name. Both of them are supposed to be the troublemakers.
Yeah.
And apparently the previous troublemaker that we saw, it was supposed to be your favorite team.
Yeah. That is the team that I was always looking forward to. I mean, because one interesting thing about troublemakers and how they made it was I was surprised with seeing them in the top 4. It felt like that team was just hungry for blood in every single game, and their objective was pretty clear. They were having a lot of fun. They were running into fights willy-nilly, and for some reason, they came out on top majority of the times. They barely made it through to the qualification barrier, but still, I think now things have changed a little because now we see, well, 4 troublemakers are in that fight, but look at TMZ. That is the troublemakers we are talking about, and they're playing the edge of the zone, northern edge of the zone between Goroka and Mount Kresnik. Earlier on, if you remember, they would just run towards the center looking for fights.
That is true. Or sometimes they would also just play on the edges, try to hold some teams off if they did hear a couple of commotions.
Oh yeah, they do that on Vikendi just because it's unorthodox. No one expects them. Again, living up to the name. They're going to cause trouble.
I mean, right now we've got the players of DMW, though. In the previous game, it was TMW. Now over here, it's DMW. A lot of the names just starting to correlate. And DMW over here, up against the players of Grind 1 Esports. The spray's not exactly there. Vegeta is down a lot of shots. Almost could have find the opening too, but unfortunately just shifts away in the nick of time. But then the floor's lava, steps inside that lava and gets knocked out once again. DMW, equal start off for both these guys. Both of them are on equal pages. The trades did happen back and forth, but Monarch now going for that resurrection.
Vegeta, the only thing that he did well before going down was he did not go down for free. He made sure that before he was knocked out, he secured a knock from the opposing side. And look at the dividends this is playing for the players of Grind 1 Esports. The Nade did secure a knock, but still Tony IGL getting traded instantly. Again, just takes the advantage away from them. Now Grind 1 Esports, they are pinned down in these compounds. Nowhere left to run.
Hitler's being chipped off a little bit. Also looking forward to toss the nade to perfection. Just find the opening, and that's what he does. Nicely done, Hitler. DMW starting to move away, starting to move against the foes over here. And as they know that the opponents, now he's just down to that one last guy alive. That single string just holding everything together. If they get this man down too, that's going to be a successful squad wipe, and they know exactly where he's moving to. They can hear all the sound cues given away. Hitler misses out a lot of shots, but eventually the opponent pulls out the TBS. Now just looking forward to close the distance and finds the opening too. The opponent trying his best to fight back in this scenario. Hitler, he might just be pinned down and taken down, and that's what happens. Now even the Wall of Death now, it's going to start to chip out a lot of damage, and there's no way this man's going to stand alive for any longer.
Yeah, he tried his level best to secure that extra knock before he went down, but that wasn't really the case. And now DMW, they have a lot of breathing room to work with. If Grind 1 Esports commit that last player to this fight, it's going to be a very risky move, but we see him on the radar, not moving at all. He's staying in his position. And DMW, I think since they do not know where the last individual is, they might just assume that he has ran away. Maybe they're going to deter or move away from these compounds. And Grind 1 Esports, maybe they survive just outsmarting the opposition, but chances of that happening are actually quite low.
I mean, still, for DMW, it was a good
brilliant
trade-off.
Yeah,
it was a good trade-off. They haven't even taken any damage, no hits. Every single player's alive.
You have to give props to Manav. I mean, that was a 1v4, and he still secured 2 knocks, almost got the third one as well. Yeah. Almost put DMW in a corner.
As I mentioned, he was trying his best to stand off his ground.
Yeah.
A little bit too tough, and you've got 3 players just marching on towards you.
No boosters, no time to heal as well. Sliver of HP. Can't really do much in a position like that. But, like, a brilliant play. I mean, a valiant effort right there. Heart of a warrior.
BR Titans in front of us. And if someone tries to push on this compound, it will be an attack on Titans.
It will be, but I don't know how that anime ends. I've never really gotten past the first season.
I mean, still the last episode left over.
Just like BR Titan.
I do not want to give any spoilers because a lot of the viewers might just be mad
Oh
at me.
yeah! I completely forgot about that. I mean,
I can give some spoilers if I want to.
go ahead, Necro. Let's see how many people lost you on social media for this.
I mean, I am one of those people who likes to
I
give
know.
out spoiler and spoil their mood. But do I really want to do over here? Do I want to be the troublemakers in real life?
Oh, I would love to be troublemaker.
I used to be.
See, right now I'm just
Back
trying
in the
to-
day when I used to play professionally.
Yeah.
But right now, we've got VLT in front of us. And that too, they're eyeing out the big dogs inside the lobby. Johnny, this is not a good move from VLT. They should keep themselves a little bit more suppressed considering they're up against the players of Gladiator Esports. And now, soon enough, the upcoming circle will be in front of us too. It's not going to change anything.
It's not going to change much. That's what we know for sure. I mean, but you never know. Vikendi sometimes can throw you curveballs as well, things you do not expect in a normal game of Vikendi. So maybe out of the norm, we might get to see the zone move towards the west, Dino Park. But I do agree with you on one thing. I mean, VLT against Gladiators might not be a wise move, but that is one fight that actually everyone wants to see. Because Velocity Gaming, I believe, did top the leaderboard in terms of points secured in a round 3 in terms of total points secured in round 3. I think Velocity was there high up in the leaderboard, and Gladiators is one of those teams you know for a fact they have the strongest survival instincts, and they will be able to make it to the top 3 of every single map that they play. That is how they like to play their matches. They like to survive to the late game stages and then force the fight. Wow, that was brilliant.
That was impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, he had the 6x on his M4, chipped out a little bit of damage, then realized the vehicle's now rammed onto the compound wall, jumps out with the DBS, and lands that jump shot to perfection.
So clean.
Clinical.
Yeah.
And now Gladiator Esports in front of us.
I don't think this fight is going to happen. I think we're just going to be waiting for a long time for these two teams to actually start things off. But that's not going to happen for at least the next 5 minutes, I guess.
Probably.
No incentive. No incentive to fight.
Speaking about incentive to fight, Stellar Titans is one of those teams that we've seen from the past.
Oh, yeah.
And this is one of those teams that has a lot of incentive to fight.
I mean, they like to do it, but on Vikendi, it's going to be quite tricky to actually make it happen. Again, all thanks to how the zone works in this map. I mean, it forces the game to take such a slow pace that once you have decent cover available, as close to the center, it's going to be better. But once you have decent cover available, you don't really have to do much. You can just sit in a corner and just wait things out. As soon as the zone moves away from you, which usually might happen during stage 4, stage 5, that is when you actually have to think about the fact that, oh, we have to abandon this position. We are going to be forced out into the open. And that is when you think about how you want to rotate from compound to compound. But also, those rotations become easier because Vikendi is just scattered with a lot of those individual isolated compound positions that you can use for cover or basically as temporary strongholds for you to hold from.
Vikendi is a map that is a good mix of everything. It has terrains to play with. It has some good high grounds to play with. And as you mentioned, it also has so many of these scattered compounds. It's sort of like a Sanhok mixed with Miramar. Then you get an icy Vikendi. I'm speaking about the gameplay aspect of the map.
Yeah, true. I'll give you that one.
Yeah.
But it also makes this like extremely irritating in the last few stages because you know there's so many teams, so many players surviving in the match. That you miss out on just one bit of information. You miss out on a sound cue, you miss out on someone just running around in a corner while you're scoped in, because scope does cut your FOV by just a little bit while you're scoped in, while you're radiused in with the scope, and that one individual can just change the game entirely for your team. So like information and stealth are two key aspects to sort of survive and make it to the late game stages in this map in particular. And how do you gather information when everyone is just like prone in their buildings?
Exactly. That's where things get even easier to gather information, Johnny. Because you know an individual compound has been secured by one team. So you know which team is positioned where.
But how do you know that?
Because initially there's no way a team's just going to sit prone inside the houses. No way. They're always going to make a little bit of moves here and there, try to have eyes on all across the compound. Even one single spot's been left over, there's a chance they can be moved up on, sneaked upon, and taken down.
See, this might be true on other maps, but in Vikendi, there are teams that just literally sit there.
Yeah. But still, you need to be a little bit more careful, man. Look at how Team X-Park is playing right now. Even though they have the compound control, still this man is moving outside towards the outskirts of that compound.
Talking about X-Park, I think this is that one team that is might be quite glad that they're starting their day on Vikendi, because earlier on, even in the previous round, we saw them pop off consistently on this map.
Yeah. X-Park is one of those teams that has been consistent no matter what map it is.
True. Very true. I mean, this
even on Erangel, this team's been just dominating.
They have been quite brilliant, I mean, and it is a good turnaround from this team. Day number 1, they go big. Day 2, they go even bigger. We have seen teams try to challenge them, try to drop clash them. We have seen teams pick off their players in the early stages of the game, but still X-Park manages to push through all of that and still ends up securing points one way or the other, be it survival or be it just running into fights and securing those fights. And look at this. How do you know that where Xanis is? There's absolutely no way you spot out this man if he's just like lying on that bathroom floor.
I mean, Stellar Titan Xanis, I don't know if you noticed, he had 9 smoke grenades in his hands. This man is just...
He is prepared. Let's just say that he's prepared.
He's going to be that smoke criminal. And speaking about the smoke criminal, even the airdrop 3 is going to be on the board with the Groza. And of course, a couple of upgrades if the teams do want to go forward for those. Grind 1 Esports, we did see a while ago. This team got dropped down to that one single man a while ago. So let's see how good the recovery phase is going to be looking like for that team. Team X-Park as well, right in the smack center, looking pretty confident. On the northern side, there's not a lot of teams, but there's one team that's made quite a late rotation inside the circle in the name of TMZ.
Yeah, TMZ, I think, again, the intentions are quite clear. Gatekeep the zone on Vikendi for some reason, but there's no one left for them to gatekeep. All the other teams have moved to the center, and that is going to make the late game for TMZ extremely difficult to play. I mean, since teams will have a better position for them, unless we have a northern shift in the game.
Speak about the northern shift, and finally some fights maybe starting to brew up in front of us. And actually, it's one of those teams that's in the front. GlitchX Reborn in the receiving lines. DMW, Devotee, catching a bit of damage onto himself a while ago in that fight. GlitchX Reborn, they need to bounce back from that situation. Their position's being compromised, and this is what I was saying. When teams initially start to get their hands laid on top of those compounds, that's when you're supposed to gather that information. Now Stage 3 is going to be on the board. Once again, centering things on up. As I mentioned, till Stage 3, no issues will be there whatsoever.
Yeah, and especially for teams that are close to the center, Stellar Titans is there, X-Park is there, and of course the players of BR Titans are also going to be there quite close to the center. Psych, I think, are going to be a little bit worried, or maybe they're going to panic in a few moments if Gladiators close in on their position. But look at this. This is the last player from the side of Grind 1 Esports, Necro, and he has just secured the first point for his team.
Yeah, Grind 1 Esports. At least this last guy, Kalwa, getting that one elimination point, that's going to be like a big sigh of relief for Grind 1 Esports. At least they're not going to end things like CK.
Was this against DMW? Is this revenge that he has gotten?
Yeah, sort of. Just spoiling that game for them, and maybe once again can try to get the second elimination, but no, Devotee, he closes on up perfectly with that UMP-45 and shuts the final man down. Another fight brewing up in front of us somewhere else on the map, though. It's going to be the players of Hyderabad Hydras taking a fight up against the opponents in the name of Troublemakers, a team that has been causing a lot of troubles for a lot of the teams, but this time, Hyderabad Hydras looking forward to put a full stop to their fairy tale, to their run inside this game.
So a little bit of a backstory between these two teams. Hyderabad Hydras and Troublemakers were actually part of the same group, and Hyderabad Hydras were put in a lot of trouble by this team itself. Again, Troublemakers find their number 2 knock secured, and Hyderabad Hydras, I mean, in the previous round, round 3, they did have an impressive comeback, but I think in this round, round 4, they would want to keep themselves in a safer position in terms of the rankings. But Ultron, let's see, DBS in his hands, can he pull off a miracle?
Can he pull off a miracle? That's the question, Ultron! Just shove that DBS in the opponent's throat. Zan pulls that trigger, shuts the man down, knocks him out, and now Hyderabad Hydra, Summer down line, also having the advantage inside the fight. Trying their best, though, still to pull things back once again, Troublemakers, but this man, he softened up a little bit too much, and now another third party that comes into play. Another team joining the fray. 4 Troublemakers now are in here too, and this is where even another fight brewing up in front of us. Blood Rose in a big wall of trouble. So many teams in the same vicinity. It's just a massive chaos unleashing.
Hey man, you want Troublemaker double, and that is why 2 teams with Troublemakers in their name are here, but
oh, nice shot to the guts. That's a big punch in the gut with the DBS. Insane. And he puts that man down.
Yeah, just knocked the wind right out of his lungs, and mine as well. Did not expect that to happen. I mean, Blood Rose, they were looking so strong. The momentum, felt like was in their favor, but not against 4 Troublemakers. And now Blood Rose Esports, the early exit for them. I wonder what their reaction to this exit is going to be like. But 4 Troublemakers, trouble in paradise for this team as well. They've lost 2 players.
I mean, that was just so much chaos out of nowhere being unleashed. It was tough to keep track of the action that was going on. But one thing is for sure, Hyderabad Hydras, they've been eliminated from the game. Not a good start.
Both the Troublemakers survive. 4 Troublemakers and Troublemakers with a Z at the end. Both the teams make it out alive, but now they will have to settle their differences amongst themselves. It's a 2v1 situation. Look at the map. They're quite close to each other.
Yeah, 5 eliminations on this Troublemaker. How many eliminations does the other one have?
I think 4.
I mean, the last guy's in the front lines and some are down lines saying knows. He might just be quite handicapped. This is how Blood Rose Esports were going for that fight against the players of 4 Troublemakers. The first man got taken down. Still another man was in the back lines, but somehow that Nade did not blow out that player from 4 Troublemakers, and then Sane was just sitting in the house waiting for this guy to step in that compound. As soon as he does, that punch in the gut with the DBS to shut him down.
Look at Guri though. I mean, we did not see Guri clutch out the fight, and well, he just ran towards the last 2 players from the side of Hyderabad Hydras, and we just found out how many finishes the other Troublemakers have. They have 3, because one of their finish was picked off by 4 Troublemakers.
True that. DMW Esports with only 2 players up and alive. 4 Troublemakers.
4 Troublemakers, Necro, have gone for a very interesting play. They've sent 1 player inside the compound and left 1 to deal with that 1v1. But now, talk about this. We have an interesting fight. BR Titans up against the players of X-Park.
Oh, it's an attack on Titans right now. And X-Park, look at his make that spark happen against these Titans. BR Titans, a little bit in the disadvantage inside this fight. Sarang tosses out that nade, but unfortunately dishes out damage onto himself. The rebound was not calculated that nicely, and Team X-Park not in that good of a start, but still, BR Titans, there's a chance these guys can be strike down in the fight. And maybe they will be. Sarang overextends a little bit too much, and this is where the players of BR Titans might just find themselves in the advantage spot. But Adit does some good movement, some good maneuvers, but it's still not going to matter. The last man from BR Titans there to keep things together.
Oh man, X-Park, they messed up that fight so much. Plus the third party did come into the action from the outer side as well, which resulted in X-Park taking an early exit. But look at this, Gladiators making quick work of Psyche. Blink it and you miss it, as you like to call it, Necro.
As you mentioned, some light work being done by the players of Gladiator Esports. I mean, at the end of the day, these guys are the experienced gladiators in the arena. It's going to be tough to deal with these guys, especially if a Gladiator has a lot of experience, Johnny. He knows exactly every single step the opponent's going to make. He knows exactly every single move, how the opponent's going to think.
Yeah, this team is just absolutely incredible. But that is also why this particular group is exciting to witness, because X-Park, Gladiators, Velocity, Blind, all of these big names in the same group, Psych as well, just makes you overthink who's going to come out on top. And I think a lot of these teams are overthinking that aspect as well. But look at this. Seems like Corey has dealt with that last surviving player from, second last player from the side of 4 Troublemakers. He has won his individual 1v1. And now he gets to loot all of those crates, pick up those first aids, and he gets to play the survival battle.
Oh, Gladiator, not so safe of a rotation out in the open. Destro was catching a bit of hurt onto himself. Considering Gladiator Esports do not even have a lot of finish points accumulated, they might just be desperate to get some more blood on their hands.
That is actually what I'm worried about. You stole the words right off my mouth. I was just about to say that this team with how they're moving, it feels like they're looking for fights, but really is going to be a tricky position for them to be in, because now the two teams on either sides, one is blind, the other is velocity, plus a lot of teams crawling in from the northern edge of the zone as well. Maybe they can pick them off, but it's still going to be extremely difficult to secure all the points.
All I can say is great minds think alike. And for now, speaking about the great minds, we've got one of those in front of us. Stellar Titans making some moves happen against the opponents, but it's the players of Blind Esports. They're not too blind in this fight. They're just making the opponents blind, that's for sure. With the amount of performance, with the amount of bullets, they're just pumping in against the opponent's chest. This is where Blind Esports, they stand tall in this fight. Once again, it's Stellar Titans. They've been wrapped up.
Yeah, Blind Esports did not even get knocked out. Not a single player from the side of Blind knocked out. Knuckle took like, I think, 25% damage in the entire fight, and it was done and dusted. But with 4 eliminations, Blind Esports, are they going to be satisfied? That is the question. But they're looking to move inside the zone a little bit further, deep inside the zone. Joker has been left in the backline to try and gatekeep the players of BR Titans, and it might just be a brilliant strategy being called from the side of Blind.
Indeed. Blind Esports, they've got a solid compound to play with, and even looking quite solid too inside the game. They've got the wind in their sails, but BR Titans, not the ideal position that they wanted to be in, but sometimes you need to adjust with whatever you've got in your hands. And right now, the team that's in the prime spot is DMW, the only team inside the circle. The Blind Esports taking shots against Autobots has put them in such a big state of discomfort.
Well, Blind versus Autobots, who's going to come out on top? Blind Esports, Knuckle has secured a lot of knocks for his team, and Autobots, look at this, from the flank. Joker is also putting in the work. 2 more players down on their knees. Orzi is going to be the last player surviving, last man left standing, and he's going to, well, he won't be standing for long. He's going to be wrapped up as Glitch X Reborn, Krish OP with a nade, is going to put Autobots out of their misery. Back to Cybertron you go.
Blind Esports, they've got some eagle eyers and some sharpshooters inside the squad. Top 16 to life, ladies and gentlemen, and even Knuckle now starting to make some moves on the board. They want to make it inside the circle. Blind Esports, they've got a decent territory to play around with. But even the players of Velocity Gaming, they are going to be the late chimers inside the circle.
Yeah, Velocity, Gladiators, these are the two teams you're going to see them play for position every single game that they play. Blind Esports is the one that is not too afraid of taking that aggressive front even in the early stages of the match. But let's see. We have a lot of heavy hitters in this match, and then we have the players from the side of DMW who are down to their last player. I mean, early game start for DMW was absolutely phenomenal. They did win quite a brilliant fight for themselves. Even though it was barely, but it was still a brilliant fight. But now, they are on the verge of taking an exit.
Oh, the last first hit pulled off, and God plays, going for some God plays. Indeed, inside the game, Blind Esports, Manya spotted out, no shots connected. Manya, he's got some nice moves. And eventually, God plays, he gets claimed by Knuckle. Are you kidding me? That elimination point 2 gets stolen by the players of Blind Esports. They're over here with their mouth open. They're just eating anything that they can lay their hands on.
Yeah, they're salivating from their fangs as they are about to dig those fangs into the opposition. 9 eliminations on the board for the players of Blind Esports. They have quite a brilliant spot to work with as well. The northern edge of the circle, and all the oppositions are right in front. Apart from that one player from the side of Gladiators, but Delta, he's not going anywhere. He's pinned in the shack, nowhere left to run, nowhere left to hide. I hope he has a lot of first aids to work with, Necro.
No, that's it. That's going to be it. No way. Gladiator Esports, they continue their journey and forward. I highly doubt he's even got any type of first aids in his hands, or a lot of first aids in general. But let's see. We'll be able to see that. Blind Esports now just creating that off angle against the players of BLT, and once again, just getting these perfect openings. Manya, he's got some nice shooting through the smokes. He's able to find a couple of knockouts and also dish out so much damage against the players of VLT. Another knockout found.
One player from the side of Velocity was spotted out, and it was Punk. And Blind Esports, they were aiming for Aimbot, but Aimbot was put to his knees, put to a miserable position. And Velocity Gaming, what just happened to them? With a few nades and the sprays from Knuckle, Velocity getting wiped out with 0 eliminations in this match.
Blind Esports was firing everywhere they could see the smokes. Just left and right, moving their aims. And SNS, they found the hit markers that would keep on spamming that on that spot. Beautifully done. Blind Esports, they just had so many magazines to unload against the opponents. Last first aid used from Delta PG, almost found the opening, almost found the knock. He does, but not enough to get the players down to a little bit on their feet.
Blind Esports, it seems like no one is able to stop them. Even if you get the players low, no one is able to put these players on the knees, on the ground. But finally, as I say, that Joker has been knocked out. But still, Glitch X Reborn, they are 3 players surviving in the game. It's going to be a 3v4 situation for them to deal with. And they do not even have the circle. Blind Esports to control of the circle just a few seconds ago. And I don't think they're willing to give it back.
Ralph outside the zone. There's no way he's going to be able to do anything. At least he finds that knockout. But still, there's one more guy in the name of Duke. Looking forward to duke it out. Unfortunately, could have got that free elimination point, but he didn't. As I said, it's all about letting that curse go off, Johnny. It's about giving back to the community, and that's what the players of Blind Esports tried to do.
No, that wasn't what they were doing. You know what they did? They just forced the players of Glitch Reborn to stay in the blue longer than they should have. They used the zone to end the game a little bit quicker. Just absolutely brilliant. I mean, towards the end, we saw Knuckle just go for that vehicle push and just waste an extra bit of time. He realized, I mean, you see your HP, right? Inside of the game, you see your sliver of HP. You know you're not going to make it.
Yeah.
He switches the seat. Wasted 1 extra second. The other man goes down. He had his teammate in the backlines who did put in a few bullets of lead into the opposition, but that last individual is just pinned out in the corner inside of the blue. Blind have been phenomenal, but nothing taken away from Glitch Reborn as well. Glitch Reborn played a brilliant game of Vikendi. I mean, I did not expect this team to make it to the top 2 with how the first zone was.
Slipping under the radar.
Yes.
Just not being spotted by any of the foes, doing that perfectly nice. And considering Blind Esports pretty much knew that it's their game, no one's going to be able to steal it away from them. And Glitch X Reborn somewhere down line, second spot got in their hands, even with a decent amount of elimination points. That's going to give them a really good head start inside the overall standings. But Blind Esports, that nuclear performance has, of course, kept them so much higher in the overall standings. And even Gladiator Esports had a lot of expectations, but unfortunately not able to pull them off. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to push to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी। एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं। यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग समझे कि नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है।
वो क्या मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, वन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है। क्या समझे?
वेला वेला चिकन लेला।
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली।
सर, सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर, तो सीन में आप थोड़े से सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है, और जैसे ही वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
हो ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों, आगे बढ़ो,
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen. It was an exciting game of Vikendi, but now it's time to move forward to the next match for these particular teams. But before we do that, a little bit of discussion about what just happened in this game number 1 for this group with a new commentator, Salty, who's going to be joining us on the panel for the second time today. Salty, how are you doing?
I'm
How's your
doing good,
break?
man. I mean, it was pretty cold out there, actually. It was weekend, you know. I had to, get back my jacket, wear another one on top of it. But now, since we're actually heading towards the map for Miramar, I decided, all right, fine, things are going to heat up, so might as well take it off.
I mean, you're still wearing the jacket.
I was talking about the second one.
Oh, all right. But I mean, it feels like the heat was brought in by the players of Blind Esports in this one.
Oh,
And
yeah.
that was quite expected, but still, if you talk about unexpected eliminations, I mean, we have to talk about Velocity as well getting taken out a little bit.
Yeah.
Early team Psych taking an early exit. And of course, Autobots, they started the game off so nicely, but early pick off now, that has to be upsetting, right?
Exactly. I mean, Autobots, we all saw that spray. Mr. Spray, I mean, he was not Mr. Spray, it was actually Aim God. Beautifully done, I believe. But Autobots, from that point on, it just felt like they had no information on how to proceed and where to proceed.
And one more thing, I mean, 2 teams living up to their name, Troublemakers and 4 Troublemakers.
Yeah.
Both of them running into the same fight. Well, Troublemakers started things off. 4 Troublemakers showed up to, I don't know to do what, maybe for a third party, but then Autobot showed up out of nowhere. It was kind of a scuffle between the 2 squads, and then the Troublemakers ended up causing a lot of trouble for everyone. We're going to witness all of these moments, ladies and gentlemen, in the highlights of the match. But again, Mr. Spray with the first spray commitment, taking down 3 players from the squad of Road to Glory was, I mean, this has to be the highlight of the entire game.
I mean, at least for the early stage of the game, right? And unlike every other Vikendi, you guys got to see some content. You guys got to see some fight. And 4 Troublemakers, what a beautiful shot this one was.
Yeah, the jump shot with the DBS was absolutely incredible. Even Grind 1 Esports, I mean, I have to say, quite unfortunate for Grind 1 Esports, the early exit, and it is bound to happen one or the other time, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, even for the players, they know this as well. But still, from that moment on, and even during that early fight against the players of DMW, one thing that Grind Esports went on to showcase was their players are skilled as everyone else.
Yeah.
Talk about the 3 knocks secured by, I believe it was Mana who went on to secure those 3 knocks. Talk about Kalva just surviving to the late game stages, or how the fight started. In fact, a man standing in the Molotov, taking a stand against the opposition and makes sure that as he hits the floor, the opposition does the same.
Absolutely. And this is just absolutely as cinematic as it gets, of course. But you were talking about Troublemakers, and here they are. Guri stood, I think, above everyone else in this particular fight.
Yeah.
I think he was the last man standing, and that was just incredible to survive that much tension, to survive that much collision. It's incredible. Team X-Spark, we really had a lot of hopes from this particular team to actually go on win this particular game, considering the run of form on Vikendi.
This was an awkward moment for both these teams. I mean, Godplays just took that massive drop from the other side, and X-Spark was caught off guard for a few moments, but then Aditya, he had too much to deal with on his plate. I mean, he was surrounded basically from every single direction by the players of BR Titans, and they ended up winning that fight, but still, I mean, not for free. They lost a few key players, and their rotation was delayed, because of which they were eliminated a few moments later inside the match.
Exactly. Now, Blind Esports, I think this is from the point on when they started their domination and they started their absolute run of form. And inside the final circles, we know, as a matter of fact, if Blind Esports, they have all of their players, they kind of start spreading their wings. They kind of start spreading out, extend that map authority, extend that map control, and start chiming in, getting those absolute finish numbers on board. And how quickly they wiped off VLT in a flash.
Yeah.
Without even any finishes, VLT just had to take the escape route.
VLT just vanished. It was a magic trick that happened against them, and I think they are going to be quite upset with how this match went for them, because Velocity had the zone for so long, such a long time. They were in a prime position in the zone, and in the end to lose a game with no eliminations for a team like Velocity, it is heartbreaking for them. But while we talk about all of these big names and their performances, we can't take any attention away from the players of Glitch Reborn. Just a phenomenal run and a dream start to their day.
Absolutely. I mean, the fact that they actually put up a fight against Blind Esports in that final circle, even though they could not really put up a fight, they were just pushed outside the circle. They were like, all right, it was two wrestlers. And
Stay there.
yeah, stay there. Don't come. Stay. And that was just brilliant to try
Yeah.
and push up against them, not letting them enter the final circle. But GlitchX Reborn, apart from that final fight, up until the build-up, up until the final fight, it was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, it was quite brilliant, as you mentioned, the build-up, because we had all of these heavy hitters, and then there was this one Undergod team just challenging all of them together. I mean, we had Velocity, Gladiators, Blind, and then Glitch Reborn. And Glitch Reborn, as we talked about them, were also in a very awkward position.
Yeah.
And they took advantage of the fact that Blind Esports was gathering all of that attention from the surrounding towards themselves. Gladiators was focusing on Blind. Velocity was focusing on Blind. And Glitch Reborn, they came from a corner. They realized, oh, you want to take them out? Well, there you go. Your points are ours. You want to take on Blind? Well, feel free, but your points are ours. That is what they were doing, and they have, I believe, secured a lot of points in this game, both in terms of eliminations and placement. But now the question becomes, this was just one off-map of Vikendi. Vikendi, you play one in every single round.
Yep.
What can you do on Miramar and Erangel? Because you get 2 Miramars and 2 Erangels.
That is going to be the question, of course, and we will find out. And we've seen that, right? I mean, when teams do tend to start on the map of Vikendi, it just goes on to a slow start, and they have picked up the pace. They're forced to pick up the pace on the map of Miramar itself. Now, a lot of these big names, they kind of missed out on an opportunity to kind of capitalize on Vikendi. X-Park, as a matter of fact, is going to be one of those names. And of course, VLT and Gladiators, you mentioned them right. They are teams who are supposed to be at the very top with huge numbers. The fact that they could not do so might just be pinching themselves. And they will be looking forward to actually make it count on the map of Miramar. GlitchX Reborn, the kind of performance they have, I think that Miramar should be theirs as well. They should be inside the podium finishes.
I mean, it's difficult to predict who's going to be like a top contender for this particular group in any single map. But let's have a look at the individual players. Let's have a look at the MVP of the game, which is going to be Ronnie from the side of Blind Esports. And Ronnie has always been the player from Blind who is the playmaker for the team. He's going to start things off and the rest of the team follows up. And this was the case even in this match. 6 finishes secured by this man all alone. And then it was his entire team putting in additional effort on the other side.
Exactly, and one of the best features about this lad is that the range just does not count. Ronnie can finish off a player from meters away, from hundreds of meters away, and then Blind Esports will be like, all right, we've got the opening, we'll just push up. And that is how this man just cleans up space and cleans up map for the rest of his squad, of course. You've got Narse. Now, this man was actually pretty exciting and pretty surprising to me for me, because for Troublemaker, we did not really expect them to actually do so many shenanigans inside the map, but Narsen was like the only man. We saw him sit inside the shack, ladies and gentlemen, and of course finish off that final play. That was brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, slip-ups happen, man. It's okay. I mean, it happened for the individual that was trying to push Narsen as well. Because I believe both the individuals were armed with the DBS, but Narsen was the man who was quicker on the trigger. And he did, in fact, he was the only reason his team actually made it as far as they did inside of this match. But look at that. We have the rankings from this game. And look at the stark difference between Blind Esports and the rest of the lobby. 30 points for Blind. 19 for the team that made it to the second, which is Glitch Reborn. I'm so happy seeing the Undergods do so well for themselves. We have Glitch Reborn, we have DMW in the top 4, we have BR Titans who have secured 8 points and tied up with Velocity.
Exactly, and the fact that it's not just GlitchX Reborn as well, you mentioned it correctly. DMW, you've got BR Titans as well. Gladiators and Velocity were certain there. Velocity just absolutely 0 finish points to work with. Just like you mentioned, they had a good position right from the start up until the very end, just could not capitalize onto it. But we've seen games of Vikendi just, take one-sided turns, especially when the match scorecard comes up. Blind Esports, I'd actually not be surprised if they lose this sort of a lead up until.
But let's talk about upsets from this initial game. X-Park sitting there with 3 points. Blood Rose Esports, one of the biggest names from their group, 3 points. Hyderabad Hydras, 2 points to the name, 12th position. Team Psych, 1 point. And Stellar Titans also on that 13th spot with 1 point. It feels like more than the Undergods performing, or it was the big names that just failed to perform entirely.
Exactly, and that just happens when the Undergods come up. Now, I sort of wanted to mention this at the start of the first group as well. the fact that inside round 4, I feel everything is sort of reset, right? I don't believe personally, obviously, that there are no underdogs, undergods, or tier 1 teams at this point. Everything is reset. You might have past achievements or you might not have. But in terms of mechanics, in terms of skills, and in terms of everything else, it's just a stalemate at this point. For sure, with past achievement comes experience. But what is that experience going to do if you can't convert it into numbers?
Exactly. I mean, experience does help you in decision making, in keeping your composure in difficult situation, but that is all it will do. I do agree with you on the point that at this stage, at this particular round of BGIS, mechanics wise, everyone is equally matched. It's
Yep.
just the tactics that will define you and how far you can go into this tournament. But ladies and gentlemen, the next map is about to begin. The map of Miramar and Salty. Who do you think is going to perform well? I mean, you've already taken one name.
Yeah.
What about the
I
next?
mean, see, GlitchX Reborn for sure, they've got the form. But one team that I'm really excited to always talk about is going to be Blood Rose Esports. Love the way they play, love their aggressive approach, love the fact that they just always try and push up, be in the faces of their opposition. I think if they actually embrace that strategy once again, they can do a lot of damage on the map of Miramar.
I do agree with you, but I still feel like the biggest threat for any team or any group that plays Miramar, I know the performance on map 1 does not justify it, but it will be Gladiators. I mean,
Alright.
their drop is quite interesting. They like to start from the position of Impala, the eastern edge of the map. But they are masters of playing the slow game. I mean, on Vikendi, the problem was the fact that there was too many teams surrounding them, but still we can't take away that they made it to the top 4. On Miramar, we know action begins a little bit quicker and
Yep.
in a little bit more interesting way. You are engaging in long distance battles on Miramar in that sense, but this team that knows how to play slow, I think, will make it to every single late game circle in every single map. And I think, but because of the pacing of Miramar, it just fits perfectly into their play style. The only team that can step up and challenge them is Blind Esports, of course. But apart from them, if I have to take another name, it has to be Autobots.
All right. I mean, yeah, Autobots, to be honest, has always been one of my favorites, especially during the grind. I was always looking forward to Autobots play. And in this tournament, of course, expecting them to perform much better than they initially did. They had the initial good results on Vikendi, the first part of the game. The initial jitters, of course, weren't there. But then, yeah, when it comes to the rotations and actually looking themselves inside the end game scenarios, I'm not really sure if Autobots will make it, considering that there are so many rotational clashes on Miramar.
I mean, rotational clashes will always be part of the game. It is something that you have to deal with on a daily basis, whether you're playing in the pro circuit or in your own matches at home as well. I mean, it will happen. But there are different ways to deal with it. If you're confident in your team, you're just going to try and counter-challenge the team, stop and take the fight. If you realize the other team has like a decent amount of cover available, you will just keep going. Just pedal to the metal, get out of that awkward position as quickly as possible. But one team that I would want to see what they will be able to, what they are in fact capable of pulling off, and whether they are capable of pulling off a comeback, has to be Grind 1 Esports. Because Grind 1 Esports, as I mentioned, when we were looking at the highlights, yes, the team was taken out early. Yes, they lost a lot of points. But still, those individual plays that the players were making, I did not see anything wrong with them. I mean, it was just the fact that the players were a little too far away from each other. The initial drop was a little flawed, but apart from that, the players actually, I mean, I see signs of promise from this team.
Well, we'll actually find out if signs of promise can actually turn into a lot of points on the map of Miramar, as this group is turning into a group of death. The flight path is live, ladies and gentlemen, in front of us. And let's just find out where it actually heads. It starts off from El Pozo, on the right-hand side of El Pozo, and moves towards the southern part of the map, towards the south of Los Leones. Now, this is interesting, to be honest, because we've seen these southern flight paths already quite a lot, and now the fact that it takes a different direction, it comes in from the west side. I just wonder where the circle is going to be, Johnny.
Plus, it's kind of a short flight path for the biggest map in the game, so that itself is going to be making things extremely awkward for a lot of these teams. On Miramar, I mean, we know teams do like to drop towards those western side, northwestern part as well. It's cluttered with some of the best drop spots to start the game from. You talk about El Azar, you talk about Tierra Bronca, Torre Amuda, Campo Militar, all of those brilliant water treatment as well. San Martin, Hacia del Patron, I believe it's like a reachable position. You can drop towards Picado or Power Grid and then go from there. Picado is a little bit risky. I understand it's considered a hot drop by many in this particular map, but let's see how this game is going to play out. Just like a very awkward flight path to begin things off. But that also means we're going to have a very exciting game, because look at El Pozo. Two teams drop clashing in El Pozo super early in the match.
That's just El Pozo, Johnny. I'm pretty sure there are going to be multiple regions. And it's always important to actually find out where you will find those scrambled compounds, because in certain short flight paths, I'm pretty sure majority of the map is like out of contention. You just mention it rightly. Al Azhar is out of contention, Campo Militar is out of contention. But as soon as we speak of regions, we just have the circle popped off. And this is the Western Circle we were always talking about. And look at this, right off the get-go, action just begins.
Yeah, action begins, and Grind 1 Esports, they get their revenge this time as Tony IGL picks up one of the players from DMW Esports. Now, why is this revenge for the viewers tuning in right now? Because on the previous map of Vikendi, it was DMW who put the pain in the heads of Grind 1 Esports, put the hurt upon them, and finished them off in the early stages of the match. Now, Grind 1 Esports, they have the potential and the opportunity to do the same to the opposition. Montaigne, however, it will be a tricky fight for Grind Esports to actually come out on top of, considering both the teams, in fact, went for a 4-man wide split drop. So regrouping is going to be one of the first challenges they will have to face. But let's see what the rest of the match is going to look like. And also talking about the rest of the game, Salty, get ready for a slow game of Miramar. We had a west to the southeast flight path, and the circle is towards the west, where a massive cluster of teams is already present.
Yeah.
So not a lot of incentive to move around in the game, not a lot of incentive to take these early fights. Look at that. 4 teams outside the zone. That's it.
What actually is actually surprising is the fact that Gladiators, they drop to the extreme south part of the map and they're still going towards the northern region. Now this is where things get interesting. They will try and make that late entry, they will play that slow game, but how do they make that entry, especially where that entire western shoreline of the circle is occupied? That is what gets really interesting.
2 options. If certain teams are there in the map, then they will look to pick them off early, move towards El Azhar, and then fall back from there. And if they realize that there might be not a lot of teams might have taken control of the northern part, then they might just move from the southern side and play a slow game. We have seen them pull off both those moves, and both of those moves work out quite brilliantly for them. Plus, if the zone moves towards El Pozo, I think Gladiators is actually one of those teams who will pray the zone moves towards El Pozo. I have seen them convert so many El Pozo circles, all from Impala drop.
We'll find out if they can convert this one, but El Pozo Circle, it's not just Gladiators who will be praying for that El Pozo Circle, it's Glitch X Reborn as well. They are another team who has sort of settled down on El Pozo as well, and the only challenge they might face up front, that's going to be Team Blind Esports, who are also approaching. But speaking of approaching, we've got X-Park, who is well settled. There is number 2 team Stellar Titans just up top.
I want to correct you, Salty. Blind doesn't challenge his team. They hand out death sentences to everyone,
They're like the executors.
Yeah.
We had the executors inside the lobby.
Yeah, they got executed, I mean, unfortunately.
Were they handed their death sentences by Blind?
No. It wasn't Blind, it was the other teams in the lobby. I mean, executors, I mean, since we're talking about them again, I mean, to be fair, like, we knew for a fact few teams were going to be there who won't really have as much experience as the other players in the competitive scene, and they were bound to get outplayed in certain moments. That is what happened to a lot of these undergod teams, but that is what the earlier rounds of the entire tournament were about, to filter out the better undergods, even amongst the undergods, like the actual undergods among the undergods. And that is what has happened now, and that is why these teams are here. That is why they have a safety cushion of that lower bracket run. But I mean, X-Park off to an interesting start against the players of Stellar Titans. They secured the opening knock, I believe. But can they convert? Because the distance between these two squads is actually quite a lot.
It was quite a lot, and Stellar Titans fancied their chance to actually go up, push up against Bukar. They even slammed that buggy next to that compound, but that wasn't really doing anything. They were like, alright, fine, we'll just fall back and get back to a hard territory.
Whoever has that Vegeta skin inside of the game, here's a fun activity for everyone. Just go on that all chat and just start screaming, Kakarot! That was Vegeta does basically the first season of Dragon Ball Z.
I mean, I'm not really that avid of a DBZ fan, but all I know is that Goku is just better than Vegeta.
Not really. I mean, both of them are pretty brilliant in their own rights. One is just able to surpass his limits quite easily, and the other just has a never give up attitude and refuses to admit that he's the weaker one, and he trains and trains and trains and trains and to be on the same level. And at this point, I think both of them are on the similar level. Both of them have been given their own unique aspects. The one has Ultra Instinct, the other has, I think it's called Super Saiyan Blue Mastered or something. I haven't seen the latest season.
Right. That's actually a pretty good story, to be honest, because of course one just personifies talent while the other personifies hard work.
Yeah. Not just talent. I mean, it's quite deep. I mean, if you start diving into any sort of story that is out there, doesn't matter if it's an anime, it doesn't matter if it's a children's cartoon. There's a lot deep meaning behind what the
Yeah.
creators do, and even like with everything that you witness basically in front of you right now. I mean, talk about the storylines of these players. No one was like gifted from the start. No one went into their first game and won it all.
Yeah.
Everyone put in effort, just like Vegeta. Everyone refused to give up even through their losses and just grinded their way. All of that in the time chamber, all the time spent, and that is why they are here.
You're bringing tears to my eyes, Johnny.
That is
I'm,
life.
I'm
man.
gonna cry.
See, one thing that I think I've realized is hard work will always beat talent, no matter what. Like if
Majority of
talent
the
if talent fails to put in the hard work, that is what will eventually happen.
Yeah, 100% agreed with that, and that shows in the games as well. I'm not really going to say that, yeah, the players or the teams at the very top who did not qualify, did not put in the hard work, they did. But the undergods, they came in from absolute nowhere, put in hours and hours, and that's why they're here.
See, one thing that was said to me recently, and this was all while we were discussing like teams, best performing players, new upcoming players,
Yeah.
was the fact that even the gods of BGMI right now, and like I have seen that era. I have seen that era when they were referred to as undergods. Not even undergods. They were like
Yeah.
straight up undergods. I mean, they went into tournaments and everyone was like, yeah, they are not going to win the trophy. But still, they proved everyone wrong. They put in the effort. They have faced defeat time and time again. But the only thing that separates the best from the rest is their ability and their willpower of stepping into the battleground again, queuing up for the next match, queuing up for the next tournament, and showing up with improved tactics and having focused on like putting in the effort of getting better. That is the only way you will succeed in life. You have to face your challenges head on, try and improve, try and get better. Improve 1% every single day. That's a 365% improvement over the year.
I'm not really sure if that's how math actually works. I
It
think
does,
that,
1%
that will
every day.
compound. That will compound eventually.
I mean, yeah, if it compounds, it's going to be like
Even higher.
even higher. But
Yeah.
if I'm just saying, like, do 1% every day.
Yeah. That's how things work, actually. I'll have to refer to you for advices in life later on, but so far it seems like Stellar Titans, they don't need advices in just moving from cover to cover. It seems like they will eventually find their fate against a couple of two teams right now. One of them will be BR Titans, if I'm not mistaken, and the other is Hyderabad Hydras.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be a tough challenge for them, but I think things have actually taken a turn for better for Stellar Titans, because now BR Titans, what they have done is they have just ran towards Hyderabad Hydras, and now they are in a very awkward. Is that really what you want to work with? Joker Top G, VSS in the mid stages of the game. Now, this is going to be an interesting fight to witness from Hyderabad Hydras.
Yeah, I think he likes that pink scope, to be honest.
I mean, I like it too, but you know that weapon just tickles, right? Look at this. It tickles.
This weapon is funny, to be honest, but sometimes it's just fun to actually watch it fire. We see the bullet drop so effectively.
Pistol does more damage than this.
You're such an avid hater of the...
I hate VSS. Okay,
It's-
so, but to be fair, one of, like, me and Ocean were wondering what could be the worst possible moment, and we've been doing this, like, for a long time. What could be the worst possible way to die in BGMI? Like, worst way to get finished off?
Crossbow?
No, man in a ghillie suit on Sanhok with a VSS. Because you don't really know where he is. You can't do anything about him. He's just like there, a menace. People like that, like if someone does that, is going to be an absolute menace. And if his name is Dennis, then he's Dennis the Menace.
Alright. Huge expectations from you. Huge expectations from the players as well for you. This is interesting.
If anyone watching this broadcast has an IGN named Dennis, that is what you need to do. And as soon as you finish off the opposition, just go to all chat and say, call me Dennis the Menace.
Possibly just
I'm
make a
giving
real
bad
attack.
ideas to peer players.
Yeah,
now.
yeah, this is such an extremely bad idea, to be honest. I'm not really a big fan of it. It's fine. One idea which was actually good was Necros trying to run around with a Bugatti and then in the all chat,
Yeah,
what
what
color
color
is? Yeah, that's pretty good. That's
Yeah,
pretty
but that is going to just that is basically just like running around asking people to pick you up, shoot you in the face, knock you down first, come up to you, and then ask you like, "Yo, bro, what's up?
I think
How high are your skills? You see
I,
the skill gap."
I think true alphas never really shy away from a fight. They will always call for a fight. Speaking of true alphas, is Road to Glory in the leagues of being a true alpha?
I think they can be. I think this game will decide our opinions about Road to Glory. I mean, the first game, they were just quite unfortunate. As I mentioned before, it was just like the awkward drop clash, not even a second given to them. They ran towards the players of Autobots, and if a man calls himself Mr. Spray, he might have given like a thought or two about what to call himself, right? He might have thought like, yeah, I am brilliant at sprays. I've practiced them so much. Might as well call myself Mr. Spray.
I think it's going to be the other way around. He named himself Mr. Spray and then he was like, oh, my name is actually Mr. Spray. I've got to practice the spray
No,
quite nicely.
That is players who call themselves noob in the game. The player with the name noob is always going to be the deadliest player in the lobby. Don't challenge anyone called noob. He's going to make you hurt.
We've seen that a couple of times here as well. But speaking of
Yeah.
seeing this a couple of times, we have a pretty interesting circle and Team Psych. For the first time, they're right at the smack center of it, almost being challenged by GlitchX as well as Autobots. But that's not really where the problem lies. The problem lies in that entirety of the northern shoreline where multiple teams are trying to enter, and I'm pretty sure there is going to be an absolute bombardment pretty soon.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this was the end of the podcast hour. Now the action is about to begin because we did see, as you mentioned, a massive cluster of teams towards the northern part of the map. And look at this, Bloodrose IGL, in fact. I mean, you did see the players of Hyderabad Hydras run into that building, and I think Bloodrose instead were looking to go for that airdrop, but their plan has instantly backfired because now the opposition knows that this team is going to be out in the open, and there's no escape option available from... Look at the map! Is Hyderabad Hydras actually on a hunt for Bloodrose Esports? Are they going for that high ground to try and take them down? It's not going to work out. These ridges are going to protect the players of Bloodrose, and they do in fact get a little bit of distance between them and the opposition. But look at the feed. What is happening on the other side? Xpark is getting picked off by Autobots. Blind Esports has just found the numbers of 4 troublemakers, and they have secured the opening from that fight as well.
4 troublemakers have been reduced to like a 2-man squad right now. I wonder what is going on in this particular fight, because almost everything that we can see from the map feed is like an entire cavalry of vehicles just moving toward the circle itself. But amidst all of this, multiple teams are taking pot shots against each other. And just like you said, it was Blind Esports also. They are knocking on the doors of 4 troublemakers. They don't really care if there's like a high ground advantage or anything like that. They will find that entry point. They will try and get inside it and take the fight to you. But it seems like that did not work out because system.
They are limited by the game. Blind Esports is limited by the game itself. As if the game allowed them to move mountains or crumble mountains, they would do whatever it takes to bring system down and finish him off. That is how committed Blind Esports is towards their aggressive stances and towards taking fight once they actually see where the opposition is. But what a brilliant turnaround from Team Xpark. I mean, it's just the last man from the side left standing, Sarang. And he's just gone ahead and secured 2 eliminations against the players of, I believe it's Grind 1 Esports. But still, Grind 1 with the man advantage. And Sarang, as we mentioned, I mean, a massive cluster towards the north. That is exactly where these teams are fighting. Will put him in a very awkward position, but Grind 1, they have to realize they need to wrap things up as quickly as possible, because the longer they extend this fight, the more opportunity the other teams around them will have of analyzing the situation and, of course, plan the demise of Grind 1 Esports.
And of course, there you go. There you go. Grind 1 Esports, just listening to this piece of commentary right there, they were like, all right, sir, we got you. And that's how Team Xpark are going to bite the dust. But it's not good news, because once again, another game which just did not go according to their own script or did not go according to their plans. Speaking of plans itself, Team Road to Glory, they were playing that edges of that initial circle, but now the fact that the circle has taken a hard shift, now they're in the middle of nowhere. They've got multiple teams right across. They've got Team Troublemakers, who of course will play for hugging the blue zone, of course. But right up front towards the circle, they've got Glitch X Reborn. They need to deal with either of those 2 teams right about now, because there's practically no time whatsoever.
Yeah, there is not a lot of time left in that situation. If you can't deal with them, they will definitely put up a lot of pressure just pushing up north. Along with that, I think it was an interesting situation, right? This is how Blind actually secured the opening position and the opening finish, in fact, for themselves in this matchup. And Sarang, I mean, you have to give props to this man. I mean, managing to convert another awkward position in this fight. In the previous game, it was Aditya who did a phenomenal job securing those finish points for his team. In this one, it was Sarang, but Blind Esports, oh, now one of their players has been knocked out, and it is the front line and the man with the most amount of firepower from the side of Blind, Ronnie, who's put on his knees. Will they be able to bring him back in this game? That is the question. Oh no, he gets finished.
It's going to be tough. And just like you said, he just gets finished. Blind Esports in the middle of nowhere. They don't really have a lot of cover to work with. Brilliantly done against 4 troublemakers out there. That is the worst possible way to actually die. Just trying to turn around the vehicle and then being sprayed down.
They were spraying on the wrong person. That is why 4 troublemakers got picked off. They were spraying on the man in the buggy up ahead. I don't know why they ignored Knuckle completely. And Knuckle, I mean, he is definitely going to punish them for that. Like, hey lads, I am here as well. I'm right in front of you. Why are you disrespecting me like this? Finishes off both of them in an instant. But talk about disrespect. And now, will Blood Rose Esports disrespect the M249 or the other side? They have the opportunity to do it as well, since Harshu has brought the HP on the opposing lad quite low, and DMW, they are pinned down. Monarch has nowhere left to run, nowhere left to hide, pinned behind that broken wall, and he's going to be finished off. DMW, I believe they're down to their last player as well.
Blood Rose Esports, with this fight, they now just established themselves as the absolute king of the western side of the circle. There's nobody who can try and challenge up, and they have so much space to actually work around. The only team who's like the closest is going to be Team Autobots, who are almost toward the center of the circle itself. And of course, if they take down Autobots in the process, then the entirety of the map is going to be an open territory for them. The last standing player, of course, Hitler, just trying to hide inside the second floor of this particular building. But that's not ideal, to be honest. You know that Blood Rose is going to find you and is going to take you down.
Yeah. Yeah. Allies have arrived, ladies and gentlemen. Blood Rose Esports finishing off DMW and their last player. But what is happening to the Gladiators? This is revenge from Velocity for the game of Vikendi. As Gladiators was the one who had them pinned down, and because of them, Blind Esports finished off Velocity like it was nothing. Now Velocity are here for payback. They've secured the opening, aimbot with the nade. It looked quite decent, but I believe it was a little bit off, and Gladiators, they were able to survive.
Velocity, though, they have to do this correctly. Of course, Gladiators did try to close up. Now, this is where it gets interesting. But the nade, of course, just absolutely brilliant. The entirety of the responsibility comes down to Shogun and Delta PG right now, Johnny.
Gladiators, they are done. There is nowhere this team is going. Justin, look at him burning in the Molotov. He's going to get finished off. Shogun pinned in that shack, and Delta on the flank. It's a 2v4 situation. I don't think there's any way Gladiators are coming out of this in one piece, and that is exactly how this is going down. Velocity, they know that last individual is going to be in that shack, and oh, they ignore him for a few extra seconds. Shogun is only good for a knock, not even a finish, and then he gets knocked back into the lobby. Velocity, 4 eliminations on the board.
But this is not over for Velocity, to be honest, because there are multiple teams in the close lines, and one of them is going to be BR Titans. Now, BR Titans, of course, have heard all of these gunshots. They know, as a matter of fact, whoever the team is on that tippity top of that hill, they are quite softened up. They know, of course, the smoke's being laid out just helps them try to close in the distance. They might land a couple of nades in the process as well, but the Pahari, that is a Bollywood entry, but an even more Bollywood exit.
Well, Pahari has been dropped. BR Titans pushed in a corner. In Velocity, they have the benefit that they still have their numbers, and also BR Titans taking shots from the flank is going to put them in an even awkward position. It was Hyderabad Hydras chiming in from the distance, pushing BR Titans into a very awkward position. But it's not just that. Look at the radar. There is another team waiting on the edge in the form of TMZ, who's waiting for these two teams to settle their differences. And as soon as that is done, whoever looks to push towards the center of the zone is going to meet their demise at the hands of troublemakers.
Now I'm just excited to find out where exactly is Velocity looking at. Are they looking at Hyderabad Hydras, who are downstairs, or are they looking at BR Titans? Of course, BR Titans did find to actually reset their numbers, but once again, Octavius, with that brilliant spray down, just manages to hit BR Titans every single time it hurts the most.
And while all of that is happening, while teams are struggling to finish a secure position, we have Blind Esports in front of us running around the map like they own the place. Just finishing whoever they please. 7 eliminations secured even in this game, but they don't really have the numbers to work with. Now it's just the last player from the side remaining, Knuckle, and I believe he's not going to be left in the game for long. But Velocity, a massive blunder from the side, and they will pay for it with their lives as BR Titans just wipe out Velocity, secure 3 eliminations. And I believe the aspect that you were talking about, Hyderabad Hydras on the flank, that did come into play in that entire situation. Hyderabad Hydras might have actually dished out a little bit of extra damage on the players of Velocity, but we'll talk about that in the post-game segment, ladies and gentlemen, because another awkward spot. I mean, glitch! What is happening? They're glitching in this fight. Team Psych. And it's Saad just standing in a corner. The players of Glitch Reborn just run in front of him one by one. And Saad just takes them out. Thank you for the points, lad. Thank you for the delivery.
My goodness, this man Saad was just barely surviving at a sliver of HP, but then the crowd shoot and constant getbacks was absolutely brilliant. Just like you mentioned, Hyderabad Hydras on the other side of the map, of course, they've been proving to be a nuisance for every single other team out there. They just wiped off the existence of Velocity, and right now they are focusing on Autobots.
I mean, everything's going wonderful for Hyderabad Hydras. We saw them. In fact, Ultron was that one player who made sure he was made into the top 3 even though his teammates were finished off. And Hyderabad Hydras, this time, all players are there. So they're looking good for a chicken. The only thing I want to see, the only thing from the side of Hyderabad Hydras I want to see is has Joker Top G dropped that DSS? That is the only thing I'm worried about. Can we switch to Joker Top G?
At the end stage of the game, all you want to find out is whether Joker has a VSS or not.
If he ends the game with a VSS in his hands,
is that like a new achievement?
Yeah. That for me, that's gonna be an achievement.
That stands for the title of pacifist. Initially,
I'm pretty sure it's Joker. I mean, it's like quite an aggressive player inside of the game. I'm pretty sure he's gonna have finishes, but I mean, hey, I hate the VSS. I mean, I have like a personal vendetta against that weapon. But still, if that man can use it, it's going to be impressive. But talk about making use of stuff inside the game. Autobots, they won't really be able to make use of anything. 2 players, Orlo is going to be put to his knees as well. But Hyderabad Hydras, they get backstabbed by Stellar Titans, who show up out of nowhere. Where did Shadow come from? Where was this man?
He was always there at the edge of the blue circle. But of course, Hyderabad Hydras, they just chose to ignore his position, and now nades are being lobbed in. But by who? That is BR Titans from the distance, and as well as Mr. Spray in the backlines. Autobots are not completely over.
Yeah, Autobots are not done. Mr. Spray is still present, as you mentioned, but he also does not realize that Shadow from the side of Stellar Titans is also there on the flank. Mr. Spray, I believe, is just focused in on the players of Hyderabad Hydras, and he's looking to go for those finishes. Joker Top G, last man left standing from the side, is armed with the UAV. Oh, no! That is just unfortunate. That is just unfortunate. But also, I mean, he should have like realized like his head is going to be visible if Autobots went for the push. And that is exactly what happened. The angle just worked out quite nicely for the lad from Autobots. He did see right the pixels of the head, took those shots and finished the opposition off. But Shadow, he sees one individual extremely low, takes him down, is looking to secure the finish as well, drops him down to around 50 HP. While now Mr. Spray again is the last player from the side of Autobots. Shadow, the only point of concern is the fact that there are no throwables on him, no healing utility available as well. He has to loot those crates that are there in front of them no matter what.
If he actually manages to dodge the utility or the airstrike which is coming his way, I think he's got a lot of space to move around. And Mr. Spray is going to be his only formidable foe. Just look at the circle, right? He has got the reach to actually play across. He can still survive almost a minute into this fight. But look at that! I said it. He had to dodge just one thing, and that was the airstrike. But Mr. Spray, it's not just the spray. His utilities are also on point.
But also, this game of Miramar was, I mean, it was so intense that it completely shifted or diverted our focus from the fact that all the big contenders are out so early. Salty, look at who's in the top 4. Road to Glory, the first team to get eliminated on the map of Vikendi. You have Team Psych, another team that is there, that was there on the second phase of the relay board, and I think they were there in the bottom 3 or the bottom 4. Along with them, you have the players from the side of Autobots. Autobots, I mean, you can call them consistent because they were there in the top 6 as well. And joining them is going to be, well, who else is there? Stellar Titans were just picked off. There's one more team in the top of BR Titans. Yeah, BR Titans were, well, they did secure a lot of points in the previous game. They had eliminations going for them, and even in this game they have eliminations. But add to that the placement points that they're about to receive. I think BR Titans is the one team who has had a brilliant game, and they have 2 players to work with. All right, so they have the numbers advantage in this game. This is their end game scenario, dream end game.
this is their end game scenario, to be honest. But I'm just so happy for this man, Saad from Team Psych. His survival instinct in that 1v1 was absolutely brilliant. And BR Titans, they know, as a matter of fact, that the circle is closed and he is eventually going to get engulfed by the play zone itself. Why not focus on the teams up front? And I love the fact that they still have stationed Pahadi behind. They know, as a matter of fact, somebody from behind. But through the bushes, it's ABCD who actually fires at point-blank range, and this man just rips apart the opposition.
Man, it's Vadu.
Vadu? I thought it was ABCD.
You don't get that reference? What? It's such a famous character. Vadu.
From where?
From like a very well-known esports personality streams. Well, I'll tell you later, but later on. But one more thing about this game. We have a 4-team 1v1 standoff now. Saad, well, just uses his last first aid and it's down to a top 3 finish. But what will Vadu be able to pull off in this game? Well, absolutely nothing. Saad secures his finish as well. 6 eliminations on that man, all alone. And in the end, does he just give up his... Who won that game? Was it Autobots?
Yeah,
out
it was
of nowhere? What a miracle. How did this team win this game? I thought BR Titans had it in the bag for sure.
I mean, the fact that Autobots did not even have to participate in that final fight is like the most funny aspect of it. He was just sitting. He was just, alright, fine, my job is done. You guys just fight out amongst yourself and then give up your life to the play zone. I'm just gonna chill.
This was like a good introduction to Miramar for anyone. I mean, we know we have new people tuning into the broadcast every single day.
Yeah.
New people on Geo Cinema tuning into this edition of BGIS, watching what is happening, watching BGMI, experiencing BGMI. Ladies and gentlemen, Miramar.
For sure. And I think, once again, it's not just a trivial 4v4 that we witnessed. It was a 1v1v1v1. Like, that is the best part about it. And, of course, some guy just being inside that lonely little shack out there, spraying it down. Then, of course, BR Titans having that numbers advantage. Saad coming on top of that 1v1. It's just absolutely brilliant.
I think even Autobots would not have thought, like, all right, this is going to be our win for sure. They would have thought, all right, BR Titans are there. Then you don't really know how many teams are left. You just see total number of players, and when you are playing from your POV, so they might have thought like it's just one complete team. But as soon as it came down to a 1v1, I think they were just hoping, go down to the blue. But they would have been prepared for the fight. But doesn't matter. Autobots, they have recovered now on the overall leaderboard. They're going to be in a good position. But how high up in the rankings? We're going to have to wait for the overall rankings for that, ladies and gentlemen. And we all know we will have a look at the overall rankings after this very short break. So don't go anywhere.
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी। एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं। यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग समझे कि नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है।
वो क्या मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, फन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है। क्या समझे?
वेला वेला शिकन लेला।
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली।
सर, सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर, तो सीन में आप थोड़े से सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसे ही वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
हो ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो, चकने!
खत्म कर दो!
What is up? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS 2023. Of course, with that being said, we have a small change on the panel. My friend, who just keeps on flaming me, Necro, is back on the desk. I'm pretty sure you have your line set so that you can, again, just troll me a little bit. But before we actually get to that, let's just talk about the game and finally figure out what just went on the map of Miramar. You know, this is the benefit that I've got when I'm opening up.
Listen, speaking about what was going on inside the map of Miramar, we saw so many individual players from these individual teams alive. I do not even know what exactly was going on inside the late game scenario,
Yeah.
but once again, one more thing that I can say is that a couple of known teams, they're not really able to have the start they wanted to. For example, Team X-Spark. It's one of those teams that has been dominating the competition inside the BGIS so far, but inside this round, X-Spark, they're not really having the ideal start.
Especially in this map, it's not just Xbox. Every single known team was out of the competition before the top 5 had actually arrived. And this was so surprising. Because at one point, I kind of felt like blind esports, they're going to have like a smooth sailing run, like a one-dimensional run, and they are going to absolutely dominate the lobby. But that did not happen. Gladiators were taken down in the mix as well. And Xbox, just like you mentioned, even they got eliminated. It's a level of gameplay which the undergods are bringing. Necro, you just prepare yourself. I'm pretty sure it's just going to, increase as the coming days are here to come.
How can we forget that play from Saad? One single guy from Team Side just been able to pull off miracles in that scenario, and that too, just pulling off that clutch in the end, playing that spoiler too in the final few moments. Now, that's quite an evil move being taken by Saad, but hey, at least he managed to secure one more point before going away.
Absolutely, but with that being said, there are multiple teams who will have to look out for, and one of them was this one. You've got Team 4 Troublemaker, and we kind of expected them to kind of create a lot of troubles. They were playing in from the edge of the circle, but every single time they were taking those mid-rotation pit stops, they were being continuously shut down, and this was one of those cases. Like Sarang did try to put up a 1v2, but then even he was shut down. Blind Esports, especially in this position, I felt like once, even though they are like a two-man squad, they will still continue to dominate, but that just did not really happen, Necro.
Yeah, even DMW getting picked off against the players of Blood Rose, and the last man just getting hunt down like that. Cruel moves from their side, but then even Velocity Gaming, I genuinely thought inside the late game, Velocity Gaming could have stood a chance, but then BR Titans pull up and they just wipe him out of the existence.
It's not just BR Titans as well, right? The involvement of Hyderabad Hydras into that particular fight also sort of played like a spoiled sport. I'm pretty sure we could not really see this fight brew up in front of our screens. They did, VLT, of course, they did get the better of GDR in the process, but from the backlines, Hyderabad Hydras will just play a spoiled sport. I hope the highlights actually catch that.
I don't understand. So many of these known teams, Gladiator Esports, Velocity Gaming, Team X-Spark, not really having a good start at all, genuinely. And these are one of those teams that you consider to be the top dominators inside the IGC. But so far, these guys have been quite deactivated.
Quite deactivated or probably overshooting. But this was the 1v1 that you were actually talking about, right? Saad, you'll basically notice in a matter of seconds, he was brought down to pretty low HP right at the start of this fight. Look at this. But this man still managed to clear on that particular opposition. I mean, in spite of the movement, in spite of so much recoil, this man just able to control all of that aggression.
Yeah, some good moves and pulled off for that guy, that's for sure. But inside the highlights, you can clearly see too, even a couple of more teams try to go up against the players of BR Titans, but at the end of the day, when you've got the high ground to play with, you cannot really shut that team down. In the final few moments, it was a couple of 5 teams alive, and I think so every single team had that individual player too. Autobots actually just getting that free chicken dinner to themselves, it's definitely quite an interesting one.
Absolutely. Mr. Spray over there in that situation, the fact that he clutched out, the fact that he rescued his team once again just goes to show that not just on Vikendi, what he pulled off on Vikendi was just not a fluke. This man once again just stood tall and once again brought the situation back underneath his control. He had one player who was knocked out, that was all, but still, he just does not give up.
That is true. I mean, look, at the end of the day, Miramar, a lot of the back and forth that was going on, you can just say that it's a good thing for these teams, and it also showcases that this group is quite competitive. They've got what it takes to sort of make it at the top echelon. But the best part about round 4 is that no one's going to be eliminated, so add that factor on the top as well. But then, once again, top 4 is going to give you a direct entry inside the semifinals.
Exactly. I mean, top 4, everybody wants to be in the top 4, to be honest. Everybody wants to go to the semifinals directly. Me and Johnny had this conversation as well. The lower brackets is like the trenches of hell. You do not want to be there because as soon as you hit the lower brackets, you know that anything can possibly happen. Inside the top 4, it gives you that safety cushion, right? And just like you said, this group, I called it the group of death as soon as Miramar started because there are so many big names, but majority of them were on the second page of the standings.
And they were not even able to perform. That's another fact that you need to point out. And speaking of that, even Road to Glory is one of those teams, right? That were alive inside the previous game of Miramar, and you guys had a full-blown conversation about this team. and I like the fact that finally this team is even able to showcase themselves. Team Psych is one of those teams that have been showcasing so many struggle. It's another one of those teams that was supposed to be a big point of concern, but that previous game, they managed to finish things on the second spot with a decent amount of elimination points.
Exactly. I mean, decent number of elimination points, second spot. I think on the overall standings, they've started to sort of breathe because I remember at the end of the first game, they only had 1 point to work with. And it's not just them, multiple good teams in that vicinity. I mean, I still remember, I think X-Park also barely had like 2 or 3 points to work with. X-Park, though they're still struggling, but Team Psych at least, they will be shooting up high. But it's not just that. I mean, teams at the very top, Glitch X as a matter of fact, you've got Autobots as a matter of fact, they are just being consistent. So that lead which they have maintained at the very top, it just keeps getting extended, Necro.
Yeah, not just that. Glitch X, Reborn, Autobots, both of these teams are sort of like the Undergods. And both of these teams have been doing phenomenal. The Undergods are definitely doing quite a great job inside this round, Salty. And considering even in the upcoming few more games, we might just see more underdogs just dominate the entire floor of this round 4. But speaking about the round 4, we've got the MVP for that previous game. It's going to be Sada from the side of Psych. What did I even expect?
Of course, right? I mean, 6 finishes and 85% finish contribution. This man just single-handedly carried the entire team's mantle, and that is going to help his team so much. But it's not just Team Psych. You know, there are multiple players from multiple teams. It's like a complete market of underdog players. You've got Viper OP from Blood Rose Esports, you've got God Plays from BR Titans, Mr. Spray from Autobots, consistent showing from this lad, and then you've got Shadow from Stellar Titans. Every single player from every single different team.
Yeah, I like that variety, right? And speaking about Blood Rose Esports too, it's supposed to be one of the most aggressive teams inside the lobby, but in this lobby, being aggressive is a little bit too tough. As I mentioned, it's too competitive of a lobby. If Blood Rose Esports, even if they take one single bad step, they're getting eliminated instantly.
I mean, they are being a little aggressive in certain scenarios, but just like you said, they can't be consistently aggressive. They have to keep switching between their 2 different modes, of course, but the scorecard is right in front of us, and look at this, Autobot right at the tippity top, but not a lot of points secured. It's just 21 points, and then closely followed by Team Psych, BR Titans, and Road to Glory. It seems like there is that consistent decrement of points out there, and even on the second page, it's like a full galore of big names out there.
Exactly, 4 Troublemakers not really having a good game, even Gladiator Esports not really having that good of a game, Team X-Spark, another big name, just crumbling down under a lot of pressure that these underdog teams are putting up. But ladies and gentlemen, as we know now, soon enough, we're going to be taking our eyes on the overall standings, and the overall standings are in front of us. Blind Esports on the first spot, Autobots on the second, Glitch X Rebound on the third, and BR Titans on the fourth. That's the top 4 for you.
That's a top 4, but look at this. Team Psych just closely followed by on 20 points. They barely have like a difference of 3 points. I think if they actually push forward, they might just be able to topple down either Glitch X Reborn or BR Titans. Again, you've got Gladiators in the mix as well. Road to Glory on 13 points, and then Velocity Gaming on 13 points. Let me tell you what is the surprising fact is. X-Park is not even on the first page.
That's what I was literally about to mention too. Where is exactly X-Park? And it's so uncharacteristic of this team. We have been taking a look at the couple of rounds in the past, and X-Park has always been dominating for the first page. And now this time X-Park's all the way on the latter half of the board on the bottom spot. As I mentioned, X-Park, they've been having struggles throughout the entire day.
Exactly, and then of course you've got Hyderabad Hydras, Blood Rose Esports, DMW, Troublemakers, all of these teams who sort of performed really good on the first map. They could not just show up on the second map as well. Stellar Titans on 11 points. I think they're about like, what, 12, 13 points away from that fourth spot. For Stellar Titans as well as Hyderabad Hydras or even Blood Rose Esports, the opportunity is still there. But I'm not really sure if X-Park do not really get that big game today. Will they be able to come back tomorrow? That just is a very big question mark, Necro.
Yeah, that indeed is a massive question mark. I mean, X-Park, they desperately need this final game of Erangel in their hands to have a good night's sleep. And that too, if they're not going to be able to get this game in their hands, Salty, that just means that tomorrow's start might just not be the ideal start they want to have. Because you would at least like to end things on a fantastic note, and then the momentum might just carry on forward.
Exactly, and the fact that they started on Vikendi was just another cherry on top of the cake for them, especially because X-Park, they are just ruthless on the map of Vikendi. But like you said, I feel like the lobby is just getting way too difficult at this point. The undergods are just way too power-packed at this point that you can just expect to land in and dominate. That's not really going to happen. Even Blind, as a matter of fact, they could only dominate that one particular game on the map of Vikendi, but after that, even on Miramar, they just got absolutely dispersed. It's like consistency is going to be really important, but to expect a consistent top performance from every single top team out there, that's not happening.
I mean, look, dude, it's quite crazy to even think about how much improvement these undergod teams have showcased inside the BGIS. Now, as we do go back all the way to the grind, you remember seeing these teams, right? They were not this refined. But now if you take a look at them inside the round 4, these guys have definitely improved by quite a lot. That just means that these guys have been sitting in the back, looking at all the VODs that are going on, sort of learning quite a lot of new things. And at the same time, while their matches are happening inside the game, even they have been researching, they have been analyzing their games over and over again.
Exactly. It's all hard work, right? It's like me and Johnny were having this discussion. Hard work will always beat talent if talent does not work hard, and it seems like these players, these group of teams, they just work too hard. But of course, we have the matchup in front of us, and it seems like, you know, I expected Autobots to sort of perform, and they did so. But which is your team for the map of Erangel?
Listen, are you asking me for my prediction which team's going to win that game?
Yeah. Curse him.
Okay.
Curse him, man.
Listen, I don't curse. I'm going to say Blind Esports. These guys are going to be quite desperate. Yeah, the first game, a decent start, but the second game, a complete drop-off in the performance. This is definitely starting to affect their overall standings. Now, Blind Esports will probably be those hungry Titans inside the lobby.
You saying that it's starting to affect their overall standings? They're still at the very top with like a considerable lead.
Yeah, as I said, it's starting to affect. It's not affected just yet, my friend. Now the teams that are going to be right underneath them, they're closing up. You saw GlitchX Reborn, how close they are. You saw a couple of more teams right underneath them, how close they're starting to move. Even Autobots, they're in the top 3. One single bad game for Blind Esports, and their position will be instantly compromised. Their top spot will be taken away. And Blind Esports is not one of those teams will settle down for the 3rd or the 4th spot. No, they like to be the king of the hills.
They like to be the king of the hill, for sure. But, you know, another team, I did mention that it should be Autobots, but let's just go with another team. You know, I like to predict 2 teams out there.
No. That's cheating, dude. That's literally just cheating. If you're going to predict 2 teams, you're just pretty much playing in the safer sound. But you know what? I'm going to let you do that. I'm going to let you curse 2 teams.
I'm not cursing 2 teams. I think this team is definitely going to win it. If, of course, Autobots not win it, it's going to be BR Titans. I feel like this team has been at the edge. Don't look at the camera like that. I'm definitely not cursing anyone, ladies and gentlemen. We'll find it out at the end of this game. I'm going to find you, Necro.
Exactly. The last game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Erangel's on the way. It's the plane flat pat's going to be starting all the way from shooting range towards down south military base. Now, of course, the plane flat path is a little bit tilted to the left side, but still not that big of an issue.
Not that big of an issue, to be honest. Majority of the teams, majority of the regions will be out there for all the teams out there. I'm really excited to find out which are the 2 teams who will be, you know, initially fighting out in the early stages of the game. I'm really looking for those early battles.
Not just that. Speaking of that, right? I mean, Velocity Gaming, they like to go all the way towards Kamishki. This is going to be a tough extent for them. Not just that, even Team X-Park, they're so desperate to get these points in their hands. This final game is going to be such a big pressure on all these known teams because they need to live up to their name.
You know, Look at this, right? VLT is moving towards Severny. They have got Glitch X Reborn quite close to it as well. And majority of the Georgopol region, I think we have always talked about it. Georgopol North as well as City as well as Containers. 3 regions can easily contain 3 teams quite easily. And it seems like there are 3 teams. But we've always seen if the circle does shift southward, then the exit points are quite less and there will be collisions happening. Especially for Team X Park who has dropped in on the Georgopol region. They need that early start. They need those early squad vibes if they want to sort of continue. And that is one of the reasons why Autobots might be a very good opposition. One team who is very consistent versus a team who is desperate to make a comeback.
No, there's not going to be any clash over there because Team X Park is down south. Autobots is up there on the Georgopol apartment, so I highly doubt there's going to be any type of clash over there. Maybe in the future when they try to rotate out, there's a possibility, but that too, it's quite thin. And speaking about the circle, it's quite a standard shift too. Blood Rose Esports up against the players of Blind Esports, and Blind Esports right now, their territory is being stolen away from by their opponents. Blood Rose Esports, they're the one to take away the school. This is not the ideal way we like to see Blind Esports kick things off. They're the one who are supposed to rule the school and the apartments.
To be honest, I'm actually waiting for Blood Rose to actually come back into this fight. But look at this. Speaking of fight itself, Team Psych, it seems like they have landed early. And of course, they've done so much damage against team number 10, who is Road to Glory. One of the players was almost about to get taken out, but Saad instead takes in a lot of damage.
Yeah, this time Saad's going to be the one who's softened up a little bit too much, but it's still completely okay. Team Psych, they've got things under control. And as long as they do have things under control, that's all that's going to matter. Still, one more foe is there around them. And now looking forward to eliminate the threat completely, and that's what they're going to do. Team Psych, this is the best start they could have asked for. Saad is softened up. One guy's knocked out, but it's completely okay. Team Psych, they still have things under control.
And it seems like Road to Glory, they have actually been shooed out from this territory as well. Only 2 players were in the vicinity. 2 of them have actually left the compound as well, and they are on their merry way. Road to Glory, of course, not the ideal start that we were talking about always. And every single time, it seems like this team is just in the midst of a crossfire in the early stages of the game. We've always talked about the early jitters. And for Road to Glory, the start has never really been helpful for them. On the map of Miramar, they did stand a chance. They did try and survive up until the late game scenario, but even that just did not really plan out the way they actually want to.
Speaking of 4 troublemakers, quite close to a potential threat. One guy's out in the open too. This guy needs to make sure that he's not going to make a single movement. If he does, and if his position's compromised, every single player from the opposition will just straight up strike him down. And now Hyderabad Hydras in the fight. 4 troublemakers, they're going to be the one to find themselves in the advantageous spot. As Sane has found himself the first knockout. The second man's quite softened up as well behind that tree. AK pulled out, strikes him down as well. Sane single-handedly just fiddling around with the enemy mines.
If this fight again is lost by Hyderabad Hydras, Necro, I am pretty certain that Hyderabad Hydras will have to pull off the same sort of a comeback which they did in the earlier rounds. Once again, they are on the second page. They've got only 11 points to work with, and they have a lot of coming back to do. They've lost 2 players early on, 4 troublemakers. How beautifully they actually came into this fight. We saw that the Dacia just came in and rammed that absolute buggy out there. And Narsane, just so proactive with the gun every single time. He just came out of the vehicle and he was like, alright, fine, I'm going to shoot you down even before you react.
I mean, for Hyderabad Hydras, as you mentioned, they would not want to face the similar type of situation they have faced in the previous rounds. Because I'm pretty sure it was one of the most pressurizing situations that they've faced inside a professional tournament. And you would not want to put yourself through that hell. And speak about putting yourself through hell, we've got the players of Blood Rose up against the players of Blind Esports, and Ronnie's managed to kick things off on a fantastic note. Wiper pulls out the shotgun, not enough to shut the man down to the front lines, and Blood Rose Esports, you blink it and you miss it. 2 men already taken down. The last guy that ain't sailing towards him, and maybe he will be dealt with as well, and that's what happens. Blood Rose Esports, have they been completely eliminated?
Yeah.
Or maybe there's one more guy. No, they've been completely eliminated from the game.
This is interesting, to be honest, because Blood Rose Esports, they're usually the ones who actually charge in on anybody who tries to challenge them inside the school territory. Blind Esports was probably one of their toughest contenders. And Blind Esports were like, alright, fine, we're going to give you a taste of your own medicine. They pushed up to their compound, and without even infiltrating the compound, right from the vicinity of it, right from the fences, just wiped the floor with Blood Rose Esports. This is completely out of character.
I mean, Blind Esports lost out on Manya. in that fight.
Yeah.
That's going to be a big hit for them, that's for sure. But still getting those 4 elimination points, that's worth it, I would say. 1 for 4 traded out, that's worth it any day. But still, Mania, considering he's sort of like the IGL inside the game, he is supposed to stay alive to guide you through the pathway. But once again, he can give you the callouts anyways. And speaking of Blood Rose Esports, right? I think so Blind Esports was just a little bit too pissed considering Blood Rose took over that drop location.
Exactly, I think that is definitely the case out there. But speaking of Mania, I think there is a very healthy discussion inside the online gaming community that an IGL might just be able to lead better if he's actually taken out of the picture, because right now he's got 3 POVs to actually work with. He does not have to think about his own gun power or his own impact. For sure, man advantage is going to be a case, but the fact that he's got 3 POVs to actually work with, he can even place the players better. But of course, the replay, of course, just showing how devastatingly Team Hyderabad Hydras were destroyed in that situation.
But once again, you spoke about looking at the POVs and all that stuff, but that's also considered at backseat gaming. You know that. And when an IGL gets taken out, you're not supposed to backseat game. It's understandable. Yeah, you can make the callouts for the rotation.
Yeah.
But when an IGL gets taken out, if you try to position the players in a perfect spot, you go there, you go here. If you try to do that, then it gets a bit problematic. It gets a little bit too annoying for the players. But if the IGL's alive inside the game and if he's making those calls on the fly, then it's a whole nother thing.
Depends from team to team, depends from how they're structured, depends on how their callouts are actually structured. We'll have to actually contact some professional teams and find out how they actually work, but we'll do that sometime later, maybe. You were a professional player.
That's how we did it. If our IGL got taken out, he would just tell us from where to rotate, how to rotate. He would not give us those micro callouts inside the fights.
Yeah, for sure.
Because he's not the one who's in the situation, right? We know that situation much better because we are the one who's been put up into that. And there's also something called the heat of the moment that only a player faces who's inside the game, who's playing it.
I have one question, though. How did you become a professional player when you play so bad?
Oh, man. I mean, haters might just think that. But I used to be one of the best in the kind.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Back in my time, I used to be one of the best assaulters. Blood Rose Esports, I used to be as aggressive as them. But speaking about being aggressive, this man just get bopped on his face. And Hyderabad Hydras, the first man gets dealt with. Not really the way they wanted to start things off, but Sezu's still around. And a couple of Molotov returnment at Molotov tossed onto this guy, but Sezu, he gets dealt with as well. Man gets caught midair, and Syed OP at least able to trade things back, but for Hyderabad Hydras, they've only got that one last glimmer of hope alive. Syed, he needs to reposition instantly.
To be honest, I felt like had Road to Glory's Sezu, if he had those first aid kits to actually work with, maybe Hyderabad Hydras, the game could have been just done and dusted. But the fact that he did not have anything to patch himself up, that just worked in their favor, at least in this situation, and they live to fight another day. But right now, 2 teams, Road to Glory as well as Hyderabad Hydras, are just reduced to just 1-man unit. Of course, that's not a unit anymore. It's just one player surviving, and they will have to play for those placement points because they are in desperate need of it. Road to Glory as well as Hyderabad Hydras quite low on the overall standings, and they want to end things on a high. But speaking of the circle itself, it does center around shelter, so I'm expecting somewhere near prison or a central shift, to be honest. But I think there is just one team who is going to be comfortable right now, and that's going to be Team Psych, all the way towards Lipovka.
Speaking about Team Psych, oh, shots taken, Punk. This could have been a little bit too close, but even he's catching a little bit of return hurt upon himself. Punk on a move, the entirety of VLT as well is on a move. Surrounded themselves between a couple of foes. And the advantage for the players of VLT can definitely be that they can try and nitpick these players if they want to. Stellar Times is not one of those teams you would want to go up against.
Why though?
This team's been doing pretty good.
Oh, for sure, that way. Alright. I mean, I would go against any opposition inside the lobby. That's how I play, to be honest. But
yeah, that's why you've never played professionally though.
Oh, I'm just practicing and I'm just grinding my way up. It's a part of the process. I'm definitely going to come back pretty soon. But look at this, right? This was one of the regions where I saw that Sezu, he had no healing utility. The way he got the first knock, he had all the time in the world to play with. And had he, had some healing utilities, maybe he could have patched himself up, waited for that fight to happen. But, well, unfortunate situations.
Desperate time, desperate measures.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's basically God just giving Hyderabad Hydras another reason to actually live.
And Hyderabad Hydras, I mean, Side OP. Oh, man. He's got so much threat on top of him. This man's just sitting inside bunker, hoping that no one's going to push him. And right above him is the team that's doing quite good in the overall standings, GlitchX Reborn. Speaking about GlitchX Reborn, their journey was quite shaky as well inside BGMS initially. And now, inside overall this round 4, these guys have been doing quite good. I mean, the improvement over the time these guys have showed inside the tournament in BGIS, it's quite crazy.
That's what happens with underdog teams, right? They come in with no experience. But playing with these top tier teams, playing against such high level competition, they just do tend to improve. That's how we've been building the narrative of around hard work and talent, and GlitchX Reborn just a personification of that hard work. But again, just look at this man, Aside OP. He knows exactly that there's an absolute squad right up front, and he can hear all their footsteps. He can hear the engines roaring. Imagine in a situation where GlitchX Reborn are being pressured, and then Side OP out of nowhere just comes out of that bunker. He's like, "All right, guys, what's up?
He's
Time for party."
Salty, he's got 7 frag grenades in his backpack. He's going to be looking forward to make an artificial red zone for the opponents.
For sure.
And speaking about the artificial red zone, even the airdrops on the board, we did see it a while ago. Team X Spark on a move. This team desperately needs any type of points that they can get. At least try and propel yourself in the first half of the board at the end of the day, and that's a good milestone to have.
It's not that difficult, to be honest. The difference is barely like, what, 6 or 7 points for X-Spark to actually enter the top first page, of course. And to actually do that, I think X-Spark needs to be a little more aggressive. Try and take a couple of fights. But look at the circle, Necro. This circle is taking a notorious shift towards the south, and we go down to the waters once again.
Not just that, look at the wave of vehicles just moving down south
Oh,
inside
yes.
Milta. So many teams just starting to close into that city. Oh, it's going to be an absolute hell breaking loose in Milta soon enough.
Team X-Spark and VLT just brushing shoulders against each other. Almost felt like X-Spark would actually converge upon. They are going up north, trying to take a very long rotation, it seems. They are trying to catch that entire highway. But VLT, the fact that they let them slide, it's just very surprising.
For VLT, they know, considering the circle's down south, at this point in time, at this stage, you need to be as quick as possible to get a good spot inside the circle.
Yeah.
And that's what VLT is trying to do as well. Just be quick on their wheels. They want to be the one to get a really good, a solid spot hold inside the late game circle. But speak of this, we've got a fight brewing up in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. 2 teams duking it out inside this one. And this time, on the receiving end, it's going to be the players of Grind 1. Let's see how well they're going to be able to bounce back from this one. As TMC still looking forward to deal a little bit more damage against the foes. And Troublemakers, they're not stopping this bombardment anytime soon, considering they know the opponents. They're just inside the houses.
Wow.
This Nade's going to find a perfect opening. Phoenix gets knocked out. And this is where the opening for Troublemakers is going to be so valuable.
Exactly. There was not one spot on that second floor or on that terrace which has not been bombarded, to be honest, Necro. Troublemakers knew that Phoenix was on top and he could be the detrimental factor to their success. That's why they decided to take him out early, and how beautifully they've done that. Grind 1 Esports, they have been completely wiped out in a flash, and not just that, it just gives them so much good real estate to actually work with. They have got this beautiful compound, not just one compound, but the entirety of this region as well. And they can split themselves out. They can hold those crossfires. If somebody tries to come in, maybe from the waterways as well, they will have those direct lines of sight. So this is such a good fight win for Troublemakers.
Troublemakers causing some troubles for the foes and also getting a decent spot inside the circle. GlitchX Reborn in the prime spot in the center of that circle. Gladiator Esports doing a decent compound, but barely on the edge, Salty. Not a good position, unless if the circle's going to take a drastic shift right on top of them. Look at this replay. This is how things sort of started to break down for the foes. And Troublemakers, I mean, initially they instantly had the advantage in that fight.
Yeah, they had the numbers sorted towards them as well, and as soon as they knew that there are a couple of players inside of that compound, they knew that, alright, fine, we've got the utility to actually work with, and so many nades deployed out there in that situation, right? Not a lot of weaponry being utilized, and this is the best part about this team. They know every situation, and they know how to actually tackle it as well. Autobots still trying to make the entry inside the circle, but it seems like Gladiators, they've got them on their radar.
Gladiator Esports. They definitely do have them on the radar, but they can't do anything about it. It's just the information that's going to be noted down in the notebooks. And maybe they can try to pave pretty much a safe pathway, considering they know that there's a team in the front lines. How are they going to make a safe rotation inside the circle? Pretty much just keep on sticking to the edge lines. Just keep on sticking to the shores, and that's what they're doing. Slowly and steadily, the players are starting to move inside the safe zone.
But that also sort of brings in the added problems, because now they're going to evade Team Autobots, but they're going to find themselves in front of Team Troublemakers as well. And this just becomes an even more difficult entry point, to be honest, because at this point, it's just completely out in the open. They have no cover whatsoever. They will have to drive their vehicles. Might be using the edge lines on the other side of that ridge.
Oh,
that is what they're trying to do.
This is so brilliant. Yeah, a couple of shots are definitely being caught by them, but it's completely fine. They've still got a decent amount of cover to play around with. Gladiator Esports out in the open. Troublemakers are definitely causing a bit of trouble against these guys, but let's see how well Gladiator Esports can deal with the foes, deal with the situation that they're being put in. Justin, Destro, at least one knockout needs to be found. That can be the initial opening, that can be the time buyer.
To be honest, Necro, I'll tell you exactly why this position is actually so critical for Gladiators. This is the only piece of land which is going to give them that ridge of cover. As soon as they try and enter the circle on the right-hand side, the land flattens out, which means clear lines of sight for the other team Troublemakers. They either have to win this fight from this position on, they will have to get the first knock and then push up, acquire the compounds, or else they're as good as dead.
Once again, this position that they've got, they're only thinking for now. They've got no other option anyways. Just thinking about the future, it's really tough to even try and carve a pathway out of this situation. Now Gladiator Esports on the receiving end from all the different spots. BR Tines too, just finding them out in the open. But it's going to be a little bit too tough to connect those shots, especially when the opponents are moving over and over again. And yeah, little glimmers are definitely being spotted by the players of BR Tines. It's next to impossible to find the opening. The Autobots on the receiving lines from the players of DMW. One of the men getting knocked out, finished off. Autobots now down to a 3-man squad.
Autobots certainly will try and avoid as many collisions as they possibly can. Certainly not in a position where they can fight out DMW Esports, who have got the compounds for themselves as well. But look at this, right? Autobots, they know as a matter of fact that their position inside the top 4 is sort of sorted, right? They can just play for those placements, they can get those consistent 10 points and be satisfied with it.
Yeah. System finds out Pukar. Team X Park, a little bit more tough of an outing for them once again. They try to breach in a little bit late from that northern side, but System was waiting for them to spoil their system.
Yeah.
And possibly change it too. But Stellar Titan's a really good find through the smoke. Autobots, once again, they're starting to crumble down.
This is such a weird phase of the circle, to be honest, Necro, because majority of the teams do have a little bit of a cover to actually play around. They've got the ridges. And this entire region of Milta, to be honest, is just really awkward for the final circles, because sometimes you just have absolutely open pieces of land, sometimes you've got the compounds to actually play around, and these teams right now, especially with the circle shift, they are being forced to actually move outside the compound, sacrifice the safe haven that they've got and move out in the open. And this is where I feel like a lot of bodies are going to hit the deck. Speaking of bodies, I felt Team X-Park as well, who had a good position. Now they've lost on Pekar as well, so they have to do it without the IGL this time.
I mean, of course, it's an open terrain, but a team that I'm desperately concerned for is Gladiator Esports. How are they going to make it inside the circle? They need to at least take one squad fight and come out on top flawlessly. That sounds like a next to impossible task to pull off, but Troublemakers, if they're going to be dealt with by Gladiator Esports, that will be the fair tail run for them inside this game. DMZ2 starting to make some moves. I mean, at least they're barely inside the circle, so that's good news for them, but they know they're starting to get surrounded by a lot of bees now.
Oh, for sure. And they are swarming right around them. One wrong move, and I think they will get taken down. But look at these Stellar Titans. They have the edge of the circle, and they know exactly where Autobots are, using the TPP to their advantage, trying to get additional information. But Glitchix respawn in the middle of nowhere. They have got the safe haven, but how did this player get knocked out? I'm not really sure. VLT also moving in really well. I love the fact that they're taking a southern shift, but will they be able to find that entry point? We'll find out as we look at Team X-Park, who are being absolutely burnt down, Necro.
That's a perfect Molotov placement that came into play. And Clever, he finds those 2 knockouts. Teammates spark out of nowhere. Now they're starting to crumble down. And Clever, he also manages to find the last guy. What a way to shut down the entirety of X-Spark. A 1v3 pulled off by Clever. Stellar times. Indeed, they're looking quite stellar inside the game.
Oh, for sure. When you said you should not take a fight against them, I think this is when I agree, Necro. This team was absolutely fabulous. But look at this. Gladiators, they found an opening as VLT is right in front of them and they are completely out in the open. Gladiators might just use the numbers advantage to their favor, but look at this, Blind Esports also starting to chime in, and Stellar Titans on the receiving end.
Yeah, Clever's now going to be the only man left alive, but the shotgun pulled off. Clever's trying his best to fight back. He's got some good maneuvers, he's got some good movement, but it's not going to matter against that player from Blind Esports, and Joker's going to be the one to save the day. Now as he shuts down that guy Clever, still Blind Esports, the threat's not neutralized just yet. There's still a couple of more enemies around them. Considering the next circle shift's going to be on the board too soon enough, let's see where it takes a shift. It actually shifts quite close.
It does shift quite close. Gladiators and Velocity, they're still jabbing each other. They're still trying to knock each other out. But it's just long distance engagements. None of them actually making the moves to take a very decisive fight. Look at this. But on the other side of it all, it's Blind Esports and Autobots. They've got the mercy of the circle. It seems like Autobots, they've got a better positioning. But Blind Esports, they've got the firepower. 9 finishes to their name already. And they're starting to close up, Necro.
Oh, Knuckle. Tossing out a couple of Molotovs, and now Blind Esports getting pounced on. They've lost out on 2 players. Ronnie's going to be the only man left alive. Autobots, this is some light work for these guys. Not even breaking a sweat in this scenario. Ronnie, though, still this man has been left undetected. In the back lines, looking quite safe, making it look like he's roaming around in his home. But from the back line, soon enough, the players of GlitchX Reborn, they're going to start to close on in, so he needs to be a little bit more quick on the feet. Gladiator Esports 2 making that desperate rotation inside the compound, and they're actually looking quite safe. Nice execution.
Out of everything of it all, Gladiators, they were pinned down in that location, but they still survive. And we have 3 teams in this vicinity. You've got 3 teams. You've got Troublemakers, you've got TMW as well as Gladiators. But as soon as you say that they are safe haven, they just get absolutely bombarded, Necro.
Yeah, this was expected. Troublemakers, they just empty out their inventories when it comes to the utility. They toss on everything that they can lay their hands on. Give them a couple of stones and they will throw it over there as well. They're just throwing anything that they can lay their hands on.
Pretty sure they might as well throw their guns as well once it actually runs out of ammunition. But look at Optimus. He's got such a beautiful positioning. The only thing Troublemakers have to worry about is going to be Team VLT coming in from their blind spot. And they don't want to be hit through there. Gladiators, they've lost a player, but they're still holding on. The smokes have deterred the utility flying in towards them. But how long can they hold on to that position?
Blind Esports Ronnie with 2 elimination points accumulated. This man's now trying to be that snake, and his position's compromised. He catches so many bullets from everywhere, and he gets devoured too from the competition. Now TMW in the closer vicinities inside the hard cover that they've got to play around with. Luckily enough for the players of TMW, they've got all the players up and alive. Gladiator Esports once again back in full force.
Back in full force for sure, but they need the numbers to actually come up with. Only 1 finish point is what they have rattled up. This Nade almost felt like it was going to get somebody.
Yeah, it was way too close. 2 players from DMW knocked out. This might just be an option. This might just be a choice for the opponents to make a push up against them. But once again, everyone's concerned about that third party that might just come into play, including the players of Gladiator Esports. Everyone just went for the next circle shift, and it centers on up this time. Gladiator Esports might just be the only team that's in the center circle.
Out of nowhere, Gladiators just find the final circle. This team definitely has the blessings of God. DMW as well have sort of reset themselves. They have found the revives as well, and they're still looking to strike back. They need to find this knock, otherwise I think this is done and dusted from the backlines, of course. BR Titans trying to make an opening, but it seems like GlitchX Reborn in the middle of nowhere are just trying to find those third parties on every single player.
Oh, GlitchX Reborn, too many shots to deal with. The man softened up way too much. Autobots in the back lines, and even they've lost out on one of the guys. Now it's a 2-man alive from that team. Troublemakers too, they desperately need to make it inside the circle, and the only way they can try to do that is to deal against the players of Gladiator Esports. They need to shut down the entirety of Gladiators, and finally now the goal call is going to be made. Gladiator Esports, they've got a big wave of enemies just approaching them, and Guri, I'm not sure if this was a good move from this guy, but he's definitely going to catch a bit too much hurt upon himself, and Troublemakers, They slowly and steadily start to creep and crawl their way towards the compound of Gladiator Esports.
And I like this strategy, Neko. Sorry to cut you off right there, but the smokes, of course, which has been displayed will prevent them from the third parties. They want to take down Gladiators and they want to infiltrate into the compound. And it seems like the first player to do that is going to be Kuri, but he has been taken down. And all of a sudden, the wave of nades come in, 3 players down.
Yeah, for the players of Troublemakers, they were looking quite desperate, and that's why they will need to pay the price to be so desperate inside the game. And DMW, even now they're starting to get picked off. What's going on? It's the players of Gladiator Esports and their fairy tale run inside the game. They're looking forward to execute this entire game in their hands, and also the final man from the team. And DMW, they get wiped out. The biggest thorn that possibly could have been in the way for Gladiator Esports. They eliminate them, they wipe them out of the game, and now the only team that's going to be in the way for their victory is going to be in the name of Autobots Esports.
What a finale did we witness, Necro. Of course, the finale is about to come, but that one was almost next to a finale, to be honest. Multiple teams encroaching upon Gladiators, but they're still holding on in that final vicinity. I almost felt like DMW, they had perfected the art of timing. They had perfected the art of third-parting in that situation. But the DBS and Shogun just showing mental presence. But of course, past is past, and Gladiators, they will be looking to convert this game for themselves. Autobots look to make some quick maneuvers, and the spray down comes in. Mr. Spray, quite softened up. It seems like Gladiators, they have the upper hand already.
Indeed they do. Mr. Spray has softened up so much inside this entire scenario. The nades, they're placed to perfection. Autobots in a big world of trouble now. Skrills in the back lines. The last glimmer of hope alive. What can Autobots try to pull off? Both the players of Gladiator Esports, they've got a prime positioning right now. They've got such a good positioning. The nades are not going to close it. It's not going to make it a mark. It's out of reach. And still, Skrills is trying his best to at least toss a couple of more utilities. Last frag grenade left over in his hands. Just hoping that at least something randomly connects, but it's next to impossible. Gladiator Esports with the advantage, and also with the win inside this game, ladies and gentlemen. They secure the chicken dinner in the last game of the day. What a way to end things. As I mentioned, you need to have a good night's sleep, and that's what the players of Gladiator Esports realized.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Gladiator Esports, from the situation they came out of, especially on that shoreline, you still remember that position where I questioned them. It seems like that rotation, they just figured out a needle out of a haystack, because that was not easy, to be honest.
Salty, which were the teams that you went for? You went for BR Titans, right?
Yeah.
They got eliminated with almost next to none points.
And Autobots.
And the only reason why Autobots were not able to win that game is because you picked them.
This is unfair, Necro. You can't actually put up a second position onto me, to be honest.
You picked 2 teams, okay? At least one should have been able to win.
Come on, man. Winning is like very difficult, all right? At least I picked a second position team.
This man says winning is difficult. Yes, my friend, it is. That's why I should have thought twice before picking up 2 teams. But, ladies and gentlemen, considering how good of a final game that was, right, Salty? Even Blind Esports sort of chiming in inside the late game scenarios. Even Stellar Titan showcasing some stellar moves inside the game. That last guy who was clever, he was able to pull off some insane clutches.
Exactly, and I felt like he is going to clean up Blind Esports as well. But, yeah, Blind Esports, they were too difficult in that situation. I don't exactly remember who Blind Esports...
It was a 1v3.
It was a 1v2. It was a 1v3 in the previous occasion. But then, of course, Blind Esports chimed in. Who was Blind Esports taken down by? We'll actually have to find out when we look at the highlights on the other side of this very short break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere because, of course, a lot of the overall standings is coming on the other side.
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी। एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं। यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग समझे कि नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है।
वो क्या मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, फन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है। क्या समझे? इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़े से सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसे ही वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
हो ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
साथियों आगे बढ़ो, चक दे।
खत्म कर दो।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After that beautiful game of Erangel, considering how the circle was out in the open too, I genuinely did not think Gladiator Esports even stood a chance to win that game.
To be honest, I just said it outright, right? That position was sort of like where they were pinned down, and anywhere they moved, they were almost certain to actually die. But the fact that they actually came out from on top from that situation, it just goes to show that, number one, they have a lot of experience. Number two, their mental strength is just absolutely on a high.
Salty, I genuinely do not know it's about the experience or not, but sometimes desperation can definitely work out.
Yeah,
Gladiator
for sure.
Esports, they were looking quite desperate to find at least one single piece of cover for themselves, right? They straight up ran their vehicles in that compound and realized the fact that no one's holding that entire house. So it's going to be a free takeover for them anyways. And they took that over. Yeah, it was a couple of bombardment going on upon themselves from the side of Troublemakers. They were tossing so many utilities on top of them. But once again, as soon as they avoided all of that bombardment, Gladiator Esports, it was a smooth sailing for them.
It for sure was, but look at this. This is where things actually started. I kind of expected Team Psych to sort of be inside that final fight, to sort of be inside that good position. Especially, I felt like this team had picked up the pace from the map of Miramar, but that was not really the case. Even Hyderabad Hydras, as a matter of fact, we had high expectations from them. We've seen their comeback stories as well, but they were being picked apart. Of course, we saw this particular movement from Sisu as well. One of the players getting picked off and then no healing utilities whatsoever. Hyderabad Hydras, I'm not really sure where the final player get taken down though.
One thing is for sure though, that previous game was quite action-packed. Even Autobot, somewhere down line, moving out in the open, just getting screwed up massively. DMC2 just having such a good compound hold. Glitchx Reborn as well, showing some moment of brilliances. Stellar Titans as well, just chiming inside so many of these fights, eliminating one of the biggest Titans inside the lobby, one of the biggest opponents.
Exactly, and of course, this was the one, Clever. This player was clutching after clutching. He was getting those finishes left, right, and center, but then Blind, one of the players from Blind was like, alright, fine, you seem to be really good with your gun. I'm just simply drive on top of you.
Clever had the MG3 in his hands, and it's supposed to be one of the most meta guns right now. It's so strong considering it's the LMG. You've got so many bullets too. 7.62 on top. It deals so much more damage, and even the fire rate is quite insane.
Yeah.
So that gun is like all that you can ask for. Considering that man was wielding it in his hands, he was able to pull off some perfect shenanigans, especially that Molotov that was tossed in against the players of Team X-Park. Those two guys were just in the flames, dancing around because they knew that their feet are getting quite hot, so they needed to move away, but as soon as that happened, the man was ready with the MG3.
You know, it's not just Clever. I feel there is one player you'll have to talk about, and that's Shogun from Gladiators. Inside that final fight, inside that entire commotion where Troublemakers is approaching you from one side, you've got DMW approaching you from one side. That man with a sliver of HP still held on to his dear life, not just his dear life, but also his fallen comrade's life as well. He was like, all right, fine, I am going to use the DBS to the best of my capabilities, but I'm not going to give away my position. And how beautifully he does that. Just creates that lead for his team, because Autobots were already coming in from outside the opening, so they had no fight whatsoever. Had they won that particular fight, maybe some other team, maybe DMW had won that fight, it would have been their chicken dinner as well.
Maybe there could have been so many possibilities, right? But once again, it's all the ifs and buts. So many things could have happened in so many other directions. But speaking about how the action really kicked off, Team Psych, I'm not going to lie, genuinely, I had so many expectations from this team, even inside this game, because in the previous one, they sort of ended things on a momentum, but now the momentum really did not carry on.
Exactly, and with that, I think they are going to lose their place inside that first page, of course, on the overall standings. We'll find out a while later where things actually stand.
Yeah.
Not just Team Psych as well, even BR Titans, if I'm not mistaken, they also could not actually proceed quite a lot. I hate that laugh. I hate that smirk, Necro.
I'm just laughing, dude.
No, you can't actually do that. I know it's deeper meaning.
No, I mean, listen, BR Titan was the first pick that you went for. And then later on, you picked up Autobots.
No, it's actually the other way around. I went and picked Autobots first, and then I decided to curse on BR Titans.
Yeah, so it makes a lot of sense, right? So the team that you went for the second time, so technically the curse uplifted from them and went on top of Stellar Titans.
BR Titans.
Yeah, on BR Titans. Look, Stellar Titans, the amount of stellar performance these guys have had, and even the Titans in the end.
Yeah.
You know what? We're just supposed to call these guys the Alpha Titans inside the lobby.
Absolutely. I think Stellar Titans were the one who actually took down Team X-Park as well inside this fight. So these teams, they are just proving to me so much. They're not a handful for these Tier 1 teams right now, and the Tier 1 teams are struggling. Their backs are against the wall.
True.
I think there will be multiple Tier 1 teams. I mean, let's just not call them Tier 1 team. Let's just call them teams with experience on the second page right now. Even Velocity, as a matter of fact, just could not really do a lot in this game.
That is true, and I think some plant flat path plays a big role into that. Kamishki is sort of like the drop location for the side of VLT, and considering VLT not really being able to perform that well, they sort of used so much time in the initial phase to reposition to their drop location. The plant flat path was on a complete opposite side. Makes a lot of sense. VLT was not able to perform, but still, that's a T1 team, as you may experience. As you said, an experienced team should be able to perform no matter what the circumstances are.
Exactly.
And Gladiator Esports is a prime example of that.
Gladiator Esports is a prime example, and even Blind Esports is a prime example of it. I mean, no matter what the outcome is, it seems like the players always tend to get those finishes. Blind Esports, for them, it seems like the mantra is simple. If you find yourself good position, then just go ahead and grab the chicken dinner. No other results accepted. If you don't find yourself the proper position, if the circle does not end up according to you, just try and wrap up as many finish points as you can. Even in this game, they wrap up 10 eliminations for themselves. Just Knuckle himself just gets 5.
Exactly. I mean, speaking about the match scoreboard, though, Gladiator Esports securing the most amount of points because they're the one who got that chicken dinner, too, so it makes a lot of sense with 15 positioning points and 7 finish points added. 22 in total. DMW as well on the second spot. DMW, they have been quite consistent.
They certainly have been quite consistent, to be honest. The first game, they were consistent. The second game, they were on that second page, which sort of affected their positions on the overall standings as well. But I think after this game, this team might just make a jump back up as well. Autobots, I was actually expecting a little more, to be honest. Quite more numbers of finish points, but that's still fine. 16 points, decent performance from this game. And once again, you've got teams like Blind, Glitchx Reborn, and BR Titans in the mix as well. And look at the overall standings. It's still the same for all of us inside the top 4. Gladiators, in fact, has actually made an entry.
That's a massive leap from the second half of the board, Salty. If you think about it, Gladiator Esports, those 22 points just sort of saved their lifeline, and now these guys are going to have a good night's sleep tonight. And speaking of that, even DMW, a massive leap taken in the overall standings.
But look at this, right? Glitch X3 on 33 points, BR Titans on 33 points. I am actually getting a little paranoid at this point because this time, of course, nobody's getting eliminated, but everybody wants to actually find themselves in the semi-finals. But look at this. On the second page, you've got big names. You've got, starting off with Velocity Gaming, 17 points in total. They still have to almost double their points to actually enter inside the top 4. So tomorrow's job is going to be extremely difficult. And it's not just that. Stellar Titans, Road to Glory, 4 Troublemaker, all of these teams have such a troubled job in front of them. And then, of course, at the end, you've got some big names. Necro, just go ahead and talk about it.
I mean, look, Team X Spark not being able to perform, Hyderabad Hydras not being able to perform, Velocity Gaming over there too on the second half of the board, Blood Rose Esports, the team, so many expectations were there, especially Johnny's one of those guys that is a big fan of this team, and Blood Rose Esports on the second half of the board on 14th spot. This is definitely going to be stinging him so much. He's not going to be happy to look at this team on the second half of the board.
Yeah, he's actually looking at you from right behind with his glasses on. He's like looking at you with devil eyes because, yeah, you just hit him right where it actually hurts. But it's not just him, to be honest. There's a lot of fans out there for Blood Rose Esports, me included, right? I am a big fan of the aggressive gameplay.
Yeah.
And it seems like Blood Rose Esports could not just activate that aggression today.
Yeah, it's understandable. Well, what's wrong with Team X Spark? It's one of those teams till round 3, they have been dominating left, right, and center, no matter who stands against them. Team X Spark just been straight up rolling through the competition. And now, in the overall standings, in the bottom half of the board.
I mean, to be honest, it's a big question mark. And
Yeah.
I have no answer to it. It might just have been an off day when, nothing you actually try out actually works. I don't really see that actually coming from such a big name, from such an
Yeah.
experienced team, because what comes with experience, no matter how bad the situation is, you might not be putting your best foot forward, but you will be in somewhere in a decent spot, at least in the first page itself. For a team of a stature of X-Spark, it feels very weird to actually find them on that last position specifically, but then the job is cut out. They know exactly what they have to do tomorrow, and they start off from the map of Erangel. It is their home turf, apart from Vikendi. I think they should be able to do it if they are well prepared.
Look, being experienced, that means you are taking a lot of responsibility on top of you. That means you will need to own up for all the things that you've made, all the mistakes that you've made so far inside the game. And one thing is for sure, today's day, Team X Spark, it was a big blunder for them. But now speaking about day 2, maybe once again, day 2 has been the day of comebacks. That's how the meta has been looking like. Inside the day 2, one thing is for sure that we might just see a couple of more bounce backs.
Bounce backs? I'm not really sure, Necro. Tomorrow is going to be a crazy one, to be honest, because we know, as a matter of fact, day 2, everybody is just having cocaine, and they are just coming in, and they are trying to get as much as they possibly can.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of that, right? Speaking of even in the future line, Salty, which team do you think can actually, from the latter half of the board, has a chance to move forward in the first half?
I think Velocity Gaming can actually do that. They have a potential opportunity to come back inside the top 4 if they are consistent tomorrow.
I mean, that's for sure. But ladies and gentlemen, also make sure to follow all the socials of Crafton Esports or Crafton India Esports, because over there, all the scoreboards will be updated, and also a couple of more updates. Some good excitement giveaways, maybe 2, will be over there, and some fresh content as well will be posted on those Instagrams or even any of those socials. But Salty, with that being said, today's day was quite entertaining. One thing is for sure, action-packed. Any more words to be added from your side?
To be honest, I'm just expecting for the undergods to come up and show their true potential tomorrow. Nothing else.
Exactly. But ladies and gentlemen, considering today's day is almost going to an end as well, just let me know in the chat too, which team do you think will be bouncing back tomorrow once again in the first half of the board for both the groups that we witnessed, Group A and B. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to take leave. Meet Necro and Salty. That's going to be it from our side. You guys have a great night, because tonight's going to be a good sleep for all of you.